Chapter 51 Getting Rich. Just break his leg. Wang Shenmen's eyes flashed and he secretly sent a message to Ghost Douluo. Elder, can you kill him? Ghost Douluo said indifferently. Killing him is easy, but it is difficult to hide it. Even if all four are killed, there is no guarantee that the news will leak out. The key is that it is unnecessary. He is not a threat to you. You have the qualifications of a peerless Douluo. He has little hope of even becoming an ordinary titled Douluo. Killing him will do more harm than good. Forget it, break his leg. Wang Shenmeng thought that Zhu Zuyun had said something good for him, and it seemed that killing them together would not be a good idea. Crack! Wang Shenmeng stepped out and Davis' legs were broken immediately. The white bone stubble pierced through the flesh and blood was turned out and a strong smell of blood emanated. Davis' eyes suddenly opened wide, his face twisted in pain, his whole body trembled, his eyes rolled up and he almost fainted from the pain. You got it for free. You wanted my life, but I just broke your leg. You made a lot of money. Wang Shenmeng looked at Davis with a smile, but he was still not satisfied. He would not show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. He would definitely kill them if he had the chance. But this guy's identity was not simple. Xingluo Empire said that the princes were fighting for the throne, but the situation of this generation was special and Davis had too much advantage. He had killed the only threatening second brother, and the third brother Dai Mubai was 7 years younger than him and was not as talented as him. He had already accepted his fate. According to the original book, Dai Mubai was now just eating and waiting to die. In less than 2 years he would escape to Shrek Academy and live a life of Lu Yuri. He had completely given up struggling. If he behaved submissively and without threat and dragged it until Davis's 25th birthday, he might be able to spare his life and waste his soul power to become a waste and survive. Therefore Davis has almost been identified as the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the emperor of the empire in the future. Therefore he has sold Douluo to protect him, and he dares to be so domineering and arrogant. Killing Davis will definitely cause trouble. No matter how secretive it is hard to guarantee that it will not be e-posed. After all, this is a fantasy world. If it is really e-posed, even if the spirit hall can withstand it, it will cause such a big trouble before joining in, which is still not good for Wang Shenmen's development. Although the spirit hall is not on good terms with the Xingluo Empire now, it has not reached the point of breaking up. It is definitely not a trivial matter to openly kill the future emperor of the other party, and even if he wants to kill Ghost Douluo will not agree. But just a lesson, no matter how miserable it is, as long as no one dies, it is within the tolerable range. At most it can be regarded as a confrontation between the younger generations of the two major forces. If you are not as skilled as others and are taught a lesson, you can't blame others. Although this guy looks miserable, one of his 2 kidneys was kicked and stabbed and his 2 dog legs were broken, but there is a profession called healing spirit master in this world. As long as the person is not dead with Davis's identity, no matter how serious the injury is, he can heal it. However, it is hard to say whether there will be any sequelae. Wang Shenmeng looked at Davis with ill intentions. Many small tricks in Xiantian Bailu are still useful, such as cutting the pulse and breaking the yang, which are both effective and hidden and cannot be discovered by ordinary spirit masters. Your Highness, the first prince has paid a heavy price. Are you angry? Is it time to disappear? Zhu Qin looked at the miserable Davis with a gloomy face and said in a heavy tone. Zhu Zuyun remained silent without much sympathy for Davis's miserable condition. Even from her slightly upturned mouth one could see a trace of satisfaction. Wang Shenmeng looked at Zhu Zuyun and Davis with interest. From their previous quarrel it can be seen that Zhu Zuyun and Davis had no feelings at this time and even hadn't cultivated the martial soul fusion technique. Maybe she also hated the so-called rules of the family. Just because the people of the Dai family wanted to raise Gu to select the prince, the people of their Zhu family had to be forced to accompany the sisters, killing each other. From the day when the martial spirit awakens, you have to fight for a strange man until you kill your own blood sister with your own hands or be killed by your sister. No normal person is willing to accept this fate, but they are powerless to resist. At the beginning they may still have illusions and try to resist. The older they are, the more they know, the more they feel insignificant and have to accept their fate. Zhu Zuyun does not seem to have completely accepted her fate now, or perhaps she has never completely accepted it. Otherwise, if she really wants to be ruthless, what can Zhu Zuqing, who is 8 years younger than her, do to compare with her? I am afraid that she would have been killed by her before she escaped. Breaking his legs is to vent my anger for my sister Erlong. He killed our prey and later wanted to kill me, and the account has not been settled yet. Zhu Qin said, my friend, you have hurt the eldest prince so much, no matter how big the anger is, it should be extinguished, right? Wang Shenmeng sneered. If someone wants to kill you and has already started, will you let the other party go? Zhu Qin said, what conditions do you have? Put them forward and we will try our best to meet them. Then we need to see what valuable things you have. Wang Shenmeng looked at the middle finger of Davis' left hand, where there was a purple gold ring exquisitely crafted with with strange inscriptions engraved with a majestic phoenix spreading its wings and ready to fly, both beautiful and vivid. The ring issued a faint soul power fluctuation and it was a soul guide at first glance. Let me see what good things you have first. Wang Shenmeng took the ring off directly and ordered Davis to cancel the soul power connection with the ring. Davis was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable and on the verge of collapse. How could he dare to resist? He endured the pain of his body and mind and erased the soul power mark in the ring. The ring suddenly became an ownerless object. Wang Shenmeng directly input his soul power and after simply planting a mark he looked inside with his consciousness and saw a space of about 30 cubic meters, which was more than 10 times larger than the 2 cubic ring in his hand. Not bad. Wang Shenmeng was satisfied. The production method of soul guides has been lost. The existing ones are all left over from ancient time. One less is used. Space soul guides are relatively common, but 30 cubic meters of space soul guides are still very rare. This is because Davis has a noble status in the Douluo Empire. The royal family has countless treasures and countless people want to please him. He himself is not short of money and connections, so he can have such a good space ring. If it were an ordinary noble child it would be difficult to get it. You must know that Yu Xiaogang, as the son of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, did not have a large capacity storage soul guide. His 24 Bridges Moonlight Night Belt was obtained during the Golden Iron Triangle Expedition. It has 24 cubic meters of space. He treasured it very much and carried it with him for more than 20 years. Finally he gave it to his beloved disciple Tang San as a gift. This belt can be said to be Yu Xiaogang's most precious thing, the most valuable thing in the world. Wang Shenmeng was very greedy when he was in Nodding City, but Yu Xiaogang didn't offend him at that time, so he was embarrassed to rob it, otherwise Yu Xiaogang might not be able to keep it. Later Yu Xiaogang betrayed him, but unfortunately Tang Hao had already come to Yu Xiaogang at that time. Wang Shenmeng didn't dare to do it, so he had to give up. Teacher Wang Shenmeng put the ring on his left finger without hesitation, replacing the original grey ring. It's strange to say his fingers are slender and white, thinner than Davis, but when he puts the ring on his hand it automatically shrinks and tightly clamps on his fingers, but it doesn't feel tight, which is very magical. Wang Shenmeng got a storage ring. Of course it's not just a ring, the things in the ring are now his. He probed his consciousness into the ring again and was immediately dazzled by the golden coin. Chapter 52 Buying Life. How is it? Is it a lot of money? Lu Erlong's eyes fell on the purple gold flying Fini ring, revealing an interested look. As expected of the future emperor of the Douluo Empire, he is really rich. There are more than 1 million gold soul coins in it, but I guess this is definitely not all his wealth. At most it is most of his savings over the years. Wang Shenmeng shook the purple gold ring and said to Lu Erlong with a smile, "More than 1 million? Lu Erlong was surprised and said, "I established Lanba Academy with only a few million gold soul coin. This is my savings for decades, including the gains from exploring the secret realm." It seems that this kid is doing well in the Douluo Empire, otherwise it would be difficult for an ordinary prince to accumulate 1 million in cash in more than 10 years. It's a pity that we probably can't get the other part. That may not be the case. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly and looked at Zhu Can. If you want to end today's matter, in addition to the purple gold ring in my hand, you can also take out wealth worth 3 million gold soul coins, and we will not pursue Davis. As for you, as Davis Weiss's accomplice, should have paid the price, but since this sister spoke for me before, I will not pursue it. I will just buy Davis' life with 3 million. Zhu Zuyun was stunned. She couldn't bear to see Davis kill the boy before, and she did try to dissuade him, but it angered Davis instead. If that guy would listen to her, how could he end up like this? I didn't expect. He still remembered. Zhu Zuyun's mood suddenly improved a lot and she was relieved at the same time. It seemed that she would not pursue the other 3 people except Davis. 3 million gold soul coins. Zhu Can's face remained unchanged and he nodded. The life of Prince Douluo is precious. I can indeed accept 3 million gold soul coins. How much is still missing? I will give it to you now. Wang Shenmeng was not too surprised by this. Whether it was the Douluo Zhu family or the royal Dai family, they were all lords with infinite wealth. Millions of gold soul coins were an astronomical figure for most people, but for the 2 families it was just that, far from being a serious injury. Now you are using money to buy the life of the eldest prince. If you bargain and hesitate, what do you think of the eldest prince? If the eldest prince suffers more humiliation and torture because of this, won't he hate him to death in the future? Therefore, seeing that the price did not exceed the bottom line, Zhu Can agreed without hesitation, and he did not plan to do anything weird. He just wanted to quickly finish today's matters so that he could go out to heal his injuries. He didn't even think about it, want revenge or something like that. It is obvious that they have hit a wall today. Since they are in the wrong and their strength is not as good as others, there is nothing to say. They should stand at attention when they are beaten. This is the cruel reality of the Soul Master world, and the other party dares to propose such a condition that is almost almost blackmail, which means that they are not afraid of their revenge. If they are not afraid of even the Xingluo royal family, they will know that they are not easy to mess with. This can be seen from the fact that Chang Lao pretended to be a grandson from beginning to end. Compared to continuing to make enemies with such an unknown big force, millions of gold soul coins are really nothing. The Xingluo Zhu family does not have much else but a lot of money. Senior Zhu is generous, worthy of being a soul saint from the Xingluo Empire's netherworld Grand Duke's mansion. I hope we can have a chance to deal with each other in the future. Your excellency is really amazing. With such talent and strength, he will definitely be a powerful person who will shock the continent in the future. Can you tell me your full name? Wang Shenmeng was not afraid that he would know his name sooner or later. He waved his hand and said, I will not change my name, Wang Shenmeng. Wang Shenmeng, I will remember it. Zhu Ken looked at Wang Shenmeng deeply. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't take many years for the name of this young man in front of him to spread in the Soul Master world. Even Davis is not his opponent. Such talent is destined to be unknown forever. There are 1-2 million gold soul coins in this ring. The other miscellaneous things are worthless and I don't want them. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand and a mess of things fell to the ground, mostly Davis' daily necessities and some worthless gadgets. Zhu Zuyun's eyes swept over some strange little object such as collars, cat tails, bells. Her face gradually became ugly and finally fell on a hideous whip with tiny barb. Her pupils shrank slightly and she thought of some not so good rumors, and suddenly her whole body went cold. A trace of disgust lashed in her eyes and she glared at Davis fiercely, making Davis extremely embarrassed, ashamed and annoyed. He simply screamed in pain, pretending to be tortured by the physical pain and unable to bear it, and closed his eyes and fainted to avoid this small social death scene. The other people certainly knew what those little things were, but pretended not to know him. Zhu Can's face darkened and he pretended to count money in his storage ring. Lu Erlong's pretty face was slightly red and she carefully arranged her sleeves that were a little damaged due to the battle. Chang Lao closed his eyes and pretended to sleep as if he saw nothing, but the slight twitch of his mouth still showed his inner fucking. Wang Shenmeng looked at the prescience of these people and found it very funny. They were obviously a bunch of old drivers, but why were they pretending to be innocent with me? Even if Sister Erlong is an older single woman who is waiting to be married, she has traveled all over the country and has seen a lot. She has never eaten pork, but she has never seen a pig walk. But since everyone likes to pretend, he can't spoil it. He also blinked a pair of clear and innocent big eyes, indicating that he didn't understand what this was. Ahem. Zhu Ken coughed twice. I have 1.8 million gold soul coins here, please count them, Mr. Wang. I trust Mr. Zhu. 1 million gold soul coins are a drop in the bucket for the Zhu family. They won't risk their family reputation to deceive me. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand generously. The two of them put their left hands close together and the two storage soul guides were net to each other. With the thought, 1.8 million gold soul coins were transferred from Zhu Ken to Wang Shenmeng. Luckily he changed to a larger soul guide, otherwise the pile of gold soul coins would not fit in his 2 cubic meter storage ring. Let go. Zhu Ken picked up Davis and said to Zhu Zuyun, then looked at Chang Lao and asked cautiously, Chang Lao? Chang Lao's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened as if he suddenly woke up from hibernation and his body regained a relaxed posture. He nodded, then let's go quickly, don't delay these two children from hunting soul bees. He left first at a very fast speed as if there was some terrifying monster chasing him from behind. P.S. I have been busy recently, so I have not updated regularly and I wrote in a hurry. I am a new author and I have many shortcomings. I dare not even read the book review section. Please bear with me. I will just read it. Please do not criticize me. Don't support the book. This book only received 1 round of recommendations and there was no follow-up. The results are very poor, but I will insist on finishing it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 3: The Second Butterfly. All the annoying people are gone. Let's share the money. Wang Shenmeng shook the purple gold flying Fini ring and said with a smile, share the money? Do I have a share? Lu Erlong was surprised. Well, this is the compensation we have worked together to get. Of course everyone has a share. Sister Erlong, you have made great efforts to defeat Zhu Ken, so you must get a share. Wang Shenmeng said, I only defeated Davis and I did the least. I am very satisfied to get a purple gold ring soul guide. Sister Erlong, your Blue Tyrant Academy is short of funds. This money is just right for meaningful things. In addition, that senior suppressed the soul Douluo surnamed Chang and he got the biggest share. Sure enough, there is a powerful soul master secretly protecting you. Is he from the spirit hall? That woman really values you, Lu Erlong said with some jealousy, feeling a little lost. She thought that in this forest she was the protector of her brother, but it turned out that she had always been dispensable. This hurt Lu Erlong very much. She always felt that she was very important to others, but suddenly found that it was not the case. Naturally, the feeling in her heart was not wonderful. At this time she no longer cared about whether the money was divided or not. She said faintly, sister now knows that you don't need me at all. all. Should I leave tactfully? Wang Shenmeng said quickly. No, the forest is so dangerous and I still need my sister to protect me. You are hired by me. You can't give up before you get the spirit ring. You can't always trouble that senior for anything, right? Lu Erlong's mouth curled up slightly and she turned from anger to joy but acted reluctantly. Okay, since you still need me I won't leave first. But forget about the money. That compensation for you. Although I'm short of money I won't ask for your money for nothing. That won't work. We ask for this money together so everyone has a share. I can't eat it all by myself. Wang Shenmeng squinted her eyes and emphasized the word we. Lu Erlong was slightly stunned and then realized that she was not the only one who participated in the money division. The powerful spirit master in the dark did not say no. If I act very noble, treat money as dirt and don't take a penny, what will that senior do? If I don't take it I might feel uncomfortable. After all, millions of gold soul coins are something that no one can remain indifferent to. If I take it, wouldn't it highlight that the senior's character is not as good as mine? Lu Erlong thought that the senior was protecting Wang Shenmeng personally and there couldn't be any conflicts between them. Compared with this, a little money is nothing. She smiled. Well, since everyone has a share, sister will take some. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly and immediately communicated with Ghost Douluo through voice transmission. Millions of gold soul coins are not a small amount of money even for a titled Douluo. Ghost Douluo certainly doesn't lack money, but no one would think that the money is too much, not to mention that he should have a share. If he didn't help, Wang Shenmeng would probably be taken away by Lu Erlong. What compensation is there? Of course Wang Shenmeng insisted on sharing the money for another reason, which was that after sharing the spoils together they could get closer to each other and make him and Ghost Douluo closer. That senior has subdued the most powerful soul Douluo, so he should get the lion's share. I got a storage soul guide, so I won't participate in the money sharing. How about this? Give that senior 2 million and sister 1 million. How about that? Lu Erlong flatly refused. No, even without me that senior should be able to handle it alone. You can give him 2 million but you can't completely refuse it. For the remaining 1 million I will take at most 500,000, otherwise I won't take a single gold soul coin. This. Wang Shenmeng was hesitating when he suddenly heard a voice transmission in his ear. After listening carefully for a moment he said helplessly, the senior said that we are all family, so don't be so particular. He takes 1 million, you take 1 million and I take 1 million. It's an equal distribution. In fact, he still took advantage of this. The purple gold ring he got was a priceless treasure that could never be bought with 500,000 gold soul coins, but it was not included in the calculation. Since this is the senior's order, then okay, I'll take advantage of you. Lu Erlong knew it was not good to refuse. The senior had spoken and if she objected it would be disrespectful. She didn't care much, but she didn't want to embarrass her brother Xiao Meng. After getting 1 million gold soul coins, Lu Erlong was also very happy. The problem of the college's funding shortage was finally fully alleviated. For a long time in the future there would be no need to worry about not being able to pay the teachers' salaries. Wang Shenmeng immediately transferred 1 million gold soul coins to Lu Erlong. As for the 1 million from Ghost Douluo, he would keep it with him for the time being because he couldn't run away anyway. Now I will continue to help you hunt soul bees, but this Kanghaibing in butterfly is dead. Where can we find the NET1? Wang Shenmeng frowned and said, in most cases Kanghaibing in butterflies appear in pairs. There should be another one nearby. Let's look in this direction and we should be able to find its nest. Okay, you find the direction and I'll take you there. Lu Erlong acted decisively and immediately transformed into a fire dragon again. Wang Shenmeng also became a dragon knight again, rising directly from the forest to the sky, observing the direction and then rushing away. They flew for more than 200 miles and there was a blue lake in front of them. The lake came into view. That's it. Wang Shenmen's eyes lit up. This lake is quite wide, dozens of miles long and wide, oval in shape with clear water reflecting the blue sky. Soul bees tumbled in the water from time to time, a pleasant and beautiful scene. Wang Shenmeng observed carefully for a while and confirmed that this was only the outer area of the Xingda Great Forest, indeed not the core area, and they were not on the wrong path. And this lake is not the legendary lake of life. There are no 200,000-year-old licking beast in the lake and there are probably no fierce beast inside, so he felt at ease. Sister Erlong, you turn back into a human first. We go over and land by the lake first. I want to find where the Kanghaibing in butterfly's nest is. Okay. The NET moment. Lu Erlong turned directly from a dragon into a human and Wang Shenmeng left her body at the moment she transformed, so there was no embarrassing scene. Lu Erlong's pretty face was still slightly red. Although she had turned into a martial spirit, the touch of her body had not changed. She felt a little strange in her heart. Although Wang Shenmeng was young, he looked like he was already 11 or 12 years old. At this age he could no longer be regarded as a child in Douluo continent. Colorful light flashed in Wang Shenmen's eyes and he used the Wuji demon pupil again. His vision had reached the level of the original Ziji demon pupil mustard seed. With the blessing of the god-level martial spirit, he instantly passed through the barrier of the lake and saw many soul beasts in the depths of the lake. Among these soul beasts there was no Kanghaibing in butterfly. Wang Shenmeng continued to search and finally saw a huge water blue butterfly that was more than 30 meters long in a very secret huge cave. Chapter 54 Hunting. The nest of the ice heart butterfly of the sea is in a cave at the bottom of the lake. The entrance of the cave is filled with spiritual illusions which cannot be detected by people with insufficient spiritual power. Wang Shenmeng described the specific location clearly and said to Lu Erlong's sister, "Go down. There are no powerful soul beasts in this lake. The ice heart butterfly of the sea is the tyrant of the lake, but for you it is also easy to catch." Lu Erlong nodded, carefully observed the location described by Wang Shenmeng and then dived into the lake and swam towards the cave. Her martial soul is a fire dragon which is suppressed to a certain extent in the water, but this is just a lake and the degree of suppression is limited. In this lake she can still be invincible. Wang Shenmen's eyes passed through the lake and followed Lu Erlong's figure. After diving more than 20 meters he stopped in front of a steep stone wall submerged by the lake. If you don't look closely at this stone wall there is absolutely no abnormality, but it is like a natural rock wall and there are some algae plants growing on it. But this was just a trick created by illusion. Not only could it not hide from Wang Shenmen's Wuji demon child, but even Lu Erlong could see the problem at a glance. Lu Erlong's martial spirit possessed him and his right hand turned into a dragon claw. He hit the stone wall hard. With a pop sound the stone wall covered with a layer of illusion shattered like ripples, revealing a cave entrance of several meters in radius. Lu Erlong entered the cave and saw the huge ice blue butterfly that was more than 30 meters long. The butterfly used a strong spiritual fluctuation, forming a terrifying void around it, causing the lake water to surge like a raging wave and then turned into a series of cold frost. When it was outside the void the frost and lake water were not obvious, but the closer to the center of the void the thicker the frost, the lower the temperature, and gradually turned into ice crystals. At the core of the void even Lu Erlong felt a hint of cold. This frost void was also intertwined with strong spiritual power. Anything that approached was annihilated by these two forces of reality and illusion. With both spiritual power and ice and water attributes, this soul beast is truly extraordinary and is not inferior to those in the legend. Lu Erlong snorted coldly and suddenly clawed down with a claw. The huge dragon claw carried a force of 10,000 kilograms and immediately smashed the frost void into pieces and then grabbed the butterfly. Her dragon claw was extremely fast and a red light flashed and it landed on the butterfly, but at this moment the spiritual power on the butterfly suddenly twisted and the whole body became illusory as if it turned into pure spiritual energy, and its shadow faded in the void and finally disappeared. Lu Erlong's dragon claw passed through the illusory spiritual energy and hit the empty space directly as if it was nothingness and could not bear the force, let alone cause any damage to the spiritual energy. Is this the so-called immortal body? Lu Erlong was shocked. Although her eyes could not see the Kanghaibing in butterfly that had turned into an illusory and transparent spiritual energy state with her soul saint level spiritual power, she could clearly sense the existence of the other party, and even the outline of the body was very clear. But it was useless. Her soul saint level spiritual power was only passively improved during training and upgrading. Although it was considered powerful, she could not use it skillfully and she had no spiritual soul skills. Her only function was to release the pressure of high-level soul masters and use spiritual power to perceive the surrounding environment. This is a common phenomenon in Douluo continent. In this era there is not even a division of spiritual power level. Spiritual soul masters are rare. Even if there are, the development and use of spiritual power are extremely crude and cannot be compared with 10,000 years later. Lu Erlong could clearly sense the existence of the Kanghaibing in butterfly with her spiritual power, but she could not hurt it. She did not believe in evil and launched attacks one after another. Her power became stronger and stronger, but she still could not cause even the slightest damage to the illusory spiritual energy. This Kanghaibing in butterfly is so amazing. This spiritual energy state is almost immune to all damage. It is really terrible. Fortunately butterfly martial spirits are rare and this Kanghaibing in butterfly is even more. It is rare and lives in the sea most of the time. Otherwise, if this kind of soul beast is everywhere, what is there for us human soul masters? Lu Erlong's eyes were cold. Seeing that his attack did not work, he stopped and looked at the illusory transparent butterfly that could not be seen by the naked eye and was ready to attack again at any time. I don't believe that such a heaven-defying soul skill can be resisted by a small Kanghaibing in butterfly. If it were true, it would have been invincible in Douluo continent long ago. Sure enough, after only a few seconds the illusory and transparent spiritual energy butterfly changed from illusion to reality again. With a flap of its wings the endless water in the lake was attracted and it turned into ice and frost and spiritual power intertwined into a terrifying vortex again. The two forces of reality and illusion alternately strangled and swept towards Lu Erlong. "Humph, is this the only trick?" Lu Erlong snorted coldly and smashed the vortex with one claw again. The ice crystals in the vortex scattered and the lake water rolled back. The intertwined mental power still enveloped her but could not cause any harm to her. Even though Lu Erlong had never practiced mental power as a soul saint, even if it was only passively improved, her mental power should not be underestimated. It was not comparable to the mental attack of a mere 3,000-year soul beast. Seeing the dragon claw slap down at the critical moment, the Kanghaibing in butterfly once again turned from reality to illusion and disappeared from her sight, avoiding her attack, but this time it only lasted for 1 second before turning back into a physical butterfly. "It seems that this immortal body consumes a lot of energy and you can no longer use it." The ice heart butterfly screamed shrilly, and its ultimate move was no threat to Lu Erlong. It immediately pounced on me with its entire body, wanting to fight me in close combat. The net moment, with a bang its entire body was knocked to the ground fiercely and countless stars appeared in its eyes, and then it fainted. Soul beasts are soul beasts. They will not be able to gain spiritual wisdom within 10,000 years, otherwise they would not be so desperate to want to fight me in close combat. Lu Erlong chuckled and immediately lifted the butterfly's wings, dragged the ice heart butterfly out of the cave, threw it in front of Wang Shenmeng, clapped his hands and smiled. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." Wang Shenmeng looked at the giant butterfly that had fainted and his heart was burning. He had seen the battle between Lu Erlong and Kanghaibing in butterfly just now, and he was envious of the ability of this butterfly to transform into a virtual being and be immune to all attack. This is definitely a powerful life-saving skill, not inferior to Xiao Wu's invincible golden body and Bibi Dong's immortal body. The appearance of such a soul skill on Kanghaibing in butterfly is enough to show how powerful this soul beast is. It's a pity that they are too rare, and most of the few that exist live in the boundless ocean. They are very rare on the mainland, and even if there are any, they live in waters such as rivers and lakes. Wang Shenmeng was lucky to find a pair at once. Fortunately, the inheritance of the spirit hall is long enough. For thousands of years almost all soul beasts have been recorded, even Kanghaibing in butterfly. The ice heart butterfly is so rare that relevant information can be found in the spirit hall. Of course, these were all found by Yu Xiaogang. When he was in the spirit hall, he was like a rat falling into a rice jar. He copied down all the knowledge that he thought was useful to him, and the knowledge of soul beasts was the top priority. He did not miss any record, but now all of them are cheap to Wang Shenmeng. So when Wang Shenmeng accidentally saw the Kanghai ice heart butterfly this time, he recognized it immediately. Fortunately, this kind of soul beast often come in pairs, and there are very few single dogs. Otherwise, if one was killed by Davis's group, Wang Shenmeng would be in tears. Wang Shenmeng took out a giant sword more than 2 meters long and prepared to stab the Kanghai ice heart butterfly in the head. Lu Erlong subconsciously dissuaded, this soul beast is more than 3,000 years old. Do you really want to absorb its soul ring? Normally the limit of the third soul ring is only more than 1,700 years, but this has doubled. It is more than enough for a soul master to be promoted to a soul master. It is too dangerous for you to be promoted from a soul master to a great soul master. Sister Erlong, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I know what I am doing. You just need to protect me. How could Wang Shenmeng give up this powerful soul beast that he had found with great difficulty? 3,000 years is a certain risk for him, but it is still within the controllable range. He is a god-level martial soul owner. His qualities are better than other soul masters. After absorbing the origin of the Holy Dragon of Light, his body has become stronger and his mental power is comparable to that of a high-level soul master. These are the confidence for him to absorb more years. Alas, I knew I couldn't persuade you. This brother is too opinionated. Once he decides on something, it is difficult for others to change his mind. Lu Erlong also expressed helplessness and said solemnly, since you have made up your mind, do your best to absorb it. The senior and I will protect you and will never let anyone or beast disturb you. Okay, I'll leave it to you guys. Wang Shenmeng raised the giant sword and stabbed it into Kanghaibing Indi's eyes, thrusting the more than 2-meter long sword into the hilt and then twisted it hard. The unconscious Kanghaibing Indi twitched in pain, and after an incense stick she was completely silent and a circle of purple soul rings floated out of her head. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Tianhen Ziyu. Remarks on the listing. I didn't expect it to be listed suddenly and I just saw it. I was busy moving these days and didn't have time to check QQ messages. When it was updated in the evening, I found that I had entered the V. I opened QQ and saw that the editor had contacted me at noon and said that it was directly listed for me. I didn't even prepare the manuscript for the explosion. Thank you for your continued support. After the listing, I still shamelessly ask for subscriptions. If there are updates, at least 2 updates a day, and try to update 3 updates. Thank you everyone. Chapter 55 Eternal Soul Bone. Wang Wang Shenmeng immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. He pulled the soul ring over with his mind and put it on himself. Instantly a surge of power surged into his body, rushing through his limbs and bones like a burst of water pouring into a river, tearing through his bones, flesh and blood. Wang Shenmen's body made crackling sounds which were the crisp sounds of bones breaking under the impact of powerful force. His skin turned blood red and blood was faintly seeping out of his pores. The huge pain made his face twisted. If Wang Shenmeng had not absorbed the origin of the holy dragon of light, his body would have plotted and died directly from this impact. You must hold on. Lu Erlong was an eus, but he could not do anything, so he could only pray silently. Wang Shenmeng gritted his teeth and persisted. He felt severe pain in his body and his meridians were torn apart as if his whole body was swelling up and the huge power seemed to burst him. But at every critical moment Mendy's martial spirit would emit a powerful spiritual force which not only allowed him to maintain a clear mind and not faint under the pain, but also slowly guided and calmed the violent power bit by bit. At the same time, on his body, on the skin hidden under his clothes, a piece of fine illusory dragon scales emerged which further strengthened his body and suppressed the violent power in his body. Lu Erlong suddenly felt something, looked at Wang Shenmeng in confusion and felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. This was a breath that made her throbbing, just like when she and Flanders and Yu Xiaogang first comprehended the martial spirit fusion technique, which made her feel close to it involuntarily. In an instant, distant and familiar memories suddenly surged into her heart, making her feel lost. Her eyes looked through the boy in front of her as if she saw another person, and she stared at Wang Shenmeng blankly for a while. Ghost Douluo, who was hiding not far away, did not feel it obviously, but he had always been paying attention to Wang Shenmeng and his face was solemn at this time, ready to help at any time. Even if the absorption of the soul ring is interrupted halfway, it will cause irreparable damage, but it is better than plotting and dying. Ghost Douluo also advised Wang Shenmeng to think twice, but since Wang Shenmeng still insisted and showed strong confidence, Ghost Douluo would not forcibly obstruct him but would help him to overcome the difficulties as much as possible, at least to save his life. Wang Shenmeng gritted his teeth and persisted. Seeing that time was gradually passing, he did not implode and die, and the violent power on his body seemed to be slowly calming down. Ghost Douluo and Lu Erlong were relieved. As long as you can hold on to the initial wave of energy entering the body, the danger will be smaller later. It can actually absorb a soul ring of 3,600 years. This really subverts my cognition. Is the gap between the god-level martial soul and the top martial soul really so big? Ghost Douluo said in his heart, and was even more fortunate to receive this evil genius into the spirit hall. Otherwise, when he grows up, if he goes against the spirit hall, wouldn't it become a nightmare for countless people? Although Lu Erlong was also shocked by the strength of Wang Shenmen's body, he was more concerned about his safety. Seeing that he was safe, he was satisfied. Time passed and 4 hours passed unknowingly. Wang Shenmeng suddenly shook all over as if he had broken free from a shackle. He could even hear a clear click in his ears. Xian Gong directly broke through to the 3rd level, and his soul power also suddenly broke through the bottleneck of level 20. The soul power that had been accumulated in his body for a long time suddenly burst out like a gusher. Together with the huge soul power brought by the soul ring, it pushed his level to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he actually used an aura close to that of a soul master. This, how many levels has this risen? Lu Erlong was amazed. Is this the benefit of absorbing soul rings beyond the limit? But it was too aggravated. Even if the soul ring was 3,600 years old, it could increase the soul power by nearly 10 levels at a time. Lu Erlong even thought that he was hallucinating. She didn't know that Wang Shenmeng had already reached level 20 after absorbing Yu Xiaogang's martial soul essence half a year ago. If it weren't for the bottleneck, he could have been upgraded even more. It was just because of caution that he had not added soul rings to upgrade. In the past SI month, he has been practicing diligently. Although he can't upgrade due to the bottleneck, his soul power is still accumulated in his body. Now he is just releasing it all. In addition, the power of the soul ring that has been more than 3,000 years old, which was absorbed when he was promoted to level 40 soul master, and can increase 1 or 2 levels of super year soul rings. He is just a great soul master, and his soul power will only double. Combined with the two, it is normal to upgrade many levels at a time. Moreover, Wang Shenmen's situation is not just that. Just when Lu Erlong thought he had absorbed the soul ring and was completely safe, his face suddenly twisted again as if he was in great pain, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. What happened? Lu Erlong was shocked. She had never seen such a situation before. He had successfully absorbed the soul ring, so why was there still danger? She immediately shouted, "Senior, what happened to him?" The net moment a dark figure appeared in front of Wang Shenmeng, dressed in black with a cold presence and a gloomy temperament which made people feel cold. Lu Erlong was not surprised and said uneasily, "Senior, save him." Ghost Douluo stared at Wang Shenmeng with his eyes, and an inexplicable color flashed in his eyes. In his eyes that Lu Erlong could not see there were compel emotions such as envy, relief, desire and sighs. After a moment he returned to calm. Don't worry too much, this is his opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Ghost Douluo remained silent, sighed in his heart, looked at Wang Shenmeng and didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. Wang Shenmeng had already hugged his head tightly, panting in pain, his face twisted and hideous, his eyes occasionally showing colorful brilliance, and the rich spiritual power was released unscrupulously, making Lu Erlong feel slightly uncomfortable. After listening to Ghost Douluo's words, Lu Erlong felt relieved, although she didn't understand why. But at this moment, although the spiritual power in Wang Shenmen's eyes was at its peak, his body suddenly became illusory, gradually blurred, and finally became transparent and disappeared from sight, and his existence could only be sensed with spiritual power. This is the immortal body of Kang Haibing in Butterfly? Lu Erlong said in shock and joy. Could this be Xiao Meng's second soul skill? Did he really get the immortal soul skill? Ghost Douluo's eyes flashed and he said lightly, this is not a soul skill brought by the soul ring but a soul bone. What soul bone? Lu Erlong was surprised. Why didn't I see any soul bones falling? I didn't see him absorbing them. Ghost Douluo said this is an eternal soul bone which will be absorbed together with the soul ring and others can't see it. Eternal soul bone? Yes, and it is an extremely rare head eternal soul bone. Lu Erlong was even more surprised. This is the second treasure on the legendary Soul Master Dream list, second only to the 100,000-year soul ring, and the probability of dropping is less than 1 in 10,000. It is also a skull that is second only to the torso bone in terms of preciousness. It actually appeared in front of him. At this moment her heart jumped involuntarily, but the moment she quickly suppressed her instinctive desire, turned to look at Ghost Douluo, vigilantly moved her feet and blocked between Wang Shenmeng and Ghost Douluo. P.S. Thanks to the two book friends Hongmeng Taishu Daizun and Jian Dandan 2 for their reward. Chapter 56 Immortal Body. The eternal soul bone is too precious. It will not occupy the position of the SI soul bones, and it has more growth potential. Even the title Douluo will be tempted. With the bearing capacity and powerful soul power of the title Douluo, after they absorb it, as long as they absorb energy from the soul bone, they can quickly make the eternal soul bone grow to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. How exciting is this? Faced with such a treasure, even Lu Erlong instinctively gave birth to greed. How can we guarantee that this person will not snatch it? Ghost Douluo said pressionlessly, if I want to snatch it I would have taken action long ago. You can't stop me. Lu Erlong was unmoved and still looked at him vigilantly. Ghost Douluo sneered, although the eternal soul bone is extremely precious, I won't do anything to him. Wang Shenmen's talent is beyond your imagination. A piece of eternal soul bone is not worth destroying a peerless genius. Moreover, he is already a member of our Wuhan Hall. His Majesty the Pope attaches great importance to him and I like him very much. If it were half a year ago I would definitely snatch it, but now I won't do it. Lu Erlong was skeptical and still remained vigilant. Seeing Wang Shenmeng recover from the illusory and transparent mental state, he turned into an illusion again after a moment and then recovered again. After several times the pain on his face gradually eased and finally returned to calm. Great, he succeeded. Lu Erlong was excited and a big stone fell to the ground. At this time he believed Ghost Douluo's words a little more. Eternal soul bones are different from ordinary soul bone. Ordinary soul bones can be taken out even if they are well fused. Even the soul bones of title Douluo are no exception. Even if you don't take the head and torso bones by force and only take the limbs, you won't be hurt. It's just that every time you take a limb you will pay the price of breaking your hands and feet and your soul power falling by 10 levels. But the eternal soul bone can only be taken when it is not completely fused at the beginning. Once it is completely fused with the soul master, it can no longer be taken even if the soul master is killed. Therefore it is naturally better to take the eternal soul bone as early as possible. No one knows when the soul master will be able to perfectly fuse, especially a peerless genius like Wang Shenmeng, who may be able to perfectly fuse the eternal soul bone in a few days or even half a day. After all, this is only an eternal soul bone that is more than 3000 years old, and it is also a head spiritual soul bone. Wang Shenmeng has absorbed the soul ring of the same soul beast. With all these advantages, Wang Shenmen's powerful mental power will greatly speed up the absorption speed. No wonder his soul power has risen directly from level 20 to nearly level 30. It turns out that there is a bonus from the soul bone. Lu Erlong was both envious and happy. He was indeed his beloved younger brother. This talent and opportunity were really enviable. At this time Wang Shenmeng slowly opened his eyes, his heart filled with endless joy. I actually got a rare soul bone attached to the head, and my soul power, I feel that it is about to touch the bottleneck again. It seems that it won't be long before I have to attach another soul ring. He felt his own situation and was full of excitement. In another month it would be a new year. He was only 9 years old. Who else could be a 9-year-old soul master? Wang Shenmeng opened his eyes only after the surging power in his body was completely calmed down. At this time his mental power increased significantly again. The colorful light in his eyes became more intense and the dream power emanated invisibly, turning into a mysterious and terrifying mental power vortex. Suddenly a blue light flashed and the colorful light in Wang Shenmen's eyes seemed to turn into a pure ice blue crystal clear and fell into Lu Erlong's eyes, but he inexplicably felt a kind of cold and desolate sadness and his heart was actually a little sad. He unexpectedly remembered the sad scene when he and his mother depended on each other for life when he was a child, and finally his mother died of illness in front of him. This sad emotion came without any signs and there was no reason, as if the emotion came from nowhere, vaguely more deliberately forgotten, and once deeply hurt memories seemed to be surging again and the sadness in her heart became more intense. No, Lu Erlong was a soul saint after all, and she felt something was wrong in an instant. The soul power in her body started to work spontaneously and she woke up from the strange emotion in an instant. Then she saw Wang Shenmen's eyes turned red as if they contained a terrifying flame of anger. But this time Lu Erlong's impulse to lose her temper was immediately wiped out. This thought was just a flash and did not cause any impact, but even so she was still shocked. Your pupil technique is even more powerful. Now it has begun to be subtle enough to involve the power of the 7 emotions. Even I was accidentally affected. This pupil technique is so powerful. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly and his eyes returned to normal again. He was also very satisfied with the progress of his pupil technique. Using the power of the 7 emotions to trigger and amplify other people's inner emotions and desires is a great progress. Compared with the rough use of mental power to make other people's thinking crash, it is obviously more mysterious and difficult to resist and consumes less mental power. Well, this is a soul skill that I can comprehend only after my mental power is in hand. I couldn't do it so subtle before. I further comprehended it after absorbing the soul ring and soul bone of the Kanghaibing in butterfly. Wang Shenmeng replied with a smile. Thinking of his eternal soul bone, he was excited and scared. He listened to the words of Ghost Douluo. Although he didn't know how sincere he was lucky that he didn't attack him, otherwise his fate would be bad. In fact, he didn't know there was an eternal soul bone at the beginning. The absorption of the eternal soul bone was extremely strange. It entered the body together with the soul ring. When absorbing the soul ring, the soul master could not control it at all and could only passively accept it. However, although there are certain risks, the benefits are also unquestionable. He got the most precious ability of the Kanghaibing in butterfly, and from then on he had a life-saving trick. Soul skills like this are generally unreasonable, similar to Bibi Dong's immortal body and Xiao Wu's invincible golden body. Even on weak soul masters they can resist the attacks of Tidal Douluo. Before the soul skills disappear, Tidal Douluo can do nothing. It's just that weak soul masters have too low soul power and often have a short duration, but the higher the level the stronger the soul skills will be. The immortal body obtained by Wang Shenmeng is very similar to the second skill of the 9th soul skill of Bibi Dong's 100,000-year soul ring, the immortal body, which turns the body into energy and is immune to all physical and energy attack. It's just that Bibi Dong's immortal body has no attack power and Wang Shenmen's immortal body cannot be immune to mental attacks, but if his mental power is strong enough he can use mental soul skills to attack others in the immortal body state. Nowadays there are very few spiritual soul masters in Douluo continent, and the few that exist are not a threat to Wang Shenmeng, so this soul skill is a well-deserved divine skill. Wang Shenmeng imagined that when his mental power became stronger and stronger, this soul skill would not only last longer but also be able to launch mental attacks at the same time. Others could not hit him and he could attack others at will. It was very refreshing to think about it. He couldn't help thinking that there were still many places where the potential of mental power could be explored. He was born with strong mental power, so he naturally had to take advantage of this advantage. The powerful mental soul skills were not inferior to the soul ring skills at all, and even stronger. So far the mental soul skills created by Wang Shenmeng were only the mental tide and the infinite magic pupil. The former was an attack and defense and its power was not weak. The latter was even more powerful. It was the strongest soul skill he had, more powerful than the moth sky evil fire. He decided to spend more time studying mental soul skills in addition to practicing in the future. Isn't this more meaningful than studying hidden weapons? As long as the mental power is strong enough, even forming a mental field, then he is the nemesis of hidden weapons. What hidden weapons can hurt him? The so-called supreme hidden weapons are almost like toys in front of him, right? Wang Shenmeng stood up. His height had increased again, almost completely shedding his childishness, and his appearance became more extraordinary, making people unforgettable at first sight. His body was also further improved with a well-proportioned and slender figure but he did not look weak and his every move was full of harmonious and perfect temperament. Wang Shenmeng looked at the sweat and blood on his body, feeling very uncomfortable, and immediately jumped into the water to wash. This time he felt very different and he had a certain affinity with the water flow, feeling like a fish in water. This is one of the benefits of the second soul skill. From then on he also has the ability to control water. When he uses the second soul skill in the water, the power will be even stronger. When he changed his clothes and came out of the water, Ghost Douluo hid in the dark again. Only Lu Erlong, who was full of red, stood with his back on him. When he saw him come out, he turned his head. Tell me, besides the eternal soul bone, what soul rings and soul skills did you get? Chapter 57. The third soul ring. You have seen my soul rings and soul skills. The ice heart butterfly of the sea used them when it attacked you. Is it the ice heart whirlpool? Yes. Wang Shenmeng smiled and nodded. The ice heart butterfly of the sea is a dual attribute soul beast with both water and spiritual attributes, and it also tends to the field of ice and snow, so it is called the ice heart butterfly of the sea. The ice heart sea whirlpool is its signature soul skill, and the immortal body is a natural ability. Lu Erlong was happy for him again. That soul skill is very powerful, containing the double whirlpool strangling attack of spirit and ice and snow. Even I felt a chill from it. If the ice heart butterfly of the sea has a strength of more than 10,000 years, I will have to spend a lot of time to kill it. Hands and feet. Not bad. Wang Shenmeng smiled and nodded, very satisfied with this soul skill. The power of the dual attack of spirit and ice water is not bad. The 3000-year-old Kang Haibing in Butterfly has only encountered Lu Erlong, a strong soul saint. If it were a soul king, it might not be able to take it. Alas, you have obtained the soul ring as you wished, so are we leaving? Lu Erlong felt a little bad when she thought of the upcoming separation. All good things must come to an end. After leaving the Xingda Great Forest, she would go back to Lanba Academy and he would go to Wuhan City. Wang Shenmeng said, if my sister is busy, leave first. I won't leave for the time being. Lu Erlong asked curiously, what else do you want? Wang Shenmeng said, I feel that my soul power will soon reach level 30, so I might as well practice here for a few days and attach the third soul ring so as not to go out and come back soon. You are going to absorb 2 soul rings in succession. I really don't know what to say to you. Lu Erlong was already numb with shock. This brother really gave her surprises all the time. How old is he? And he is about to be promoted to Soul Master. If it gets out, I am afraid that the whole continent will be shocked and unbelievable. Then I won't leave either. When your third soul ring is attached, we will go out together. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand and said generously, well, I will hire you again. No need to discount this time. We are not short of money now. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes happily. Sister is not short of money anymore. I don't want a penny this time. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said nothing more. He found a place by the water and began to fuse the soul bone. The biggest reason why he didn't leave was to completely fuse the eternal soul bone as soon as possible. He felt that as long as he continued to nourish it with his mental power, it would take only a few days to completely absorb it. At that time he would no longer have to worry about others coveting it. Therefore he didn't want to waste time going in and out. He just wanted to race against time, so he kept mobilizing his mental power to nourish the soul bone. The eternal soul bone was fused. The bone that fits is the sphenoid bone among the 23 skull bones of the human head. This bone is shaped like a butterfly, located between the frontal bone and ethmoid bone in front and the temporal bone and occipital bone in the back, tending horizontally at the base of the skull. It is a very important part of the skull and can be regarded as the center connecting many skull bones. It also perfectly matches the eternal soul bone of Kang Haibing in Butterfly. Under Wang Shenmen's continuous nourishment and absorption day and night, in less than 2 days this soul bone and the sphenoid bone of the head were perfectly integrated, and the whole person from spirit to body was completely restored. It has been greatly enhanced, especially the mental power, which is comparable to the level of Soul King. More importantly, the immortal soul skill carried in the soul bone is completely controlled by him from now on, and others can no longer deprive it, and it will become more and more powerful as the soul bone grows. Wang Shenmen's soul power and mental power at this time can only make the immortal body last for a minimum of 10 seconds, and then the soul power will be exhausted, but as long as there is soul power, this soul skill can be used. This is tantamount to having many more life-saving talismans at the critical moment. Until the eternal soul bone is perfectly integrated, Wang Shenmeng completely relaxes and cultivates soul power with peace of mind. At this time Xian Gong has broken through the third level, coupled with the dream-eating supernatural power and the residual power after absorbing the soul ring soul bone in less than half a month. Wang Shenmen's soul power has broken through from level 29.5 to level 30 and encountered a bottleneck again. Wang Shenmeng feels that if he continues to practice, his soul power can no longer increase, so he said to Lu Erlong, I am already level 30, Finally it's time to attach the third soul ring. Butterfly soul beasts are rare and high quality ones are even rarer. I hope to find a powerful butterfly soul beast this time. Lu Erlong said expectantly and asked, do you have a specific goal? Wang Shenmeng said, butterfly martial spirits are rare and I am not familiar with the Xingde Great Forest. Where can I get a target? Just look for it slowly and you will always find a suitable one. Okay, then how many years will it take to find it? More than 10,000 years, less than 15,000 years. I should be able to bear it. Lu Erlong opened his mouth and wanted to say that 10,000 years is close to the absorption period of the Soul King, but thinking that he has been absorbing beyond the age limit and dared to absorb more than 3,000 years of soul rings at level 20, and now he has a soul bone. His physical fitness has been enhanced again, and absorbing for 10,000 years does not seem to be difficult to accept. So he swallowed the word he wanted to persuade and changed his mouth. Soul beasts of 10,000 years are already considered to be more powerful among soul beasts. It is difficult to find them at the outermost edge of the forest. You have to go to the area close to the center to find them. Wang Shenmeng didn't care. Then let's go to the area near the center. As long as we don't attract 100,000-year soul beast, I think we can handle it. Even if our luck is extremely bad, if we really encounter 100,000-year soul beast, it shouldn't be a problem to run away. Well, that's true. Lu Erlong's eyes flashed and she thought of the strong man in the spirit hall who was dressed in a black robe and had a gloomy temperament. Combined with the information she knew, she came up with a shocking guess. That person is likely to be the famous ghost Douluo of the spirit hall. Although she was a little bit unbelievable in her heart, her reason told her that her guess was very likely to be true, because she always regarded Pope Bibidong as a love rival. Lu Erlong had learned about the spirit hall. The two generals Hung and Ha beside Bibidong were famous throughout the Douluo continent. This surprised her. This was a living titled Douluo, a legend walking on the road. One person could fight against 100,000 soldiers. It was hard not to be nervous when he appeared in front of her so openly. That woman really values Xiao Meng, and she actually sent a titled Douluo to protect him. No wonder he refused to go to Blue Tyrant Academy with me. With this crown prince protecting him, what does Prince Xueying matter? That woman values him so much, and there is really no place more suitable for him than the spirit hall. Lu Erlong sighed secretly. Xiao Gang said that there are more than 3 titled Douluos in the spirit hall, which is more powerful than the outside world knows. But even if there are more than 3 titled Douluos, it is unimaginable to send a titled Douluo to protect him. At least I have never heard of such a thing even in the forces like the upper 3 sect. However, thinking of the incredible talent displayed by Wang Shenmeng, she felt that it seemed understandable. If such a genius appeared in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family, Yu Zhen might also protect him secretly. Chapter 58 Big Yellow Butterfly Mother. Wang Shenmeng and the other two searched everywhere in the Stardo Great Forest, but butterfly spirits are indeed rare. If you find some occasionally, they are either too young or too poor in quality, so Wang Shenmeng doesn't like them. The first and second spirit rings are all absorbed by powerful spirit beasts. Wang Shenmeng's appetite has been spoiled and ordinary butterfly spirit beasts are no longer in his eyes. Fortunately, Wang Shenmeng is not in a hurry, and Ghost Douluo is even less an ease. Although he hopes to rush to the spirit hall to meet the Pope before the end of the year, absorbing spirit rings is a serious matter. Even if he is late for a while, His Majesty the Pope will support him. Lu Erlong is a little uneasy, seeing that the end of the year is approaching. Lan Ba Academy is about to have a holiday. There are a lot of trivial matters waiting for her to deal with, and even many teachers are waiting to receive their salaries for the new year. After more than 10 days of fruitless work, Lu Erlong frowned and suppressed her irritability. If she can't find it again, she can only leave early. Before they knew it, they came to a forest. What they saw was a vast maple forest. In the cold winter, the leaves were sparse and a thick layer of yellow fallen leaves fell on the ground with a smell of rotting leaves. Be careful, there are too many rotten leaves on the ground. There might be miasma or even some soul bees hidden. Lu Erlong was alert. She had been in and out of the Xingde Great Forest many times and had rich experience. She explained some experience to Wang Shenmeng anytime and anywhere, and she had noticed the danger in advance many times. This is the importance of a strong person escorting when killing soul beasts. Dangers are everywhere in the soul beast forest. There are many strange soul beasts beyond people's imagination. Even if they are powerful, they may not be safe. If a rookie acts alone, the failure rate is almost 100%. Wang Shenmeng dared to go to the soul hunting forest alone last time because high-level soul beasts could not be raised in captivity. Most of the soul beasts raised in captivity were only 10 or 100 years old, and those that were 1,000 years old were rare. With the keen perception of his dream butterfly martial spirit and the ability to fly, there were few things in the soul hunting forest that posed a fatal threat to him. If it were the Stardo Great Forest with his his level 10 soul power at that time he would not dare to enter alone even if it was the periphery. Although Wang Shenmen's strength is no longer what it used to be, he is still very careful when approaching the habitat of 10,000-year soul beast. Hearing Lu Erlong's words, he immediately retreated behind Lu Erlong, and the infinite demon eye was fully activated, searching for abnormalities around him. Wait, what is this? This sight immediately surprised him. In the woods ahead, among the withered branches and fallen leaves on the ground, there were actually clusters of seemingly dead leaves. Those dead leaves looked no different from other fallen leaves to the naked eye, but under the powerful vision of Wang Shenmen's infinite demon eye they could be seen as shapes that seemed to be true but were not, and were covered by a group of illusory and hazy spiritual powers. These spiritual powers concealed the appearance of the dead leaves themselves, making them extremely hidden, as if they were integrated with the endless fallen leaves, and at the same time they affected his senses invisibly, making him subconsciously ignore them and even regard them as dead branches and fallen leaves. What did you find? Lu Erlong asked hurriedly when she saw that Wang Shenmeng looked different and at the same time became more alert. She knew that although she was much stronger than Wang Shenmeng in terms of the total amount of spiritual power, Wang Shenmeng was better than her in terms of the use of spiritual power, and with the bonus of pupil skills his vision was far inferior to hers. There is indeed a group of soul beasts hiding here. Wang Shenmeng showed a happy expression. After searching everywhere for a long time, we finally found it without any effort. The soul beast we have been looking for is hidden in this deep forest. Lu Erlong's face changed slightly and his eyes searched around in the 5 maple forest, but he didn't see anything unusual. He immediately used his mental power to carefully explore and vaguely realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, there is a spirit beast emanating. You said there is a butterfly spirit beast hidden in here? What kind of butterfly is it that can hide from my eyes? The dead branches and fallen leaves hide the dead leaf butterfly. Lu Erlong suddenly realized it's no wonder that the dead leaf butterfly is so good at camouflage. Well, there is a word yet in the name. This is a wood-attributed spirit beast. It's normal that I can't find it in the wood. Well, although the dead leaf butterfly has a word yet in its name, as the saying goes, leaves fall into mud, the dead leaf butterfly is actually an earth-attributed spirit beast. So it's an earth-attributed spirit beast. It seems that I remembered it wrong. Alas, it's been too long and I've forgotten it a little. Lu Erlong knocked his head and said a little embarrassedly. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, not only that most of the butterfly-type spirit beasts are born with spiritual attribute, even the low-level spirit beast 7-colored illusion heart butterfly has weak illusion ability. The leaf butterfly is much stronger than the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly. It is the best at hiding and camouflaging. It blends in with the dead branches and leaves and uses mental illusion to hide itself. It is almost indistinguishable from the dead leaf. It is normal that you can't find it. While Wang Shenmeng was speaking, divine light flashed in his eyes and the powerful soul skill spirit tide was activated instantly. The surging mental power almost turned into substance like a raging tide rolling towards the forest ahead. Suddenly it seemed as if an invisible tornado was blowing in the void, and the invisible and intangible mental power swept through. The twisted and changing mental power was washed away by the raging tide, and it was immediately agitated. The hidden state that was integrated with the dead branches and leaves was broken, and it appeared in one breath. It is really a dead leaf butterfly. The ability to hide almost fooled me. Lu Erlong's eyes turned cold and dozens of gray-yellow butterflies suddenly appeared in front of her. However, from the shape they were very similar to dead leaves, but their size suddenly became many times larger. The smallest one was several meters long and the largest one was nearly 10 meters long. This butterfly was very different from the Canghai Bingin butterfly she had seen before. Its whole body was very thick and its surface was covered with a layer of gray-yellow stone-like shell which looked extremely strong and powerful. At the same time, it naturally used a strong spiritual fluctuation which affected the senses of the people who were watching it all the time, making people subconsciously ignore or even ignore them. At this time the dead leaf butterflies were already enraged. Led by the nearly 10-meter-long butterfly in the lead, they made a sharp hissing sound and rushed towards Wang Shenmeng fiercely. Is this dead leaf butterfly the third soul ring you want? There is one that is nearly 10,000 years old. Do you want me to take it down? Lu Erlong transformed into a fire dragon, and when his dragon claws were waving, many dead leaf butterflies were slapped away. Apart from their powerful hiding ability, they were no match in terms of strength. Wang Shenmeng shook his head. Although the dead leaf butterflies are good, they are not my target. There must be more than a few dozen thousand-year-old dead leaf butterflies in such a large maple forest. I guess there should be a higher level bloodline soul beast of the dead leaf butterflies, the yellow butterfly mother. Yellow butterfly mother? Lu Erlong had vaguely heard of this name but couldn't remember any information about this soul beast for a while. It is said that it is possible for 100,000 dead leaf butterflies to produce an evolved yellow butterfly mother. This butterfly mother has 18th light ever-changing, invisible and hidden, and also has powerful attack and defense power. It is the king and alien among butterfly soul beasts. This is the soul beast I want. Chapter 59 Absorption. The great yellow butterfly mother is good at hiding. If it is more than 10,000 years old, it will hide itself. Even the soul sage will find it difficult to detect, but it should not be hidden from the titled Douluo. Wang Shenmeng watched Lu Erlong fighting against the group of dead leaf butterflies. Although it was like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, the more it was like this, the more threatened the great yellow butterfly mother felt, the less likely she would show up. He immediately sent a voice message, Ghost Elder, if there is a great yellow butterfly mother, it must be hiding in this forest. I have to trouble you this time. It's not a big deal, just a piece of cake. Ghost Douluo said lightly, and then his mental power spread everywhere, covering a radius of several thousand meters like a huge detector searching everywhere in the 5 maple forest. Wang Shenmeng sensed the mental power fluctuations in the void, and his heart was awed. Although his mental power far exceeded that of the same level soul master, compared with this super Douluo, it was still like the gap between a river and the sea. Although Ghost Douluo had not practiced any mental soul skills and did not understand the exquisite use of mental power, but based on this quality and quantity, his mental soul skills would definitely not cause any harm to him and would even cause backlash. At this moment Wang Shenmeng clearly felt that only from the mental power being terrified by the titled Douluo, the gap between the life level and the rest of the people has been widened, forming a qualitative change. Not only has the lifespan increased several times, at least 300 years, but the spiritual power has also been sublimated. As a soul saint, Lu Erlong's martial soul is still a top-level fire dragon, and the range of his spiritual power is only 100 meters, which is completely incomparable to Ghost Douluo, not to mention Wang Shenmeng. At this time, bang bang bang, dozens of dead leaf butterflies were knocked to the ground under Lu Erlong's violent attack. Most of them struggled to escape directly, and the more seriously injured ones fluttered on the ground, and a few were directly killed. Lu Erlong clapped his hands and said eagerly, "All Sol, Net, shall we go to the woods to look for it?" Wang Shenmeng shook his head. "No, I have asked the senior to catch it. Let's just wait quietly." Lu Erlong said disappointedly, "Well, it seems that I can't be used." Wang Shenmeng said, "The yellow butterfly mother is very good at hiding. Without the help of a titled Douluo, it is difficult for us to find it. It would be dangerous if we rush into the woods rashly." Lu Erlong was shocked. It was indeed the legendary Ghost Douluo. She had never guessed it. She said helplessly, "It can only be like this. However, there are dangers in the forest and outside. This is the Stardo Great Forest. There is no safe place. Since the elder has entered the forest, you should be careful and stand Net to me. I will protect you." Wang Shenmeng nodded. His perception was also strong. He could not hide any movement within a few miles. But these were all obvious changes in the environment. If it was a master of disguise like the yellow butterfly mother, his perception would be difficult to detect. He might not even be able to detect it. Therefore Wang Shenmeng stood behind Lu Erlong and activated the infinite demon eye to the fullest, always alert to the abnormalities around him. He was confident that even if the yellow butterfly mother sneaked over, it would be impossible for her to not be discovered when she was right in front of him. Time passed by minute by minute. More than 2 hours later, after a while, a huge golden creature flashed from a distance and landed in front of Wang Shenmeng with a bang. Wang Shenmeng was not surprised but happy. Sure enough, there is a big yellow butterfly mother. Ghost Douluo appeared from the void and nodded. Indeed there is. This soul beast hid in the underground cave and almost fooled me. When I caught it, it was very good at changing its disguise. It was so slippery that I chased it for more than an hour and almost left the Wufeng forest before I knocked it out. Thank you, Elder Ghost. If you hadn't helped, we might not have caught it. Wang Shenmeng circled around the huge cocky butterfly for a few times. The big yellow butterfly mother looked a bit similar to the dead leaf butterfly, but it was golden all over and lay on the ground. It seemed to be indistinguishable from the earth, as if it was a part of the earth. Its thick limbs were covered with golden armor like leaves, full of noble aura and invisible spiritual power fluctuations which made people subconsciously ignore it. If Wang Shenmen's spiritual power was not strong, he might not have noticed this thing lying in front of him. Lu Erlong looked at it with interest for a while and exclaimed, "Is this the mother of the big yellow butterfly? It is much stronger than the dead leaf butterfly at first glance. It is worthy of being a superior soul beast after the bloodline transformation." Wang Shenmeng laughed and said, "It is possible to transform one from 100,000 dead leaf butterflies, and it must be at least the king of the dead leaf butterfly of 10,000 years old. This kind of soul beast has absolutely powerful bloodline. Although it is not very old, the soul saint may not be able to do anything to it." Lu Erlong was surprised and said, "So powerful? How old is it?" Wang Shenmeng said, "It looks like it is about 11,000 years old. Generally speaking, its strength is almost the same as that of a soul king, but some soul beasts cannot be judged by age. age. It is possible for a soul beast of 50,000 or 60,000 years old to compete with a soul beast of 100,000 years old. This is unbelievable. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said nothing more. The strength of soul beasts is judged based on age. It is common sense that the higher the age, the stronger the strength. It is normal for Lu Erlong not to believe it. However, the bloodline of soul beasts also has a significant impact on their strength. For example, the 60,000-year-old soul beast Dark Demon Evil God Tiger has a strong bloodline which is inferior to even the 100,000-year-old soul beast Titan Giant Ape. It takes the combined efforts of the two brothers Deming and Ming to suppress it, and the likes of the Softbone Charm Rabbit and the Blue Silver Emperor are soul beasts with low bloodline. Even if they are 100,000-year-old soul beasts, their strength is just so and they are far inferior to the overlords of the Star Do Great Forest Deming and Ming. 11,000 years is still within my tolerance range. Please ask Elder Ghost and Sister Erlong to protect me, Wang Shenmeng said with a serious face. This age coupled with the strong bloodline of the soul beast itself has already brought certain risk. Wang Shenmeng must focus on it and go all out. As for giving up, that's impossible. It's not easy to find a soul beast that is suitable for you and has a high bloodline age. If you don't even have the courage to take this risk, what kind of soul master is it? The world of soul masters is very cruel and Douluo continent is not a civilized society. What can be done without risk? Compared with the harvest, this risk is not worth mentioning at all. Don't worry, we are here to ensure that nothing will disturb you. Lu Erlong nodded seriously. She knew that she couldn't persuade Wang Shenmeng and all she could do was to eliminate all interference for him as much as possible. Wang Shenmeng stabbed the big yellow butterfly mother's eyes with a sword again. The big yellow butterfly mother woke up in pain, but unfortunately she was suppressed by Ghost Douluo and could only struggle and twitch on the ground and scream. Just when the big yellow butterfly mother was dying, Wang Shenmen's eyes suddenly flashed with colorful brilliance. When he looked into its eyes, the big yellow butterfly mother fell into a moment of stagnation and then completely lost her breath and a dark soul ring floated out of her body. Wang Shenmeng was learning from Tang San's method in the original work. Before the big yellow butterfly mother died, her consciousness was chaotic, and when she died the overwhelming resentment would also dissipate so that the soul vibration would be much weaker when absorbing the soul ring. When absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, there is soul vibration which is aimed at mental power and is often more dangerous than energy explosion. Wang Shenmeng sat cross-legged on the ground pulling the soul ring on his body, and suddenly a terrifying energy surged into his body. This power was full of a vast and heavy feeling, and it was so majestic that it instantly shattered his meridian. The whole body was in unimaginable pain and the sound of cracking bones was endless. Layers of blood and sweat oozed out of his body. The lifespan of the titled Douluo is set in Do Yi. The original master said that it is no problem to extend the lifespan by 20 years. Tang Xiao said that it is at least 200 years old, and Tang San and Ma Hongjun, who became god, said that it is no problem to live 200 years old. Bo Sai said that the titled Douluo can live 300 years old and the lifespan will be extended by 100 years for each level. The 99th level titled Douluo can live more than 1000 years. It took the previous generation of the sea god 1,000 years to unify the faith of the sea and become a god. Therefore this book adopt the setting mentioned by Bo Sai. Chapter 60 Wuhan City. The pain that exceeded his physical endurance almost made Wang Shenmeng faint, but whenever he couldn't bear it, the soul bone attached to his head would emit powerful spiritual energy as cold as ice and snow, which kept him awake and clear-headed and tried to mobilize his soul power and mental power to absorb the violent energy of the soul ring. Ghost Douluo and Lu Erlong watched silently, and while they couldn't bear it, they couldn't help but admire him. From Wang Shenmen's embarrassed appearance you can know how painful he is at this time. They have never absorbed soul rings beyond their level, but even if they absorb them normally they will still suffer the pain of transforming their bodies. What's more, absorbing for so many years will definitely be several times more painful than they used to be. With such a strong talent he is still extremely for diligence and hard work. It would be unfair if such a person does not become a strong man. At this moment in their eyes Wang Shenmeng already has the qualities to become a strong man. What he lacks is only time. The two people have different moods. Ghost Douluo is relieved and expectant while Lu Erlong is more complicated. On the one hand he is happy for Wang Shenmeng, and on the other hand he is also mourning for the major forces that are not on good terms with the Spirit Hall. After an unknown period of time Wang Shenmeng suddenly shook all over and his mental power was in a frenzy, as if a huge rock was thrown into the calm water and 2 lines of blood flowed from his eyes. But the violent energy in his body was slowly dissipating and his e-pression gradually relaxed. This is soul vibration. It seems that it has been absorbed successfully. The two breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. After another half an hour, Wang Shenmen's breath had completely stabilized. His body, which was severely damaged by the impact of the soul ring energy, also recovered after the body transformation was completed and became stronger. Wang Shenmeng opened his eyes and felt the relief of breaking through the bottleneck again. Both his spirit and body seemed to be reborn. The whole person was becoming more and more perfect, exuding a fascinating charm from the inside out. Lu Erlong's eyes were bright. After looking at him for a long time, he said with some sourness, "It's hard to believe that there is such a man in the world. He is more handsome than us women. What's rare is that he is not weak at all. I don't know how many girls he will charm in the future." Wang Shenmeng smiled. "Then I wonder if I can charm Sister Erlong. Are you asking for a beating? You even dare to tease me, your sister?" Lu Erlong glared at Wang Shenmeng, her cheeks slightly flushed. Looking at this handsome boy who had grown a lot taller, she felt a little flustered for no reason. She quickly changed the subject. "How is it? What soul skills did you get?" Wang Shenmeng smiled mysteriously and his martial spirit possessed him. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rotated under his feet. Before Lu Erlong could be surprised by the color change of the first soul ring, the third black soul ring suddenly lit up. In an instant, Wang Shenmen's body seemed to be coated with a layer of gold and a stronger breath emanated from him. The net moment the breath suddenly weakened and then he disappeared. Lu Erlong was shocked and hurriedly looked around but could not find any trace at all. Using mental power to perceive, he still could not find his figure. Suddenly he felt something unusual behind him. Just as he turned around, he saw a golden fist hit him in front of him. Bang! Lu Erlong hit Wang Shenmeng with a casual blow and his wrist was numb. He was very surprised. Although it was just a casual blow, it was definitely not something that a small soul master could shake. His wrist was numb, which showed that Wang Shenmen's power could be comparable to that of a soul king. This is a power of more than 20 levels, which is incredible. She has never seen a genius who fights more than 10 levels, let alone a monster of more than 20 levels. Lu Erlong was silent. The spirit hall got such a terrifying genius. It was bad news for other forces. When he grows up, who can resist him if he clashes with the spirit hall one day? If Wang Shenmeng knew Lu Erlong's thoughts, he would definitely disagree. Even if there was no Wang Shenmeng, which force could resist the spirit hall? It can be said that people all over the continent underestimated the spirit hall. Most people thought that the spirit hall had only a single-digit number of titled Douluo. If they knew that the spirit hall had more than 20 titled Douluo and no less than 10 super Douluo, they would probably have been scared to death. As for Lu Erlong's amazing ability to fight at a level 20 higher than his opponent, it was indeed very evil but also very normal. In the original novel, when Tang San was a soul master, he could fight at a level 10 higher than his opponent, and he fought against soul masters with good talent. Wang Shenmen's martial soul and soul rings were far superior to Tang San's, and it would be outrageous if he could not fight at a level 20 higher than his opponent. Wang Shenmeng was blown away by Lu Erlong's attack, but he was not injured. He fell from the void, and with a thought his first 2 soul rings turned yellow again with no abnormality at all. This ability to change and disguise is really terrible. It can even deceive Soul Saint. If the soul power is raised to Soul Saint, wouldn't it be difficult for titled Douluo to detect it? Ghost Douluo looked calm, but there was an uproar in his heart. The soul ring of the great yellow butterfly mother was on Wang Shenmeng. Under the blessing of his god-level martial soul and powerful mental power, the ability to hide and change was even faintly better than the great yellow butterfly mother itself. It can be imagined that as Wang Shenmen's strength increases, this soul skill will become more and more terrible. Ghost Douluo asked curiously, "Is this your soul skill? Disguise change, and it seems to have amplification?" Wang Shenmeng nodded. "I named this soul skill the Great Yellow God Butterfly Transformation. It has the dual abilities of Earth Attribute and Spiritual Attribute. The Earth Attribute ability increases strength, defense and speed by 300%, and the spiritual ability is invisibility, breath retention, change and disguise." Ghost Douluo's face, which had not changed for thousands of years, finally moved. "Terrible soul skill, worthy of being a 1000-year soul skill with a strong bloodline." Lu Erlong looked at Wang Shenmeng deeply with a complicated look. "We should go," Ghost Douluo said lightly. "Your Holiness, the Pope has waited long enough." Wang Shenmeng nodded. "I have nothing else to do, so let's go." Lu Erlong was silent for a while, looking unhappy. The net day the 3 of them left the Xingda Great Forest. "When you go to the Spirit Hall, you must take good care of yourself and don't let others bully you. If you are not doing well, come to me. Don't be afraid of Prince Xueying. I have a way to protect you." Lu Erlong hugged Wang Shenmeng and gently told her that her love for him was beyond words. "Sister, protect me heavy." Wang Shenmeng looked at her deeply and naturally knew the method she was talking about, which was nothing more than asking her father Yu Luomian for help. The relationship between the father and daughter was not good, but she was willing to ask her father for her sake. It can only be said that the beauty was very kind. Wang Shenmeng sighed, but he knew in his heart that he would never seek the protection protection of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Even if he really couldn't make it in the Spirit Hall one day, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would not be able to protect him, because at that time the enemies to be faced would probably also include the Spirit Palace. If he really went, the most likely thing would be that he would be handed over to settle the matter. Therefore, when that day really came, he would rather go out to sea to hide in the Sea God Island than beg the so-called true dragon family in a humble manner, which would be useless and inevitably humiliated. Of course he would not say these words to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong repeatedly told Wang Shenmeng to visit her when he was free, and then hugged Wang Shenmeng before leaving reluctantly. Wang Shenmeng, led by Ghost Douluo, set off for Wuhan City. Chapter 61 Teacher. Wuhan City gave Wang Shenmeng a feeling of emptiness, with few pedestrians on the streets and few shops. Although it was his first time to come to Wuhan City, Yu Xiaogong's memory of Wuhan City was very clear. Now after 20 years there has not been much change. This city is built around a hill. The area is not large, but the city wall is 80 meters high and more than 30 meters thick. It is completely built of granite and look extremely majestic. It is not a quadrilateral like an ordinary city, but a hyagon. On each of the SI walls there is a huge relief, namely a crown, a ghost, a chrysanthemum, a hammer, a pagoda, and a sword, which are exactly the same as those on the Wuhan Hall token, symbolizing SI powerful spirit. All the patrolling people on the city wall are spirit masters wearing the special clothing of the Spirit Hall. All the people coming and going in the city are spirit masters, not a single ordinary person. The Pope's Palace is located on the hillside in the center of the city. It is a completely pillared structure with a tall dome. The facade of the building is covered with golden material which shines brightly under the sunlight. The palace on the top of the mountain, which is similar to the Pope's Palace, is only 1/3 the size of the Pope's Palace. It is white as jade on the outside and not as eye-catching as the Pope's Palace. It is the Douluo Palace, where the tombs of all the titled Douluos are located. When Wang Shenmeng and Ghost Douluo arrived at the foot of the mountain, a cardinal came to greet them and bowed and said, "Douglas meets the Ghost Elder." Ghost Douluo nodded lightly. Douglas said, "His Holiness the Pope is waiting for you two in the Pope's Palace. Please follow me. Lead the way." "Yes." Douglas stood up. His eyes stayed on Wang Shenmeng for a moment, smiled kindly, and then walked in front to lead the way. On the way to the Pope's Palace he met many patrolling paladins, and when he saw the black mist like Ghost Douluo, they all bowed and saluted. Outside the Pope's Palace, Douglas did not follow in. Ghost Douluo led Wang Shenmeng through a long and deep corridor and entered a tall and magnificent empty hall. There were no idle people in the hall. On the throne high above sat a noble woman in gorgeous clothes, looking down at the two figures, one big and one small, who walked in slowly. "Is this the good boy?" "No, he is no longer a child. He looks like a teenager." Bibi Dong's eyes fell on Wang Shenmeng for the first time with a flash of surprise in her eyes. She felt sincere admiration for his character and style and was very satisfied with the first impression. "That's it, my feeling is even stronger. This child is very important to me. Perhaps he is the key to my escape from nightmares. I must not let him get out of my control." Bibi Dong's eyes were deep. The moment she saw Wang Shenmeng, she confirmed that her intuition was correct. It was worth her attention to him, and she would bring him to her at all costs. She was in a rare good mood. She raised a charming smile at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes softened as if she was afraid that Her Majesty would scare him. Wang Shenmeng walked into the empty hall. He knew that he should not look directly at the Pope, but his curiosity was too strong, so he couldn't help but raise his head slightly and quickly looked at the Pope. After just one look, his eyes immediately flashed with surprise. So beautiful! Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but admire in his heart. This was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The most beautiful woman she had ever seen, wearing a luxurious black robe inlaid with gold patterns, a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and holding a scepter about 2 meters long inlaid with countless gems, made her look extremely noble and sacred. Her skin was white and flawless, and her facial features were beautiful and soft. Time had not left any traces on her face, but only added some mature charm. Noble, elegant and tranquil, all kinds of beautiful words seemed to be able to be used on her, but they seemed to be insufficient to describe her beauty. Wang Shenmeng lowered his head after taking a look and did not keep staring at her. This woman was beautiful, but she was a thorny flower, and it was not something he could pick for the time being. "Little guy is interesting." Bibi Dong smiled. Wang Shenmen's little movements were naturally not hidden from her. She could even see the surprise and admiration in his eyes. She did not feel disgusted because his eyes were clear and bright without any dirty or lewd feeling. Bibi Dong was first a woman with a stunning face and then a noble and unparalleled female Pope. Unfortunately, her unparalleled beauty was covered by the majesty of the Pope. None of the subordinates in the Spirit Hall dared to look at her with the eyes of admiring a woman. This certainly reflects her supreme majesty, but it is too monotonous and boring. After many years in the eyes of a little guy, she saw the eyes of appreciating beauty, which made her very curious. The subordinate Gaime greets His Holiness the Pope. Wang Shenmeng greets His Holiness the Pope. Well, no need to be polite. Bibi Dong's soft voice came and the familiar Gaimei raised her eyebrows slightly. It seems that His Holiness the Pope is in a good mood. Is it because of seeing this child? Bibi Dong's soft voice came again. Are you Wang Shenmeng? Your Holiness, I am Wang Shenmeng. You are very good. Show me your martial spirit. Yes. The net moment Wang Shenmeng's martial spirit possessed him and 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, lit up under his feet and his whole body issued strange power fluctuations. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. She concentrated for a moment, nodded and said, this martial soul is indeed powerful, definitely not weaker than the angel martial soul. I didn't expect that in addition to the angel martial soul there is another god level martial soul in the world. How did it mutate? She had already investigated Wang Shenmeng's background thoroughly and it was really hard to understand how 2 ordinary people could give birth to a god level martial soul. Even if the conscience mutated, it was too outrageous, but the facts were in front of her and she couldn't help but believe it. She took a look at Wang Shenmeng's soul rings and praised each soul ring has exceeded the age by a lot. No wonder you can cultivate to the soul master at the age of 9. But I heard that your first soul ring is only more than 700 years old. Why is it purple now? The first soul ring I absorbed is quite special. It can swallow flames to increase the age of the soul ring. During this period I absorbed some flames and absorbed the second and third soul rings across levels, which made the first soul ring improved. Wang Shenmeng selectively told part of the truth. Anyway, this will be hidden sooner or later unless the first soul ring never advances. But he must not tell anyone about swallowing Yu Xiaogong's martial spirit essence, otherwise he might be beaten to death on the spot by the furious queen. You are lucky to have such a magical spirit ring. This spirit ring is comparable to an eternal spirit bone. Bibi Dong praised again in surprise. She had never seen such a growth spirit ring. She could only say that there are all kinds of things in the world. Even Ghost Douluo couldn't help but look at Wang Shenmeng. Bibi Dong valued Wang Shenmeng more and asked with a smile, what level are you now? Wang Shenmeng said level 34. Level 34, the same level as Nana but 4 years younger. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a charming smile. Child, are you willing to worship me as your master? Teach me. Although he had thought of this possibility in his heart, Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but feel shocked. Yes, are you willing to be my student? Bibi Dong's soft voice was tempting and she looked at Wang Shenmeng gently with a calm and determined look. She seemed to be asking for his opinion, but she was not worried about being rejected. On this continent, people who want to be her disciples can line up from Xingluo City to Tiandu City. Now that she has asked in person, who can refuse such a great thing? Wang Shenmeng only thought for less than a second and made a decision in his heart. It is impossible to refuse. He still wants to live a few more days. If it was a few months ago, he might still resist in his heart and even find a way to refuse. But now he has figured it out. He has already joined the Wuhan Hall. Why is he still looking back and forth? It is better to put aside all kinds of concerns. Hug this thigh tightly first and then use it to improve his strength as soon as possible. Disciple Wang Shenmeng pays homage to the teacher. Chapter 62. Bibi Dong's thought. From today on you are my second disciple. Bibi Dong's smile became even more charming. After becoming a master and disciple, Wang Shenmeng seemed even more satisfied. She no longer sat upright but leaned back lazily, making herself more comfortable and highlighting her beautiful figure. It's a pity that there were 2 people present. One had no interest in beauty and the other was interested in beauty, but now that they have become a master and disciple, they don't want to or dare to betray their master, so no one appreciates the scenery. In addition to you, I have another disciple, your senior sister. Her name is Hulina. When you are settled, I will introduce you to each other tomorrow. I hope you can encourage each other to make progress. Teacher, I will ask my senior sister for advice more. Wang Shenmeng smiled brightly. He likes senior sisters and junior sisters the most. In novels and picture books, senior brothers and sisters, senior sisters and brothers, etc. spend day and night together and rarely don't spark. Some spark, especially for a little FO like Xiao Huyu, who is obsessed with face and loves as he a sheep falling into the mouth of a FO. Bibi Dong suddenly warned again, your soul power levels are similar, but your strength is definitely stronger than your senior sister. There is no problem in communicating and sparring, but you are not allowed to bully her, otherwise the teacher will punish you. Wang Shenmeng hurriedly said, I dare not, but if the senior sister bullies me, will the teacher punish her? Bibi Dong said lightly, if she has the ability to bully you, that is her ability and the teacher will be very pleased. Wang Shenmen's face fell and he was hit hard. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a smile and she said with satisfaction, okay, since you are new here, I will arrange your accommodation. You should get familiar with the environment of Wuhan City first. I will start to teach you in person in a few days. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me when I am free. Disciple understands. Wang Shenmeng knew that this was to drive him away and bowed lightly. Teacher, if you have no other instructions, disciple disciple please come and ask me, I'll take my leave first. Bibi Dong rubbed her temple with one hand and waved her other hand casually. It's okay, you can go down. Ghost Elder will stay first. Wang Shenmeng stood up straight, and when he turned around he glanced at Bibi Dong and saw her rubbing her temple, her eyes slightly closed and dozing, and the smile on her face had disappeared. Wang Shenmen's supervision and keen perception allowed him to feel a trace of deep repressed pain from the almost imperceptible changes in the Queen's presence. She is suffering from some kind of pain. Is it the spiritual pollution of the Rakshasa god? Wang Shenmen's eyes flashed. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the most direct reason for Bibi Dong's blackening and degeneration. Who was the mastermind behind all this? Luo Shashan himself or Shura god? He walked outside while thinking. Bibi Dong's condition was better than he thought. Although there were signs of a little instability in her mental state, she was not crazy yet. At least her behavior was still very logical and she was not confused and upside down in the later period. Wang Shenmeng guessed that this was probably because she had not yet experienced the stimulation of breaking up with Yu Xiaogang, and her heart was gradually eroded by darkness, but she still tried to turn her heart towards the light. In the original work, the Soul Master Finals was obviously a turning point. After that, Bibi Dong's style of behavior gradually became extreme until she was completely crazy in the end. Yu Xiaogang came to ask for the secret method to solve the backlash of the twin martial spirit. The two broke up completely because of Tang San's identity and position. It was the last straw that led Bibi Dong to fall into darkness. Maybe it can be saved. Wang Shenmeng imagined the new changes that would come out of his dream entering magical power after he obtained the second and third soul rings, and he could not help but gain a little more confidence. On the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong lazily leaned on the chair, half closed her eyes and followed Wang Shenmen's gaze, watching the back figure gradually go away with a lot of thoughts in her mind. She believed in her intuition that this child must be the key to her getting out of trouble, but she was confused about how to do it. She really couldn't think of how a little soul master in the soul venerable realm could help herself, a super Douluo. After a while Wang Shenmeng disappeared. Bibi Dong opened her eyes and said lightly, Ghost Douluo, tell me everything that happened after you met Wang Shenmeng, no matter how big or small, don't leave anything out. Yes. As Ghost Douluo described, when it was mentioned that Wang Shenmeng had discovered Ghost Douluo a long time ago, Bibi Dong suddenly felt suspicious. How could he, a mere level 10 spirit master, discover the ghost that is known for its concealment among the titled Douluo? This is no longer something that can be explained by good talent and strong mental power. He must have another secret. Perhaps the opportunity to help me solve the problem lies in this secret. Bibi Dong was excited as if she had seen a ray of dawn in the endless darkness, and her dark heart was suddenly filled with hope. She wanted to call Wang Shenmeng to ask immediately, but then she thought that they had just met and did not have enough trust, so she should not rush to do it lest she make things worse. But she had decided that she would keep this child who was related to her fate firmly in her hands no matter what, and would never allow anyone to get involved. At this time she thought of some rumors about this child in the Elder Hall, and her eyes were slightly cold. After all, it is a god-level martial spirit that is hard to come by in tens of millions of years. It has the ability to become a god, and at worst it is an extreme Douluo. In the future it will definitely be a peak instance that manipulates the situation and dominates the rise and fall of the continent. Even the so-called angel family, which is high above, can't turn a blind eye, right? Or that old thing wants to leave this child to her to help her become a god in the future, or to continue the bloodline of the angel family. Bibi Dong showed a sneer. You can't succeed while I'm here. The filthy and dirty bloodline of the angel Qian family is better cut off here. Ghost Douluo continued to tell Wang Shenmen's experience in the past month. When she heard the three words Lu Erlong, a gloomy look flashed in her eyes and her aura was unstable. Ghost Douluo suddenly felt as if an endless shadow was covering his heart, full of darkness, death, evil and chaos, which made him a 95th level super Douluo feel extremely uncomfortable and even inexplicably fearful. Keep talking. The gentle voice had long disappeared, replaced by a majestic and cold voice, as if he had changed into a different person. But Gui Mei knew that this was the real Pope, powerful, majestic, cold, decisive, always high above and ruthless in killing, which would only make people afraid not close to him. The previous scene of soft words was an exception to his usual behavior. In addition to his love and appreciation for the new disciple, he was probably afraid of scaring him. Wang Shenmeng came out of the Pope's hall, and Cardinal Douglas was waiting for him with a kind face and said with a smile, I am Cardinal Douglas of the Wuhan Hall, and I am following the instructions of His Holiness the Pope to arrange food, clothing and accommodation for young Master Wang. Wang Shenmeng was surprised and then said, then I'll trouble the bishop. He was a little shocked. A cardinal personally arranged food, clothing, housing and transportation. Isn't this treatment too good? The strength of the cardinal is at least all sane. Those who can assist Bibi Dong in handling government affairs are the top cardinals. They should have the cultivation of soul Douluo, right? This kind of good thing put it half a year ago it was unthinkable. This is the benefit of holding a thigh. Chapter 63 Maid. Douglas arranged for Wang Shenmen. The residence is very good. It is a large independent courtyard located in the building Kumple near the Pope's Palace. The Pope's Palace is not a single palace but a large building Kumple built with the Pope's Palace and the Elder's Palace as the core. Most of the core members of the Spirit Hall live in this building Kumple, including the more than 20 titled Douluo in the Elder's Palace, all of whom live in the Elder's Palace. As for the legendary 7 great priests, they are also members of the Elder's Palace, but because of their strong strength they have been given the title of priest and their status is extremely transcendent. They only listen to the orders of the Elder's Palace Master. The great priest Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong cannot command them. As a new disciple of the Pope Wang Shenmeng, although he does not have any position, his status is already high enough and his residence is not far from the Pope's Palace. Wang Shenmeng settled down in his own yard and waited until the evening to summon the 4 new maids. These people are all around 20 years old and they are all soul masters, but their martial souls are not of high quality and their future achievements are limited, otherwise they would not be made. Your servants greet the young master. 4 young and beautiful girls bowed gracefully. Their beautiful faces and slender figures were eye-catching. Wang Shenmeng suddenly started living the corrupt and decadent life of a young master and he was a little uncomfortable. He waved his hand and said, "Get up quickly." The 4 girls looked at each other, stood up and looked at this unbelievably handsome new master. They couldn't help but be a little stunned. After all, such a handsome boy was really rare. Wang Shenmeng had long been accustomed to all kinds of infatuated look and didn't care. He said lightly, "What are your names?" "What is Wuhan?" The 4 girls hurriedly answered respectfully. "I am Feng Fei Wuhan Tuanfan. I am Chao Wuhan Mudan. I am Suiyu Wuhan Ice Cream. I am Yuying Wuhan Lantern." Wang Shenmeng praised, "It's rare to get Feng Suiyu together. The names are quite literary. Are they all your own names?" Feng Fei said, "I am an orphan adopted by the Wuhan Hall. After graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy, my strength was very low, so I joined the maid group and received teaching and training. The names were all given by the teachers and the previous names are no longer used. This time I was personally selected by Lord Douglas to serve the young master." "Douglas, what do you want to do by finding 4 girls without any experience for me? What does he think he is?" Wang Shenmeng secretly complained in his heart and remembered this guy. Although he admired his investment vision, he really flattered the horse's hoof by doing this. He is now devoted to cultivation. Although he has a little interest in women, this body is too young and he really hasn't thought about doing anything in the short term. And he brought 4 beautiful maids with him. In the eyes of outsiders they might think he is a pervert, which completely damages his image. He wanted to retreat, so he asked, "Did he force you to come?" The 4 women shook their head quickly and Feng Fei whispered, "It's all voluntary." Wang Shenmeng asked curiously, "You are soul masters after all. Although your strength is low, it is much better than ordinary people. Why do you give up your free life and come to be maid?" The 4 women smiled bitterly at each other and were silent. After a moment Shuiyu said coldly, "The Spirit Hall has trained us since we were young. Many times we can't make our own decisions. At least we should make contributions to the Spirit Hall in return. We don't have any other skills. Our combat ability is low. Apart from being beautiful, we don't know how to repay. Being a maid to serve the high level is also a way. Fortunately, after participating in the training of the Maid Academy, no one comes to harass us. We also have a certain right to choose who to serve." Wang Shenmeng was silent and didn't know what to say about this, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with what the Spirit Hall did. The Spirit Hall is a spirit master force, not a charity, let alone a national government. It has adopted so many orphans. It doesn't matter if they don't have the talent of spirit masters. At most they spend some money on food, clothing, housing and transportation. When they grow up, these civilians will become peripheral forces of the Spirit Hall, used for business, forming armies, etc. But if they have the talent of spirit masters, the cost of training will increase many times. If they are trained for free without asking for any return, wouldn't they be sucked? Not to mention the problem of these people joining other forces to help the enemy after leaving the financial consumption of the bottomless pit with only outflows and no inflows is unbearable, and things without returns cannot be sustained at all. Therefore, training a soul master of course requires return. Those who can fight can contribute their strength, and those who can't fight can only reflect other values. Like the 4 of them who have nothing to do except beauty, they can only reflect service value. This is much better than the Tiandu auction house kidnapping women everywhere and training them into lifeless female slaves. No one is a savior, and the Spirit Hall has no responsibility to train those orphans for free. This is the responsibility of the country, not the Spirit Hall. For those orphans, at least they have grown up well, which is better than starving to death. Wang Shenmeng is not making excuse for the Spirit Hall. This is originally a decadent feudal lord society, and it is even a worse society compared with those nobles who don't treat civilians millions as human beings. The spirit hall is already a clear stream. Forget it. If that's the case, then you can stay. Such a big yard does need some people to take care of it. Wang Shenmeng sighed, thinking of cleaning, washing clothes, making tea, receiving guests and other trivial matters. If he handled them all by himself, such a big yard would be a headache, and he really needed people to take care of it. If these girls were driven away by me, I didn't know what would happen to them. I couldn't say the words to drive them away, so I had to let them stay to do chores. Thank you, young master. We servants will serve you well so that you can concentrate on cultivation. The four girls smiled happily, relieved and full of expectations for their future life. Before they came, they had already learned clearly from Lord Douglas that the master they were about to serve was a peerless genius, highly valued by His Holiness the Pope, and had unlimited future prospects. So they were very much looking forward to coming to Wang Shenmeng. From now on they have a foothold in the Wuhan Hall, no longer rootless duckweed drifting with the flow, worrying about their fate all day long. Wang Shenmeng looked at the four girls in front of him and asked them to release their martial souls. They were indeed not powerful martial souls, and even the spirit ring age was 10 years. Wang Shenmeng said that when he just awakened his martial soul he could beat 4 such soul masters. Young master, please try it. Shui Yu shyly handed over an ice cream which was similar to the ones sold outside and even had exquisite packaging. This food type martial spirit was really magical. Wang Shenmeng tasted it. It tastes very good, but it has no special effect. It can only satisfy the appetite, but it is very good for cooling off in summer. Shui Yu was a little sad. As a food type soul master, as long as the quality of the martial spirit is better, it will be given enough attention and it will not be reduced to the fate of being a maid. Okay, it's late at night, I want to rest. You go down first. Yes. After the 4 maids left, Wang Shenmeng also came to the bedroom and lay on the soft pillow of the brand new high bed. After a while he activated the dream entering magical power. It's time to test the new ability of the dream entering magical power. Chapter 64. I have seen this, sister. Wang Shenmen's consciousness turned into a dream butterfly flying from the bedroom to the void overlooking the entire martial spirit city. When the dream entering magical power sensed the dream, he was blinded by several rounds of brilliant purple sun-like dreams in an instant. These suns all came from the Elder Hall representing the title Douluo one by one. In addition, there were some blue and cyan dreams around the Pope Hall and Douluo Hall, which represented Soul Douluo, Soul Saint, Soul Emperor and other powerful people respectively. Wang Shenmeng did not dare to approach the Elder Hall. If it was just a round of purple dreams he could barely get close, but several purple dreams gathered here would make him very uncomfortable. Everyone in Wuhan City is a soul master. Although there are not many people, it is far from comparable to Barrack City, but the quality is high. The spiritual energy that escapes invisibly is like a panacea which promotes the improvement of his soul power. However, the main purpose today is not to eat dreams to practice, but to verify the new magical power. After he absorbed the second and third soul rings, the dream entering magical power derived 2 new changes, one called dream weaving and the other called dream induction. What he wanted to verify at this moment was dream weaving. Wang Shenmeng sensed the area nearby. Even if there were dreams near the Pope's palace, most of them were blue-green. With his current strength he was not able to freely enter and eat the dreams of such a powerful person. However, there was a group of orange-yellow dreams that caught his attention. Dreams of this color were probably between Soul Venerable and Soul Sect, which was completely within his ability. The Soul Venerable living near the Pope's palace, his identity is self-evident and must be similar to my situation. Humanistic thought flashed in Wang Shenmen's butterfly eyes. Senior sister Hulina, let me, your junior brother, see what your dream is like. Following the senses he came to a beautiful courtyard. In the boudoir full of pink decorations, a 12 or 13-year-old girl was sleeping soundly. With her gentle breathing, her dream was also slightly fluctuating. It was winter now and the weather was very cold. The girl was covered tightly with a quilt and there was no exposure at all. Therefore Wang Shenmeng naturally did not need to avoid anything and looked at the girl slightly. Although her appearance is also beautiful, it is not stunning at first glance. She is the type that becomes more beautiful the more you look at her. Her small nose, pink lip and fair skin are all just right. Her long smooth black hair falls on the pillow. She exudes a special charm. Even when she is asleep she is still very attractive. The 3 beauties of the spirit hall are well deserved. Wang Shenmeng sighed. Not to mention Bibi Dong, whom he had met during the day. She is definitely a rare and stunning beauty with impeccable appearance and temperament and a great figure. Hulina in front of him is also very beautiful, and the more you look at her the more you like her. I just don't know how charming Qian Ren Yui is, but she should not be inferior to these 2. It's a pity that all 3 of them are love-brained. If there was any normal one, the original book would not have such an ending. Wang Shenmeng shook his head secretly, and the net moment the whole person turned into a ball of light and entered the orange-yellow dream. Time passed by minute, and after an unknown amount of time Hulina's dream was shattered. Wang Shenmeng flew out of the dream and looked at the beautiful girl who had woken up and was sitting on the bed panting, slightly confused and dazed. She didn't even care about the sudden release of her spring light and seemed to be recalling the things in the dream. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, thinking of the scene in Hulina's dream, the broken limbs flying around, the scene full of danger and killing, and felt a little sympathetic. I heard that she just came back from the death training camp to recuperate. It seems that she hasn't adjusted from the shadow of killing and danger. Even her dreams are full of scenes of death and killing. How many negative emotions are accumulated in her heart. He had heard that although the golden generation of the spirit hall was gifted, the training they underwent was extremely harsh. After they became soul masters, they began to undergo death training. This was too cruel for the young boys and girls who had just started out, and it was difficult for them to adapt to it for a while. Hulina had only been a soul master for a short time, and she obviously couldn't adapt at this moment. Wang Shenmeng thought that if he were to change, he might not be able to do better. In his previous life, he lived in a civilized society where he had never seen such a bloody and life and death killing field. Although he was not without a decisive side in his nature, he had never killed anyone. He thought of the experience in Hulina's dream just now. It was a dream for Hulina, but it was a real experience for him. He killed so many people, but he didn't feel much at the time, but now he felt very uncomfortable. Wang Shenmeng tried hard to suppress the strangeness in his heart and finally took a look at Hulina, and then his consciousness returned quickly. In the bedroom, Wang Shenmeng's mind kept on recalling the scene of wanton killing. The feeling of discomfort lingered in his heart, but there was also a kind of pleasure of killing from the heart, as if wantonly harvesting other people's lives and deciding other people's life and death could bring him a strange pleasure. Holding a sharp blade, the killing will arise. Wang Shenmeng's heart was awed. When a person can easily dominate the life and death of others without being bound by laws and morals, the devil in his heart can easily run away. Many evil soul masters come from this way. Wang Shenmeng was secretly alert in his heart. His strength was growing very fast. As his strength became stronger and stronger, there were fewer and fewer people who could restrain him. If he did not have a state of mind corresponding to his strength, he might be lost in the power. He sat cross-legged on the bed, concentrating his mind and calming his breath and practicing Xian Gong with all his heart. As this authentic Suanmen mental method was running, a sense of tranquility and peace filled his heart. Gradually all negative emotions disappeared and he returned to a calm state. The next day, Wang Shenmeng had just finished breakfast when His Holiness the Pope sent someone to summon him. Wang Shenmeng remembered what she said yesterday, introducing her to him, and immediately came to the meeting hall. This time no one led the way and no one stopped him, and he met the Pope all the way without any obstacles. In the empty meeting hall there were 4 people at this time. The Pope at the top was still as noble and elegant as ever. Standing below, in addition to the young girl Hulina, there was Ghost Douluo and a very charming androgynous white-clothed beauty. Wang Shenmeng's eyes flashed slightly, and he didn't need to guess that this person was the famous Jew Douluo. As Wang Shenmeng came in, the 4 people's eyes were focused on him. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded, looking at the tall and graceful boy. She felt indescribably satisfied. Ghost Douluo had a calm face, and his presence seemed to have remained unchanged for thousands of years. Jew Douluo's eyes were slightly surprised. Wang Shenmeng at this time had changed a lot from what he saw more than half a year ago. Not only was his strength much stronger, but he also turned from a child into a handsome boy. As for the little Fo Hulina, her mouth had opened into an O shape, and she looked at Wang Shenmeng in shock, with signs of disbelief, confusion and shock flashing in her eyes. Wang Shenmeng pretended to know nothing and bowed, saying, "Student greets the teacher. Get up quickly." Bibi Dong smiled and said, "I said yesterday that I would introduce your senior sister to you," she said, looking at Hulina. "She is your senior sister, Hulina." Wang Shenmeng bowed and saluted, "Hello, senior sister." You. Hulina stared at him straight as if she had seen something unbelievable and she couldn't even speak. Wang Shenmeng looked up, pretending to see Hulina's appearance clearly at this time, and also showed a shocked look, blurting out, "I have seen this sister before." Chapter 65. Wang Shenmeng, "I didn't see anything." Hulina bit her lip, looking ashamed and happy. I've seen yours too." Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "When did you meet?" "As far as I know, you two have never had the chance to meet, so it's impossible for you to have met this." Hulina hesitated and said, I saw him in my dream, and he saved me." "In a dream?" Bibi Dong looked at Wang Shenmeng. "What about you? Did you also see Nena in your dream?" Wang Shenmeng hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I also saw senior sister in my dream. It was last night. At that time I didn't know she was senior sister. I dreamed that she was in a bloody place, being a group of people were chasing her, so I went to help her." Hulina felt even more incredible. "It's similar to my dream. I also dreamed of you, my junior brother, last night. This is amazing." Although Bibi Dong was a little surprised, she still smiled and said, "This is fate. It seems that you two don't need me to introduce introduce you to each other. You two should live in harmony and make progress together. The future of Wuhan Hall depends on you." Lina was surprised. After waking up from the dream last night, every time she thought of the boy who saved her and comforted her in the dream, every bit was so clear. She thought it was just an illusory dream and she felt lost in her heart. She couldn't fall asleep in the second half of the night, but suddenly the illusory boy in the dream appeared in front of her alive, and he was her junior brother and he had the same dream as her. Her heart was immediately filled with surprise. "Teacher, rest assured, I will take good care of my junior brother and will never let anyone bully him," Lina said confidently. She had heard about this junior brother before. She heard that he was a very powerful genius. He was born in a commoner family and was born with full of soul power valued by the teacher. She felt a little bitter before, worried that the new apprentice would take away the teacher's favors, so she was inexplicably resistant, but now she was just full of joy. "Very good, you just come back to recuperate for a while. During this period you can practice with your apprentice, study together, discuss together and ask the teacher if you don't understand." Bibi Dong looked at the two apprentices with satisfaction. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Both of them were first-class talents, and what was rare was that they had a very good relationship when they met for the first time. She looked at Wang Shenmeng. "Xiaomeng, you have already reached the level of Soul Master. With this strength you can graduate from an ordinary high-level Soul Master Academy, so there is not much point in going to school. What do you think? Do you still want to go to school?" Wang Shenmeng shook his head and said, "Teacher, I don't want to go to school. As long as I can enter the library of the Spirit Hall, I can study by myself. If I don't understand, I will ask the teacher." Bibi Dong nodded. "That fine. Take this token. Except for the most core secrets of the Spirit Hall, you can read the rest of the books at will, but don't disclose them to outsiders at will." With a wave of his hand, a token wrapped in soul power flew over. Wang Shenmeng took the token in his hand. He saw that the purple gold token was engraved with SI patterns: crown, chrysanthemum, ghost, sword, hammer and dragon. It was the highest level token of the Spirit Hall. "This token is the elder token. Although you are not an elder as my disciple, you can also exercise some power with this token. Don't be nervous." Seeing Wang Shenmeng puzzled, Bibi Dong explained lightly. Wang Shenmeng said quickly, "Thank you, teacher." "Well, you should meet Elder Ju. He and Elder Gui are both the teacher's right-hand men. Half a year ago Machinyo reported your situation to me. Ju Douluo had met you and secretly protected you for a period of time in the soul hunting forest, but you didn't know it." "Hello, Elder Ju. Thank you for your care." Xiao Mengmeng, don't be polite. We are all family. Don't take trivial matters to heart. I like you very much. I was in the dark when you absorbed the soul ring. I was really worried about you." Ju Douluo was not as cold and taciturn as Ghost Douluo. His eyes were rolling and he smiled sweetly. The appreciation in his eyes made Wang Shenmeng feel cold. However, Wang Shenmeng really didn't know that he had secretly protected him. In those few days Ju Douluo probably didn't dream and he didn't even notice him at all. He secretly recalled that he didn't seem to do anything he shouldn't have done, nor did he reveal any secret. He felt a little uncomfortable when he thought that there was a titled Douluo following him secretly, although he had no ill intentions. "Okay, there's nothing for you two to do here. Nana, you take junior brother to get familiar with Wuhan City, and you two should get familiar with each other." "Yes," Lina answered respectfully, turned around and said with a smile, "Junior brother, come with me." "Okay, thank you, senior sister." The two left the meeting hall one after the other. When they left Bibi Dong's sight, Lina Rella ed her Press Zion turned around and looked at Wang Shenmeng carefully with a look of shame and joy in her eyes and said shyly, "Junior brother, I want to ask, what did you dream about last night?" Cough. Wang Shenmeng coughed dryly, "Nothing. I just dreamed that my senior sister was being chased by some very evil guys and suffered a lot of injuries. I killed those guys and bandaged my senior sister's wounds when she was unconscious. Then I waited for my senior sister to wake up and talked to her for a while." Lina's face flushed and her tone trembled. "Then when you bandaged the wound, did you see anything you shouldn't see?" "No, absolutely not." Wang Shenmeng looked a little flustered and waved his hands randomly. "I bandaged it with my eyes closed. I didn't see anything except the crescent birthmark on your chest." "You didn't see anything? Then why are you panicking? Isn't this just trying to cover up something? You can see the birthmark." Lina's face flushed and her hand pressed on the crescent birthmark on her chest, involuntarily biting her cherry lips with her pearly teeth. And how could this crescent birthmark on her chest be so real in the dream? She felt ashamed and annoyed and glared at Wang Shenmeng with her watery eyes, but her eyes were too charming and it looked like there was no deterrent power, but there was a different kind of temptation. "It's good that there is no deterrent power." Lina tried to suppress the shyness and strangeness in her heart. After all, it was just a dream. Could she still get angry because of it? But why was this dream exactly the same as hers? It was magical enough to dream about each other at the same time, but it seemed to be the same dream, which was simply incredible. But Lina didn't dare to let Wang Shenmeng know that the two people's dreams were exactly the same, otherwise what would be the difference between the appearance in the dream and the reality? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Wang Shenmeng showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he admired his acting skills very much. The way he tried to cover up made it more obvious, and he was afraid that others would not know that he was covering up and could not see the slightest pretend. This little FO must be very ashamed in his heart. It is said that after losing his job in the previous life he should have gone to Hongdian to work hard. With this acting skill maybe he could have achieved something else, such as an Oscar statuette. Wang Shenmeng thought with some regret as he followed Hulina, who was walking with her head down. Just as he walked out of the Pope's palace he heard a surprised voice. Nana, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Where is your junior brother? Introduce him to me, I'll see if he's qualified to stand with you. Nana. Wang Shenmeng was speechless. Didn't you see that I'm such a big man following behind you? Chapter 66 Dog Liquor Yan. Outside the Pope's palace, two young men came up in big stride, and one of them waved at Hulina with a big grin. The young man walking in the front looked a bit like Hulina, with a neat black short hair standing up like a steel needle and a relatively calm face. The young man behind had long fiery red hair draped behind his back, and even his eyes were dark red. He looked very ordinary. The one who just spoke to Hulina was the red-haired young man behind. There was a bit of flattery in his smile. He was obviously tall, but he was invisibly shorter in front of Hulina. Brother Yan, you are here. Hulina's face was happy and she breathed a sigh of relief. She finally got rid of the awkward state and introduced them to both parties enthusiastically. This is my junior brother Wang Shenmeng. This is my brother Xiaoyu and my partner Yan. Wang Shenmeng smiled at the second of the golden generation of Wuhan Hall and greeted them in a friendly manner. Xiaoyu, Yan, hello. Xiaoyu politely responded hello. Yan frowned and the bright smile on his face slowly disappeared. He looked at Wang Shenmeng carefully, looking at his handsome face, and wanted to go up and punch him hard. Damn it, Nana's junior brother is so handsome, it's so unfair. Yan was indignant in his heart, secretly blaming his parents for giving him an ordinary face. It's okay if he can't compare with Xiaoyu, that's Nana's brother, but why is this guy who suddenly appeared so much more handsome than Xiaoyu? Feeling a sense of crisis in his heart, Yan looked up and down at Wang Shenmeng for a while and said provocatively, are you the new disciple of His Holiness the Pope? I heard that you have a good talent. Do you have the courage to practice? I want to see if you are qualified to stand with Nana. Yan's heart was filled with jealousy that he himself did not realize. Thinking back then, he, Xiaoyu and Hulina were all geniuses raised by the Spirit Hall and were valued and cultivated by His Holiness the Pope, but only Hulina, who had the best talent, was accepted as a disciple by His Holiness the Pope. The two of them who were less talented lost this opportunity. Although they were also trained, their status was much lower than that of His Holiness the Pope's disciples. This guy not only looks enviable but also has the favor of His Holiness the Pope. He was actually accepted as a disciple. Doesn't this mean that he is inferior to the other party in every aspect? Yan was not convinced and decided to give Wang Shenmeng a warning to let him know how powerful he is and not think that there are no other geniuses in the Spirit Hall. Hulina scolded Yan, what are you doing? Junior brother Xiao Meng has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the place. You are not allowed to bully him. Yan was even more annoyed when he saw Hulina defending Wang Shenmeng, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of Hulina. He smiled and said flatteringly, Nana, I'm not bullying him. Isn't he a super genius? I'll compete with him to see what he can do. Don't you want to know? Really? Is it really just a competition? If it's really just a competition, I will definitely show mercy. Even for your sake, I won't use heavy hands. Yan said aggrievedly, besides he is the Pope's disciple. Do I dare to do anything to him? Hulina hesitated. Then you have to ask the junior brother for his opinion. If he doesn't want to compete, you can't force him. Yan said sourly, Nana, why are you defending this kid so much? The three of us are real partners. You should care more about me. Hulina ignored him and said softly to Wang Shenmeng, junior brother, I promised the teacher that I would take good care of you. Don't worry, they won't dare to bully you with me here. It doesn't matter if you don't agree to this competition. You are 5 or 6 years younger than him, so it's unfair. Wang Shenmeng glanced at Yan and Yan sneered with a provocative look, boy, aren't you a genius? Why now you only dare to hide behind girls and dare not show your head. You are not even as good as women and you are worthy of being called a genius. Wang Shenmeng saw Hulina glaring at Yan. Her face was a little unhappy and she couldn't help laughing secretly. Yan's words contained considerable sexism. He offended the majority of female compatriots with just one sentence, including the goddess he was kneeling and licking, and he himself didn't realize it. No wonder he had nothing in the end. Yan provoked again and again, and Wang Shenmeng naturally would not indulge him. He sneered, you will know whether I am a genius or not soon. You want to compete, right? Okay, I'll stand here. If you let me move one step, I lose. Yan said angrily, boy, you are too arrogant. How dare you look down on me? Wang Shenmeng's words were like a knife. I really look down on on you. You are a frog in the well who thinks you are the golden generation of Wuhan Hall and doesn't take the geniuses on the continent seriously. His Holiness the Pope recognizes my talent and personally accept me as his disciple. What qualifications do you have to question it? Do you have more vision and authority than His Holiness the Pope? Yan's face flushed. He was speechless, and with a roar 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared under his feet, and a huge fire lord appeared behind him. The scorching heat instantly dispelled the severe cold, and the powerful momentum rushed towards Wang Shenmeng. Wang Shenmeng smiled coldly and was unmoved. This kind of soul master level momentum was like a breeze to him, and he didn't even need a martial soul to possess him. I tell you, geniuses like you are not to be found everywhere in the whole continent, but they can be counted on both hands and feet. Come on, there are many geniuses who are stronger than you, but there are very few who are more self-righteous than you. Wang Shenmeng continued to sneer. Whether I am qualified to stand beside Nana, what does it have to do with you? It's your turn to complain. Who do you think you are, asshole? Yan was already angry, and after being ridiculed again and again, he finally couldn't stand it. He roared, and the first 2 soul rings rotated in turn. The hot dark red flame suddenly emerged from his body. At the same time, his body swelled violently under the effect of the first 2 soul rings. The clothes on his upper body were instantly shattered, and Yan's muscles bulged like granite. In just a moment his body had eponded to 3 meters away, much larger than Davis, who used the White Tiger King Kong transformation. Boom! Yan rushed over. The scorching heat and strong power made him look violent and fierce, giving people a strong impression. He raised a huge flaming fist and hit Wang Shenmeng fiercely. Yan stopped. Hulina was very uneasy when she saw that a competition had turned into a battle of arrogance. One of the 2 sides was his longtime partner, and the other was his junior brother, who he had just met today but had a strange fate with. He couldn't bear to see any of them hurt. Although Yan was furious, he instinctively wanted to stop when he heard Hulina's words. However, seeing Wang Shenmen's sneer as if he didn't take him seriously at all, his anger rose again, and he couldn't bear it anymore, and he greeted him with a huge fist in the face. Chapter 67. A beating will make him behave himself. Facing Yan's attack, it was too late for Hulina to stop him, and a worried look appeared on her pretty face. Yu frowned, a little troubled by Yan's irritability, and hurried to chase him. He stared at Yan with his eyes, and 2 blood-red moon blades emerged silently, ready to intervene at any time. Yan's personality was more impulsive. After being ridiculed a few times, he attacked without caring about anything in a rage. But the other party was the new disciple of His Holiness the Pope after all, and he was much younger than Yan. If he was injured by Yan as soon as he came, His Holiness the Pope would undoubtedly be unhappy. Whether it was Yan, Hulina, or Xiaoyu, they were always worried that Yan would be angry and not careful about the severity of his attack, and worried about hurting Wang Shenmeng, and they never thought about whether Yan would be unable to beat the other party. After all, the age gap between the 2 was huge. There, among all the geniuses, I have never heard of anyone who can beat a genius soul master at the age of 9. That person is no longer a genius but a monster. Yan's furious punch was powerful and fast, and the blazing flames baked on his face. If it were someone else, he would be burned by the flames before the fist hit his body, but this flame was nothing to Wang Shenmeng. In his eyes, Yan's fist was even slower than a ghost shadow. If he wanted to hide, Yan would never be able to hit him, but Wang Shenmeng said that if Yan could make him move 1 step, he would lose. So he directly activated his martial soul, and the extremely beautiful butterfly wings spread behind him. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, appeared under his feet. The powerful soul power fluctuations spread out instantly, shocking the golden trio. His soul ring, how is it possible? Yan's pupils shrank, and a deep shock flashed through his heart. It was unbelievable that he could become a soul master at such a young age, but the configuration of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings blinded his eyes. Yan couldn't help but feel frustrated and ashamed. This is a real evil genius. No wonder the Pope values him. It's a pity that he was so arrogant just now. Compared with the other party, what is the talent he is proud of? No, I haven't lost yet. Talent is not equal to strength, and soul power level cannot represent real combat power. Yan shouted unwillingly in his heart, and his fist, which had originally retained some strength, was now used with all his strength. Wang Shenmeng calmly watched Yan's fist enlarge in front of his eyes. His dark eyes suddenly flashed with light and then turned red. His eyes intersected with Yan's equally red eyes, and his silent mental power was immediately activated. The net moment, Yan's anger broke through the sky, and he roared angrily. "Audai!" Bang! The hateful face was deformed under his fist, and finally the whole head plotted with a bang. The headless corpse flew 5 or si meters away under the huge force, smashing a huge pit on the ground. Yan was extremely excited and laughed. He had been destroyed by anger, and his reason was destroyed. At this time he just wanted to kill this hateful boy severely. As for the consequences, he no longer cared. Yan! A cry of surprise came from his ear. It was Nana. Is she worried about that boy? Hearing Hulina's voice, voice. The anger in Yan's head finally dissipated a little and his reason gradually recovered. Then he felt a sharp pain on his face as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. What happened? Yan wiped his face. His hands were covered in blood and his face was in deep pain, which made him spasm and wake up from his dementia. When he saw the surrounding environment clearly, he was stunned for a moment. He saw that the guy whose head was smashed by him was standing there unscathed, looking at him quietly. Lina and Xiaoyu stood in front of him on the left and right, their eyes full of sympathy as if he was the loser who was hit in the head by a punch. Yan was puzzled, but he was relieved to see that the boy was still alive. Just now I don't know why I couldn't control my anger and killed him with a punch without caring about anything. When I woke up at this time I was only afraid. That was the teaching. The new disciple of the emperor was beaten to death by me right after he arrived. Shouldn't he pay with his life? Yan, are you okay? Xiaoyu asked with concern. How could I be in trouble? You should ask that kid. I punched him in the face. Although he looks fine, he must be injured. Huh? Lina saw that he was still confused and couldn't help laughing. Yan, you are the one who got slapped in the face, or you hit yourself. You don't even know how you lost and you still want to compete with Xiao Meng. I lost? Yan looked confused. Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Yan lowered his head and found that he had fallen to the ground and there was a big hole under him just like the one he saw just now. Yan's heart was startled and he jumped up, feeling a sharp pain in his body which was obviously caused by falling heavily on the hard floor. He stared at Wang Shenmeng, his eyes filled with fear and confusion, and gritted his teeth and said, what kind of soul skill is this? Wang Shenmeng said lightly, my own spiritual soul skill, the infinite demon eye. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I am a spiritual control type combat soul master. When I was still a great soul master I easily defeated a soul master and his strength was not much worse than yours. My own soul skill, Yan muttered to himself, and the frustration in his heart became stronger. It's not enough that he is so strong at such a young age, but he has already created such a terrible self-created soul skill. I don't know how he was controlled just now, and he actually hit himself hard. It's also thanks to his dual attributes of fire and earth. The first two soul skills are all amplification with the ability of extreme heat, strong attack and strong defense. His spear pierced his shield and he luckily didn't kill himself in the end, but if he wanted to kill himself it would be easy, right? I lost. You are right in front of a true genius. I am nothing, Yan said dejectedly with a complicated look in his eyes. Looking at the terrifying two purple and one black soul rings under Wang Shenmeng's feet, he felt difficulty breathing and his self-confidence was severely hit. Wang Shenmeng saw that Yan had calmed down, his arrogance was gone and his displeasure disappeared. He actually had no ill feelings towards Yan. It was just that this guy felt threatened just now, so he kept provoking him. He didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face instead of pretending. Wang Shenmeng stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, don't be depressed. When I was level 20 I fought the eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire and it was not much more difficult than beating you just now. His talent and strength are also top-notch in the mainland, not much worse than you. Don't compare with me. Your talent is still very good. There are not many people with better talent than you on the mainland. Work hard and you will have a chance to become a titled Douluo in the future. Yan smiled bitterly. Is this a comfort? Although he has a bad temper, he is also straightforward. He admires people who are better than him. He was defeated by Wang Shenmeng cleanly and he admired him. Lina said with a smile, okay, this can be regarded as a fight without acquaintance. We will be friends in the future. Wang Shenmeng smiled and stretched out his hand to Yan. Let me introduce myself again. I am Wang Shenmeng and also Nana's junior brother. Martial Soul 7 Color Fantasy Heart Butterfly 34th Level Control System War Soul Master. Can we be friends? Yan was a little flattered, hesitated, stretched out his hand, shook Wang Shenmeng's hand and said sincerely, my name is Yan, Nana's partner, Martial Soul Flame Lord 35th Level Strong Attack System War Soul Master. It is an honor to be your friend. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. Dealing with a thorn is so simple. First show your muscles and beat him hard, then give him a step to make friends. Basically it done. Lina looked at this scene happily with a flash of admiration in her eyes. This little junior brother is too amazing. Not only is he strong but also has a good personality. Yan provoked him so much, and after defeating Yan he was willing to be friends with Yan. However, this is exactly what she wants to see the most. She said, while the iron is hot, let's go. Let's take junior brother to get familiar with the environment and let's get to know each other better. We will all be friends in the future. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded and left with Wang Shenmeng on the left and right with Lina. Yan sighed and followed behind gloomily. Chapter 68 Undercurrents in the Worship Hall. Although the fight between Wang Shenmeng and Yan was short, many people secretly paid attention to it. Everyone knew that His Holiness the Pope had accepted a disciple with outstanding talent, but the information was always from Ghost Douluo saying that the talent was so incredible. This attracted the attention of everyone in the Spirit Hall. Many people were very curious and some people did not not believe it, guessing that it was probably about the same as Hulina at most. However, when they heard that he had cultivated to Soul Master at the age of 9 and the process took less than a year, everyone was not calm now. Without exception, they all paid great attention to this child and looked forward to his arrival. They really wanted to see for themselves how strong such a rare genius was. Did a 9-year-old Soul Master achieve this by sacrificing his future potential with some secret method, or was it really so amazing? Therefore, as soon as Wang Shenmeng arrived at Wuhan City, he received the secret attention of all the big guys. Bibi Dongju and Ghost Douluo all knew this, but he himself was the only one who knew nothing. The short competition just now once again shocked all the titled Douluos. After witnessing it with their own eyes, everyone was moved. A genius, a super genius. Compared to him, the 3 golden generation of Wuhan Hall were all weak. Someone in the worship hall even compared Wang Shenmeng with Qian Ranyue, and then they all fell silent. They were all Qian Daoliu's trusted subordinates, and they were very interested in the young master of the Qian family. The princess was very familiar with him. Everyone had seen how he performed when he was a child. Without knowing that Qian Ranyue had inherited the divine throne, just looking at her performance when she was about the same age, Qian Ranyue was actually far inferior to Wang Shenmeng. For a while undercurrents surged in the worship hall. The 7 great worshippers gathered together and everyone looked solemn. Great Elder, are you sure? That is really a divine martial spirit? The speaker was an old man with a withered appearance. He seemed to be very old, but the lifespan of a titled Douluo was long, and he was only old in his mentality. In terms of body and spirit, he was still in peak condition. He was the second of the 7 great worshippers in the worship hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo. His seniority was higher than that of the great worshipper Qian Daoliu, and he had watched Qian Daoliu grow up. His reputation once shocked the entire Douluo continent. Although he retired for nearly 100 years, the continent seemed to have forgotten his legend. But in the entire spirit hall, especially in the title Douluo circle, he is still a living legend, an instance that everyone needs to look up to, second only to the great elder Qian Daoliu in terms of prestige and strength. The other 4 worshippers looked at the great elder Qian Daoliu sitting at the top with different prescience. Qian Daoliu looked to be in his 30s. He was very slender, and even when he was sitting he was still upright. He wore a simple grey robe and his long black hair was scattered behind his head, combed very neatly. His temperament was very special, with a holy breath in his tranquility and peace, and like the sun in the sky, giving people a warm feeling, making people want to worship. This is the great elder Qian Daoliu of the spirit hall, who has the god-level spirit Si winged angel. He is also one of the 3 people standing at the top of the entire continent. He is known as the invincible in the sky. In the spirit city he can even exert the strength of a demigod. Qian Daoliu's eyes were calm and gentle. After more than 100 years of vicissitudes of life, he did not feel old or tired. Instead, he looked more like a relieved and indifferent person after seeing all the prosperity, as if there was nothing in the world that could make him care. But this time was obviously an exception. His eyes penetrated through many obstacles and looked at the boy surrounded by 3 boys and girls. His quiet and gentle eyes were rippled. It is indeed a god-level martial soul. I feel that it is not even weaker than my angel martial soul. His future is limitless. The 3rd worshipper Qingluan Douluo frowned and said his mental power is very strong and his self-created illusion soul skills are also very terrifying. I am afraid that most soul kings may not be able to withstand it. Fighting with more than 20 levels of soul power, such a heaven-defying strength, no top martial soul can do it. God-level martial soul is undoubtedly. Qian Daoliu said not only top martial souls can't do it, but god-level martial souls are also difficult. The strength of a soul master is not only about the martial soul but also the soul master himself. Even our angel martial souls are not super strong from generation to generation. Therefore the excellence of this child is not only reflected in the martial soul, he himself is as outstanding as his martial soul. Everyone nodded silently. The same martial soul in different people's hands may have very different strength. The most typical example is the former Pope Qian Unji. The Si winged angel martial soul in him is not even as good as the top martial soul Clear Sky Hammer. In addition, the Clear Sky Hammer spirit is known as the weapon spirit with the best attack, but there are only a few titled Douluo among the thousands of members of the Clear Sky sect, and the rest of the people also have Clear Sky Hammers and their achievements are still limited. In this case, this child can no longer be controlled by that woman. If he only has a god-level spirit but he himself is not worth cultivating, that's fine, but since he also has a high talent and the potential of a strong man, then if nothing unexpected happens, his future achievements will definitely be earth-shattering, and becoming a limit Douluo is not a problem. Golden Crocodile Douluo said in a deep voice, everyone knows how strong the limit Douluo is. It is an invincible instance that can directly rewrite the rise and fall of a party. That woman is becoming more and more difficult to control. If she gets the assistance of a limit Douluo in the future can the spirit hall still be controlled by the Qian family? Qian Daoliu remained silent, but what he was thinking in his heart was more than just the limit. Douluo, that person has the ability to become a god. Even if he couldn't create his own godhood, there were still so many godhood inheritances on Douluo continent. Would those gods turn a blind eye to such a peerless genius? This was the real reason why he paid so much attention to that child. A person who was very likely to become a god was of great significance to Shwetter, whether in the mortal world or in the future when she went to the god realm. As the peak instance of the entire continent, Qian Daoliu naturally knew the secrets of the continent and knew that many gods had left inheritances, including powerful main gods at the same level as the angel god. His old rival Tang Chen disappeared in the process of searching for the inheritance of the godhood. The fifth worshipper Guangling Douluo smiled lightly and a hint of interest appeared on his handsome face like a teenager. What I am more curious about is how a low-level martial soul like the seven-colored illusionary heart butterfly can mutate to cross so many levels in a short time and become a god-level martial soul that is hard to find in the world. Everyone was thinking about this and was also puzzled by this question. Qian Daoliu said calmly, because it is not the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly at all, it just looks a bit like it, but in essence it is worlds apart. That child may not know what kind of martial soul he has and may be deliberately confusing people, but I can be sure that it is definitely not the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly, he said. I guess that child must be deliberately confusing people. Does anyone think so as I do? Guangling Douluo chuckled. Chapter 69 Qingluan Douluo's Proposal. The fourth worshipper Lion Douluo said in a deep voice, it doesn't matter whether he did it on purpose or not, we only know that this child is of great importance. Great Elder, what do you think? Let's do it. Do you want me to snatch him away? We can train him in the Elder Hall and help Shwetter take power in the future. That woman can't turn the table. Golden Crocodile Douluo frowned. He has already worshipped that woman as his master. If we snatch him away by force, he may not be willing to stay with us. We can't imprison him, right? Lion Douluo disagreed. Why not? If he is determined to stand with that woman, if they fall out in the future, he may even attack us. It's better not to let him grow up. Sith worshipper Qianjun Douluo and seventh worshipper Jiangmo Douluo nodded in agreement. Qian Daoliu shook his head and said no. Such a rare genius and a rising star of our Wuhan Hall, I as the great elder of Wuhan Hall should vigorously support him instead of ruining his future. Bluluan Douluo smiled and said, in fact I think it's not impossible to keep him. Shwetter is responsible for the bloodline inheritance of the angel family. She has to find a man. This boy is good. He is as handsome as me and talented. He is the only one who can match Shwetter. If the elder recruits him as his grandson's son-in-law, it will be closer than his teacher. He will not help that woman bully his wife and children in the future, right? This is a good idea. Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded in approval and looked at Qian Daoliu. Elder, I think King Luan's words make sense. Shwetter will always find a son-in-law anyway. This child has no relatives and no big forces to tie him down. He is also very talented and has excellent appearance. There is no other such young man in the world. He is really the best choice for Shwetter's husband. Qian Daoliu said slowly, it's a good idea. This child is more important than you think, especially for Shwetter. I am also happy to see their union, but let the children handle their own affairs. I believe he is good enough and will definitely attract Shwetter. What he was thinking about was how to create opportunities for the two children. If they had never met each other, no matter how good they were, they would not be able to attract each other. Lion Douluo said, then do you still want to snatch him? Since we want to recruit him as Shwetter's husband, we should train him ourselves and not let that woman teach him bad things. Whether it is a bad character or prejudice against our worship hall, it is not a good thing. Bluluan Douluo smiled lightly. That's a problem, but it's not advisable to snatch him openly, which will make the contradictions in the spirit hall public and will further stimulate that woman, but we can do it secretly. My spirit is the Bluluan fantasy beast, which has a lot of experience in mental illusion. When I find a chance to meet that child, it's better to abduct him and let him know that it's much better to practice with me than with that woman. Lightwing Douluo's eyes lit up. Good idea, count me in. Let him see the strength of our worship hall and the smart child will know what to choose. Qingluan Douluo waved his hand in disdain. Forget it. What can you teach him? Archery? He stood up and saluted Qian Daoliu, a great worshipper. Since that child is so important, before he grows up he must be protected and his character must not be allowed to go astray. I want to be his protector so that I can protect him and teach him the principles of cultivation and being a human being so that he won't go astray. At the same time, I can cultivate a relationship and naturally draw him to our worship hall camp. Lingguang Douluo shouted, hey, you are taking the opportunity to run out and play. The old otaku is so quiet that he wants to move. It's incredible. Qingluan Douluo smiled slightly. I haven't moved for decades and I'm almost rusty. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Instead of staying at home and getting moldy, I might as well go out with the children to play and let me feel the youthful vitality of young people. Qian Daoliu said lightly, if you are willing to condescend then go. But if you go, Bibi Dong will probably arrange one for him. She won't let the child fall into your hands completely. Qingluan Douluo said indifferently, that is her power and freedom. No matter who she arranges, it makes no difference in front of me. Guangling Douluo, who looked like a young man, shouted, I also want to go out and play. The elder hall is full of old men. It's boring. Only Qingluan is still a little energetic. If you leave I will be bored to death. Qian Daoliu waved his hand. Go if you want to. As the 7 great priests, no one can restrain them. They usually stay at home and don't want to move. There is nothing on the mainland that is worth their personal action. But if they want to go out and play, they are very free. The great priest will not care about these things as long as they can't be contacted for no reason. This time it involves the future grandson-in-law of the great priest, not just running out to play. The protector has a responsibility. If the person he protects has problems, the protector cannot escape the blame, so he must obtain the approval of the great priest in advance. In a few words, Wang Shenmen's life event was decided. The key is that the 2 protagonists still know nothing about it. None of these old men think there is any problem, so they just happily decide it. And our protagonist Wang Shenmeng is still wandering around outside at this time. After having a meal together and drinking a few bottles of wine, the unpleasantness with Yan completely disappeared. The upright Yan lost to Wang Shenmeng again at the wine table and had great respect for him. He almost knelt down and called him big brother. Wang Shenmeng said that he accepted his knees and praised each other. For a while the atmosphere between the two was warm and they were arm in arm as if they were old friends reuniting for many years, which made Xiaoyu and Hu Lina stunned. After dinner, Yan had drunk so much that he slipped under the table. Xiaoyu had no choice but to carry him back to rest, so Wang Shenmeng was miserable. Although Hu Lina took him to familiarize himself with the environment, he was actually forced to accompany her shopping. This was a super hard job. Women have unlimited energy when shopping, but men become exhausted when shopping. Wang Shenmeng suffered a lot in the morning and wanted to give up several times, but finally retreated under the aggrieved eyes of the little FO. Of course, if a dog knew about it, he would be heartbroken. Such a good opportunity, someone couldn't even beg for it, and you still despised it. They just shopped for a whole morning and bought a lot of things. Fortunately, both of them had storage soul guides, so Wang Shenmeng didn't even have to carry a bag, otherwise he would become a hard laborer and would be even more miserable. After finally making it to the afternoon, the little FO was finally tired of shopping. After taking Wang Shenmeng to a delicious meal, he went back to rest with satisfaction. Chapter 70. First meeting with Qingluan Douluo. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shenmeng has been in Wuhan City for more than a month. During this time he is completely familiar with Wuhan City. It is originally a small city because only soul masters can enter and eat it, and there are few people, so it is easy to get familiar with it. Little FO Hu Lina has been recuperating for a month and finally went to the death training camp again. Because Wang Shenmeng has just arrived, he has not arranged for him to go for the time being. Wang Shenmeng is very happy about this. He has no interest in the death training camp. The difficulty is too low and there is no challenge. It is mainly effective for those below the Soul King. With his current strength he can easily kill and pass it. Instead of wasting time in the death training camp, it is better to work hard to cultivate soul power. When the level reaches the Soul King, go directly to the killing city. It is better than any death training. Hu Lina's departure made Wang Shenmeng reluctant and relieved at the same time. During this period the little FO came to see him every day, rain or shine, always pestering him, sometimes practicing together, sometimes going shopping. Although their feelings warmed up quickly, Wang Shenmeng, who was used to living alone, was a little uncomfortable for a while. Whether in the past life or this life, Wang Shenmen's emotional experience was very shallow and he was not very experienced in how to get along with girls. Facing the enthusiasm of the little FO, he didn't know how to respond. Of course this was all his own fault. When he ran into Hu Lina's dream and pretended to be a hero to save the beauty, he saw some things he shouldn't have seen when bandaging her wound, which planted a seed in the little FO's heart. If he was an ordinary person with a crooked appearance, he would probably get a good guy card, but who made him handsome and talented? The result is self-evident. The little FO's feelings for him are no longer so simple. Wang Shenmeng sent Hu Lina away outside the city early in the morning. He waited until her figure disappeared before turning back with ease. Just after walking a few steps, he saw a handsome young man walking towards him with a step that showed no regard for his relatives. The young man had a cool expression on his face which gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. He had white hair, a straight figure, and one eye covered with crystal clear ice and snow. He looked weird and handsome. There are so many strange people in the Soul Master world, and there are many non-mainstream people. Wang Shenmeng took a look and stopped paying attention. The two passed by each other, but unexpectedly the young man's shoulder suddenly shook lightly and a terrifying force instantly acted on Wang Wang Shenmeng. Wang Shenmen's pupils shrank and he had no time to react. His whole body was numb in an instant and then he was bounced away by this force and fell into the lake not far away with a plop. It was a cold winter and the lake was still frozen in the morning. Wang Shenmeng smashed the ice into a standard human shape and then disappeared. The lake water was naturally no threat to Wang Shenmeng, but his body was still numb after falling into the lake and even his soul power could not be used and he sank all the way down. After a while he sank to the bottom of the lake and drank a bellyful of icy cold water and his whole body shivered from the inside out as if it had been calculated. As soon as he sank to the bottom of the lake his body gradually recovered some mobility. Wang Shenmeng quickly floated to the surface and stuck his head out of the hole he had smashed. He looked around vigilantly and saw the boy standing by the lake showing him a mocking smile. Boy taking a cold shower in the middle of winter, it tastes good, right? Wang Shenmeng was furious. He was thrown into the lake and drank a bellyful of water for no reason. No one would be able to remain calm. It was just that the strength shown by the young man made him very afraid. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "My dear brother, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to harm me?" "My dear brother," the young man smiled strangely and then said coldly, "This is just a small lesson for you to let you know that there are people you can't mess with. If you don't repent I won't throw you into the lake any time." Wang Shenmeng was confused, not knowing who this guy was helping. Is it the Xingluo Empire that came to vent Davis's anger? This is not right. How can they have the courage to act so presumptuously outside Wuhan City? I don't know what you are talking about. Tell me clearly, who are you standing up for? Wuhan City is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you don't tell me the reason, don't blame me for calling the law enforcement team to punish you. Who am I standing up for? Don't you know who you have offended in the past month? Wang Shenmeng frowned and said, I have been in Wuhan City in the past month and I don't think I have offended anyone. I really don't understand what you said. Okay, then I will make you understand. If you do it again in the future you can be a ghost who understands it even if you die. The young man looked down at Wang Shenmeng. You've only been in Wuhan City for a month and you've already started flirting with that little FO and getting into a romantic debt. You're so bold. You're actually standing up for my senior sister. Wang Shenmeng was in a mess in the water. I haven't heard that there are any powerful elders behind Hu Lina. Aren't she and Xiaoyu orphans? Even if there are elders, I have a good relationship with Hu Lina, so they wouldn't jump out to stop it. Normally they should be happy to see it happen and even try their best to match them up, right? Unless he is not Hu Lina's elder, could he be Yan's elder? And seeing that he stole her love, he jumped out to vent his anger on Yan. Wang Shenmeng always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. He didn't take the threat of the young man seriously and shook his head, saying, Hu Lina is my senior sister. Only His Holiness the Pope has the right to interfere with my relationship with her. It's not your turn to intervene. The young man sneered. You are stubborn. It seems that the lesson is not deep enough. You should go down and reflect on yourself. He waved his sleeves from a distance and suddenly a powerful force descended on Wang Shenmen's head, pressing him to sink to the bottom of the lake again. And that force didn't dissipate for a while, just pressing him under the water. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up even if he activated his martial soul and used soul skills continuously. After an unknown period of time, Wang Shenmeng had reached the limit of holding his breath. He drank several mouthfuls of lake water while breathing. Just when he was about to use the soul bone skill of immortality, another force suddenly descended which defeated the previous force at once and then pulled him directly out of the lake and landed on the ground. Whoosh! Wang Shenmeng took a deep breath of oxygen and the burning suffocation in his chest gradually dissipated. He vomited a lot of water in succession and the whole person was in a mess. He stood up angrily and saw that the young man had disappeared. Instead there was an elegant middle-aged man about 30 years old with black hair, a smile, a gentle look and a strange charm that made people feel like spring breeze and good feelings. Wang Shenmeng said, Uncle saved me? The middle-aged man said in a gentle voice, I guess so. Thank you, Uncle. It's just a little help. Wang Shenmeng looked around and didn't see the trace of the young man. He said coldly, did the bastard get beaten away by the uncle? How dare he act so presumptuous outside Wuhan City? Do you think my Wuhan Hall is a decoration? Wait until I report to the law enforcement team and arrest him. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant. The middle-aged man smiled and said, it is indeed a bastard. He is so old he actually came to bully a child. When I see him in the future I will definitely teach him a lesson to vent your anger. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, thank you very much, Uncle. What's your surname, Uncle? I almost forgot my name. My old brothers call me Qingluan. You can call me Uncle Qing. Qingluan. Wang Shenmeng chewed it carefully and felt that the name seemed a little familiar. Suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in his mind and his pupils shrank. The look in his eyes when he looked at this Uncle Qing was a little wrong. Could it be that person? Whether it was what he knew in his previous life or some secret information he saw in the library this month, he had a deep understanding understanding of the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall. How could he not pay attention to those legendary instances that had even disappeared in the eyes of the world? People outside didn't know how deep the water of the Spirit Hall was, and they didn't even know the 7 great worshippers of the Spirit Hall. But he knew very well that among the 7 most powerful people in the Elder Hall there was one named Qingluan. Chapter 71 Illusion. It seems that you have guessed my identity. That's right, I am the 3rd worshipper of the Elder Hall, Qingluan Douluo, and my martial soul is Qingluan Fantasy Beast. Uncle Qing's smile became more intense, but his temperament also changed a little. His originally not tall figure gave people a feeling of looking up to a mountain. At the same time, a temperament as elegant as the wind and soaring across the sky and earth was inadvertently revealed, making him look like a fairy, as if he was about to take off with the wind in the net moment, or about to turn into Qingfeng itself. Wang Shenmeng faced this living legend. Maybe it was because of his gentle attitude, or maybe it was because he had a charm that made people approachable. For some reason he didn't feel much uneasiness in front of a super strong man, but instead felt a faint sense of intimacy. This titled Douluo, who was at least level 97, was almost at the top of the entire continent. Perhaps he was also the person with the highest soul power level he had ever seen since he came to this world. As for teacher Bibi Dong, she is not yet 40 years old. Note: Bibi Dong is 30 years older than Tang Santang, and she died at the end of the original novel at the age of 55. It has only been a few years since she broke through to the title Douluo. It is hard to say whether her soul power is higher than Qingluan Douluo. Wang Shenmeng has met senior Qingluan. Knowing the other party's identity, Wang Shenmeng had to bow respectfully. Qingluan Douluo smiled and said, "No need to be polite, and don't call me senior so distantly. You are a rising star in the Spirit Hall, once in 1,000 years. We are all family. You should call me Uncle Qing. I like this young name. Uncle Qing, more than Grandpa Qing, right?" Wang Shenmeng secretly complained that this Qingluan Douluo was almost 100 years old, which was enough for Wang Shenmeng to be his ancestor, but his cultivation was too high. His life was long and his mentality was relatively young. He looked like he was only in his early 30s. Except for those with physical problems like Douluo, the other titled Douluo have a long lifespan. Their appearance is basically related to their mentality. If their mentality is old, then they are old. If a person has a young mentality, he will often look like a young person. Qian Daoliu is over 100 years old, but he looks only in his 30s. Bo Sai is at least over 100 years old, but he looks in his 20s. Jin Kuo Douluo is also over 100 years old, but he looks like half of his neck is buried in the ground. This is because of his mentality. Uncle Qing, do you know that guy before? Wang Shenmeng asked, and he already had a bad feeling in his heart. That guy who looked like a teenager with such powerful strength might be an old monster. If he is really a big boss from the Elder Hall, then wouldn't I have suffered in vain? If I want to get back at the place, there is basically no hope. Qingluan Douluo smiled and nodded. I know him. He is Guangling Douluo. That guy is disrespectful to his elders. He is so old, but he actually comes to bully children. I am ashamed to be friends with him. Don't worry, when I see him I will definitely teach him a lesson. This is simply embarrassing for us elders. Wang Shenmen's mouth twitched. What virtue did he have? He just teased his senior sister, but he actually attracted such an old monster to show up and warn him. He was also skeptical about Qingluan Douluo's so-called lesson, but he was curious about what the relationship between Guangling Douluo and Hu Lina or Yan was. Why did he come to separate the couple? Uncle Qing, why did Guangling Douluo stop me from getting close to my senior sister? Is there any relationship between them? I'm not sure about this, but you'd better listen to him. He has a bad temper. If you annoy him, it won't be as simple as taking a cold shower any time. He might throw you into the ice and snow for a few days. Qingluan Douluo saw Wang Shenmen's depressed face and wanted to laugh for some reason. He comforted her. You are still young. It's not a good thing to be too precocious. It's better to break up with your senior sister as soon as possible and don't mess around anymore. Practice hard is your only business at the moment. As for finding a girlfriend, don't worry. When you are older, Uncle Qing will introduce you to a better one. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Uncle Qing looked like an elder, as if the two had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. Strangely, Wang Shenmeng didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, he felt that what Uncle Qing said made sense, which made him very convinced. Wang Shenmeng decided to tell the teacher about the situation first. He knew that Bibi Dong had a delicate relationship with the worship hall. Now 2 worship elders suddenly appeared. One taught him a lesson and the other saved him. Since they had interacted, they could not hide it. Thank you, Uncle Qing, for your teaching, but I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. Are you going to the Pope's palace? Yes. Qingluan Douluo smiled mysteriously. Then where do you think this is? Wang Shenmeng looked up in confusion and his pupils shrank immediately. Is this the Pope's palace? Looking at the familiar magnificent building in front of him, Wang Shenmeng was like in a dream and immediately opened opened the infinite demon eyes, but no matter how he looked at it, it was extremely real. This is the Pope's palace. I have brought you back, but you just don't know it. When, from the moment you saw me, you followed me back to the city, but in your mind you have been standing by the lake and talking to me. Wang Shenmeng felt incredible. I didn't feel anything at all. Even if you are a titled Douluo and your mental power is much stronger than mine, most titled Douluos cannot use their mental power and cannot hide it from me. Qingluan Douluo still had a gentle smile on his face. I am one of the very few people outside the majority. This is a mental illusion that can deceive people's senses. It is similar to your infinite demon eye. It is incredible to you, but to me it is as simple as a child's house game. Not to mention you, even ordinary titled Douluo can hardly detect the abnormality. Wang Shenmeng admired Uncle Qing. Your martial soul is the Qingluan fantasy beast, and you are also a spiritual soul master. Qingluan Douluo said, I mainly practice the two powers of wind and spirit, which are similar to you, but you are more complicated than me. In addition to spirit, you also have the power of three attributes of fire, water and earth. Fortunately, butterfly and moth soul bees have spiritual power, and with the help of other elemental power you have no problem adding soul rings like this. Even if you get the wood and gold elements, it will produce unpected benefit. Wang Shenmeng deeply agreed with this. He had planned it this way. At this time he met a senior master who practiced both spiritual and elemental power like himself, and he felt more cordial in his heart. Qingluan Douluo saw the change in his expression and raised a barely detectable arc at the corner of his mouth. It's rare to see a similar situation to mine in you. My practice experience should be of great help to you. I can't bear to see you accidentally go astray. How about this? You can practice with me in the future. With my guidance your practice will be smoother and safer. Wang Shenmeng was embarrassed and shook his head to refuse. I already have a teacher. It's impossible to change to someone else. Qingluan Douluo's expression remained unchanged. You don't need to worship me as your master. Since you call me Uncle Qing, I will treat you as your nephew. You are a genius that the Spirit Hall focuses on cultivating. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, what's the problem with me teaching you to practice? Wang Shenmeng said, will that be too much trouble for you? No. Anyway, I have nothing to do. It's also an interesting experience to guide you to practice and watch you grow into a strong man step by step. Qingluan Douluo nodded to himself. Well, it's settled. I will personally guide you in your cultivation in the future. If you want to go out for training, I will go out with you. I heard that Tiandu City is developing very well. There are still your enemies there, right? We can also deal with him, by the way. Alas, I haven't been out for many years. The world has forgotten me. I don't know how many people in this continent know me. Qingluan Douluo. After Qingluan Douluo sighed, he ignored Wang Shenmeng's opinion and his body suddenly dissipated like the wind. Wang Shenmeng was naturally happy that this big man was so favored by him, but thinking of the delicate relationship between Bibi Dong and the worship hall, he hurried to the study of the Pope Hall to ask for an interview. In the elder hall, Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo looked at his back with a smile. Guangling Douluo said dissatisfiedly, I am the villain. You always pretend to be a good person, making me look like a big villain. Isn't this too much? Qingluan Douluo looked surprised. I see you enjoy it, and I thought you liked to be a villain. The main thing is that you don't need to act when you are a villain, just show your true nature. I can't do that. I can only be a good person in this life. I can't be a villain. It's against my nature. I can't act out your natural villain characteristic. Guangling Douluo's face darkened and he snorted coldly. You are taking advantage of others. Don't think I was convinced by you. I am willing to sacrifice my image and become a villain just for Schwetter. Since this kid is going to marry Schwetter, he can't be affectionate anymore. Now that Schwetter is gone, I have to keep an eye on this kid for her, otherwise do you think I will listen to your bad ideas? Qingluan Douluo smiled lightly, not caring about Guangling Douluo's complaints, and nodded. Yes, I know you have good intentions and Schwetter will thank you in the future, but we still need to match them up as soon as possible. I don't think it will be effective to just break up the couple. This kid is too good. Unless he is not allowed to have contact with girls, such things will never be stopped. Guangling Douluo was speechless. It seems that being too good is not a good thing sometimes, but this is only temporary. When he sees Schwetter, I guarantee that he will be overwhelmed by her charm and forget all other girls. In this world, whether it is appearance or talent, is there any girl who can be as good as Schwetter? Qingluan Douluo curled his lips, not agreeing with this in his heart. Guangling, a single dog for 100 years, does not understand the nature of normal men at all. In Qingluan Douluo's view, most men are greedy and perverted. What you can't get will always make you restless. No matter how beautiful and outstanding Schwetter is, she can't change the nature of a passionate young man who has already posed the signs of being romantic. But in his view, this is not a big deal. There is nothing to blame for the young man Muai, and it is not a sin for a capable man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But the prerequisite is that the man's means must be clever enough and his status and strength must be strong enough to mediate or suppress each other's conflict. conflict. Otherwise it will be a headache to be in Shura field every day. P.S. Sorry I was delayed today. I will update it first and make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 72 The NET Pope. Inside the Pope Hall, Wang Shenmeng told Bibi Dong about his experience just now. They poached me. Those old guys are really too much. Bibi Dong was very angry and alert to the extreme. The appearance of Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo together showed that the temple of worship coveted her disciple. She saw it more clearly than Wang Shenmeng and saw through their tricks at a glance. One of these two guys played the good cop and the other played the bad cop. After a set of combined punches, her disciple really liked Qingluan Douluo. If he received long-term guidance from him in the future, there was a high possibility that he would be poached. The key point was that he saw something different from Guangling Douluo's behavior which made her feel complicated and instinctively disgusted. My apprentice's lifelong event is not their turn to decide, but they started to point fingers. Do they still have me the Pope in their eyes? A cold light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes and she became even more dissatisfied with the old men in the worship hall. But she was still very satisfied with her apprentice's performance. She reported the matter to herself immediately and her attitude and position were very correct. She was not fooled by others' words. Not bad, you did a good job. Bibi Dong smiled softly and praised generously. Then she said sarcastically that Qingluan Douluo looks young but he is actually over 90 years old. His soul power is only level 97. What is there to be proud of when he lives like a dog at such an old age? I can teach you everything he can teach you. What he can't give you, you can also give you. When you grow up a few years later, you will be made the Holy Son and become the NET generation of Pope after you. Senior sister is older than me and entered the sect earlier than me, so I should pass the throne to her. Wang Shenmeng said half-truthfully that he didn't have much idea about the position of Pope. For him, becoming a god is the first goal. As long as he becomes a god, worldly power is just a passing cloud. But if he can experience the feeling of being a Pope, it seems not bad. Bibi Dong said lightly, you two are my disciples and have equal inheritance rights, but Nana's talent and strength are much worse than yours. In the world of soul masters, strength is respected. No matter from which aspect, you have a higher priority of inheritance unless one day her talent and strength become stronger than yours. In fact, she didn't say another sentence. If she wants to be Pope, she must get the support of the Elder Hall, otherwise she will not be able to sit firmly in the position. Even if she barely gets to the position, she is not just a puppet. Bibi Dong can hold her position firmly in addition to her own super strength, but also the support of the Elder Hall Master Qian Daoliu. It is only because Qian Ren Yui is too young that Qian Daoliu reluctantly supports her to take the position, so he is also on guard against her and even regards her as a transitional tool. The Elder Hall is a check and balance on the power of the Pope. It has the power to reject the Pope's decrees and even the right to depose the Pope by a general resolution. When voting on major matters, one elder has one vote and the Pope has only 3 votes. Although Bibi Dong is unwilling to become a pawn and has been wrestling with the Elder Hall, she does not want to break up with the Elder Hall unless it is absolutely necessary. She has infiltrated and won over all kinds of people in the past few years since she succeeded to the throne, but she has only obtained the support of some titled Douluo. In terms of influence, she is far from being comparable to Qian Daoliu. Therefore, even though she is very dissatisfied with Qian Daoliu and even hates him, she still maintains peace on the surface. Since the worship hall values his little disciple very much and he likes him very much, then making him the successor will establish a buffer and bond between the two sides, which is more beneficial than harmful to the high-level Wuhan Hall, which has some clear barriers. Another reason is that he wants to bind his little disciple to his side. What is more attractive than the position of the NET Pope? No matter how much the worship hall poaches, can it give more benefits than the position of the Pope? Therefore, considering all the reasons, Lina, who is at a disadvantage in all aspects, is naturally eliminated. What can Wang Shenmeng say? The high-level officials intend to cultivate her and even appoint her as the NET generation. This is a good thing that many people can't even dream of, and it just fell on his head without any waves. In addition to humble gratitude, he really has nothing else to say. Wang Shenmeng said with a serious face, the teacher's teaching and cultivation are kind and the students will remember it in their heart. Bibi Dong looked at him with her beautiful eyes and there was a special charm in his serious look. Because he was too handsome, his figure was flawless and he had a special attractive beauty. No matter what he did, it was particularly pleasing to the eye. Bibi Dong liked him even more in her heart and said softly, you are my disciple. We are one master and disciple. The position of Pope should be yours. It is also the teacher's responsibility to cultivate you. Wang Shenmeng was moved in his heart and his eyes carefully looked at the teacher's face. The white skin, exquisite and beautiful facial features and lavender hair all exuded amazing beauty which made people unable to help but indulge in it, but the noble and gentle temperament made people unattainable and dared not blaspheme. But Wang Shenmen's powerful perception ability keenly felt the dark breath surging under this beautiful and graceful appearance. She seemed to be eroding the light with endless darkness, bringing indescribable depression and pain. Maybe other people such as Ghost Douluo can also perceive this. They probably think that this is the manifestation of the powerful strength of His Holiness the Pope, which brings people this kind of oppression from the heart and instinct. But Wang Shenmeng knows that this is not the case. The dark and evil aura comes from the evil thoughts of the Rakshasa god, which is eroding Bibi Dong's reason bit by bit, bringing her endless pain and destroying her step by step. Wang Shenmeng is not guessing out of thin air. He has carefully observed Bibi Dong's mental state with his dream entering magical power. Although he cannot enter Bibi Dong's dream, the deep evil aura that entangles and erodes the spiritual energy emitted from her dream is far beyond the level of title Douluo and is the power that only true God can possess. Wang Shenmeng dares to absorb the spiritual energy emitted unconsciously by the title Douluo and can barely digest it, but the aura of this evil god is only a trace which makes him very uncomfortable, and there is no way to purify it for the time being. If he hadn't possessed the mysterious dream butterfly martial soul, which had a powerful ability to devour and purify all non-substantial energies, and if the light holy dragon's origin hadn't naturally restrained evil, he would have been contaminated by that trace of Rakshasa's evil thought. Bibi Dong's eyelashes trembled slightly and she felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Wang Shenmeng. It's very impolite to stare at others like this, especially between opposite sees. If Wang Shenmeng wasn't her favorite disciple and she was young, if it was another man, Bibi Dong would have slapped him. Feeling the gaze of her own disciple that seemed to be real, she was seen through from the inside out. Bibi Dong's beautiful face was quietly stained with a hint of bright red and her body twisted slightly, feeling a little angry. Xiao Meng, why do you keep staring at the teacher? Is there something on my face? Bibi Dong tried to make her tone calm, facing Wang Shenmen's gaze, and asked lightly. No, the teacher's face is very clean. It is the most beautiful and cleanest face I have ever seen. Wang Shenmeng sincerely praised. Bibi Dong's mouth curled up quietly and then said with a straight face, how can you talk to your teacher like this? I can't help it, I can't help it. Wang Shenmeng laughed twice and suddenly said solemnly, it's just that I think the teacher's mental state seems to be not good, as if he has been contaminated by some evil force. So I want to observe carefully to see if I can help the teacher. Chapter 73 Heart to Heart. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly condensed, staring at Wang Shenmeng, but her heart was extremely uneasy. He actually saw it. How is this possible? Getting the inheritance of the Rakshasa god is a very confidential matter. Only she knows it in the world. Even Qian Daoliu, who is close at hand, can't detect it, because she has never shown her divine power outside. The inheritance of the throne is very important. Before becoming a god, the inheritor is at risk of failure and may be destroyed by the god test, or even killed, or have the inheritance taken away. The situation Bibi Dong faced in the spirit hall was naturally not good. Who could be sure that the group of titled Douluo in the elder hall would not plot after knowing the secret? She didn't even trust Qian Daoliu. This old guy was at level 99 and there was no more room for improvement. Could it be that he had no desire to become a god at level 100, which seemed to be within reach? Although it was said that the priests of the gods could not become gods because of their mission, who knew whether it was true or not? Therefore, after Bibi Dong obtained the inheritance of the throne of the gods, she did a very good job of keeping it secret and no one noticed it. Even her rapid improvement in strength was not doubted by anyone, because it was indeed not related to the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god had neither improved her soul power nor given her a divine soul ring, nor even given her a soul ring upgrade period, let alone a divine weapon. The main reason why she has been upgraded like a rocket in recent years is that after becoming a titled Douluo, she added soul rings to her second martial soul, the soul devouring spider emperor, all of which are more than 50,000 years old, and there are 2 soul rings of 100,000 years old. The improvement in soul power is huge, which pushed her all the way into the ranks of peak Douluo. No one knows that she inherited the position of Rakshasa god, and naturally cannot imagine that such a peak powerhouse like her will be polluted in spirit. Even if they occasionally sense the evil aura on her body, they will only think that it is the aura of her martial soul itself. After all, whether it is the death spider emperor or the soul devouring spider emperor, they are dark martial souls full of evil and killing. It is normal to emit evil auras. Who dares to imagine that there is something wrong with the Pope's spirit? Bibi Dong looked deeply at Wang Shenmeng and became more convinced of her intuition that this child is her lucky star. Since he can see the problem in her, the opportunity to solve it must fall on him. How did you detect it? There were only 2 of them in the hall, master and disciple. Bibi Dong did not hide it anymore. After using her mental power to block all possible snooping, she asked with a smile, my martial soul has some special abilities that can detect some abnormalities. Bibi Dong smiled and said, in fact I had guessed that you could detect the existence of the ghost elder at the beginning. This was originally impossible. After thinking about it, the reason can only be this god-level martial soul. But everyone has secrets, and those related to martial souls are even more related to the foundation of soul masters, so neither I nor Ghost Douluo have questioned you. Wang Shenmeng nodded in agreement. That ability is indeed very important to me. I have never told anyone. Bibi Dong smiled and asked, then why did you tell me again today? Wang Shenmeng showed a simple smile and scratched his head. I trust the teacher 100%, and I think this ability may help the teacher. Of course I can't hide any secrets from the teacher. Xiao Meng, the teacher loves you well. Bibi Dong was moved. How long has it been since she felt the genuine care from the people around her? Since that incident her beloved teacher turned against her, her lover broke up, and her only family members only hated each other. She lived in resentment and pain for 20 years. Therefore she hated everything. She didn't love the world, so naturally no one would care about her. At this moment Wang Shenmen's clear eyes showed genuine care without any pretense, which touched her for a long time. Her cold and lonely heart felt a little warm. This feeling was so wonderful that she was fascinated. Bibi Dong's face became softer and her eyes were warm. You trust the teacher. The teacher will never let you down. No matter what secrets your martial spirit has, no third person will know. Wang Shenmeng said, of course I believe in the teacher. Bibi Dong smiled charmingly, showing that she was in a very good mood. After a while she sighed again. You trust the teacher and the teacher trusts you. You are right, the teacher's spirit is indeed polluted. Her Zion became gloomy and solemn. It is the evil thoughts of the god that pollute the teacher, so it is difficult for me to get rid of it, and it is getting worse and worse, tormenting the teacher all the time. Wang Shenmeng sighed, and he admired her in his heart. He was always polluted by the evil god, but he always acted like nothing happened. What a strong willpower it takes. He pretended not to know. How could the teacher have intercourse with the god? Bibi Dong was slightly stunned, as if she was caught in some strange emotion, and her tone was cold because the teacher received the inheritance of a god during the divine emanation. He was eroded by the divine thought. When I noticed it, it was too late. The inheritance of the divine throne. Wang Shenmeng murmured with a look of shock on his face. No wonder even the teacher can't do anything. It's actually the divine thoughts of the gods that are polluting. Bibi Dong said, if it doesn't involve higher level divine power, who else in this world can pollute me? It's rare that you can see the teacher's problem, but when it comes to the power of the gods you may not be able to help the teacher. Let's try it first, maybe it can be alleviated. Besides, even if I can't help the teacher now, it doesn't mean that there will be no way in the future. Wang Shenmeng has some confidence in the play. Divine power is just a high-level power, which does not mean that there is no solution. The sea god trident is still an authentic artifact, and Tang San didn't become invincible immediately after getting it. Wang Shenmeng remembered that in the original novel Bibi Dong almost killed Tang San, who was titled Douluo in the Xingda Great Forest. At the critical moment the sea god divine consciousness in the trident appeared personally. He used the first 3 moves of the 13 styles of the sea god to deal with Bibi Dong, but he only injured her and could not kill her at all. This was the sea god himself holding his own artifact. Although it was only the remaining divine power in the trident which was only enough to use the first 3 moves, it was also the power of the god. It can be seen that divine power is not unsolvable. With Bibi Dong's strength, although she was at a disadvantage in the face of the evil thoughts of the evil gods, she was not completely powerless to resist. As long as there was the right restraint method to help, it might not be impossible to eliminate it. Bibi Dong's heart was full of hope at this time. The reason why she said that was just because she didn't want to put too much pressure on Wang Shenmeng, but she believed in her heart that her little apprentice was the one who saved her from the sea of suffering. She smiled again. Teacher is very curious, what magical ability does your martial soul give you that makes you feel that you can remove the pollution of the god? My martial soul can let me enter other people's dream. Dreams are a reflection of spiritual power and are constructed by mental power. If I can enter the teacher's dream, it means that I have penetrated into the depths of the teacher's spirit and can find a way to remove the pollution of the divine thought. Wang Shenmeng had nothing to hide at this time. After the heart-to-heart talk just now, the master and the disciple regarded each other as trustworthy people. Bibi Dong even revealed such a major matter as the inheritance of the throne to him. What is this secret of his? Besides, to help Bibi Dong he had to use the magical power of entering dreams, and it was meaningless to hide it. Entering dreams? Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, and then she showed an inexplicable look. She remembered that when this kid and Nana first met, he said that he had seen them in a dream. She thought it was fate. It turned out that this little disciple was not honest and ran into Nana's dream. This magical ability made her feel fresh and interested. She instinctively felt that it was of great significance to her and related to the turning point of her destiny. Bibi Dong was suddenly filled with excitement and expectation, as if a bright light suddenly lit up in the endless darkness, illuminating the darkness in an instant, and the whole person was filled with warmth. warmth and hope from the inside out. Chapter 74 Inducing Dreams Creating Dreams Rax Hasa Shura. Can your ability to enter the teacher's dream enter the teacher's dream? Not yet. The teacher's dream is like a sun. If I approach it I will be burned by my mental power and cannot enter the dream. Although Bibi Dong had effected it, she was still disappointed. It seemed that there was no way to help her solve the problem in a short time. But since Wang Shenmeng decided to try to solve Bibi Dong's problem, he was well prepared and continued, but if the teacher takes the initiative to lead me into a dream, this problem will not exist. Bibi Dong was excited. Lead into a dream? How to do it? Wang Shenmeng thought of the dream leading magical power derived from his promotion to Soul Master and said to Bibi Dong's expectant eyes, this requires a certain ability. What ability? The ability to have a lucid dream. Bibi Dong was puzzled. What is a lucid dream? Lucid dream, as the name suggests, it is a dream that you actively have in a lucid state. In the dream you know that you are dreaming, so you can dominate your dream and do whatever you want. Bibi Dong opened her eyes wide. So magical? Wang Shenmeng said, it's not magical, it's just a way of using mental power. In fact, anyone can have a lucid dream and even a dream within a dream. However, lucid dreams consume a lot of mental power. Ordinary people have poor mental power and are easily immersed in them, which eventually leads to the inability to distinguish between dreams and reality, causing a series of tragedies. Or finally, mental exhaustion. Mental disorder died of exhaustion. In short, the ending is not very good. Bibi Dong heard such serious consequences of lucid dreaming as if listening to the Book of Heaven and couldn't help but worry. Since lucid dreaming has such a big sequelae, will it bring harm to the teacher? Wang Shenmeng shook his head. No. Our soul masters have strong mental power, so there will be no problem in the short term. However, it is easy to indulge in lucid dreaming. After all, in the dream you are the master and almost omnipotent. Most people can't resist this temptation. Even if it is a soul master, if you indulge in dreaming, the final outcome will not be good. Bibi Dong, after thinking for a while, he asked again, how long is this short term? Wang Shenmeng said, with your mental power, even if you have lucid dreams all day, there will be no problem for a year or two. Bibi Dong sighed. That's good. I thought it would take a few hours, at most a few days. How can you have a lucid dream? I will teach you the method. It is easy to learn, and then you will take the initiative to let go of your dream and lead me in, and we will work together to solve your mental problem. The secret method of lucid dreaming is not too difficult. With Bibi Dong's wisdom, she will naturally learn it in one go. Her eyes were full of light and she didn't expect that there were such magical things in the world. Can people take the initiative to dream and dominate their own dreams? Although it is an illusory world, the dreams, memories and experiences in the lucid state are real. If this ability is developed, there is a lot of potential to be tapped, such as practicing some special soul skills in dreams or doing some dangerous practices. After all, it is in dreams. Even if the sky collapses and the earth collapses and the body is shattered, it is just like waking up from a nightmare, which will definitely consume a lot of mental energy. The more Bibi Dong thinks about it, the more incredible it feels. This has already involved some of the creator's domain. Although it is just the fur of the fur, it is enough to shock people. Bibi Dong looked at Wang Shenmeng again with her beautiful eyes, and she was filled with emotion. She realized her original decision. This disciple gave her too many surprises. Sending Ghost Douluo to bring him to the spirit hall might be the wisest decision she had made in her life. A few hours later, Bibi Dong had a preliminary grasp of the secret method of lucid dreaming. I'll try the effect first. When we become proficient, we'll start dreaming. Bibi Dong remembered what Wang Shenmeng said about her mental power being too strong and the dream would burn him like the sun. She was awed in her heart and didn't dare to lead him into the dream rashly. After she finished speaking, she leaned on the Pope's throne, supported her chin with her hand and started lucid dreaming with the secret method. Wang Shenmeng was afraid of disturbing her, so he also found a place to sit quietly and think about the mysteries of dream. Lucid dreaming has already involved some characteristics of dream making, which is a further ability than dream weaving. Dream weaving can only weave some stories in other people's dreams, and you can participate in them and get what you want or achieve some goals in a special way. But dream making is to create dreams directly, whether it is someone else's or your own. But dream making has not yet been derived. Lucid dream can only be regarded as a semi-finished product of dream making at most. It is only effective for yourself, just like weaving a beautiful dream for yourself with great sequelae. Time passed by every second. An hour later, Bibi Dong suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. In her dark pupils a flash of blood suddenly appeared, indicating her bloody killing in the dream. Wang Shenmeng looked at the lingering evil spirit and the hatred visible to the naked eye after she woke up. He guessed what she did in her dream. Did she torture and kill poor Qian Unji thousands of times? He guessed so in his heart, but Wang Shenmeng didn't dare to bring up the pot. Teacher Qian was Bibi Dong's taboo. At this time he just woke up and looked murderous under the influence of the dream. It's better to be careful. Teacher, how do you feel? Bibi Dong sat quietly on the chair for a long time, and the the evil spirit on her body dissipated. Her face returned to normal and she nodded and said, lucid dreams are indeed magical. I did something I wanted to do very much in my dream but I couldn't do it. After waking up I felt happy. No wonder this dream has an addictive charm. Then teacher, have you mastered this ability? I have mastered it and you can start. Then let's start. Wang Shenmeng acted decisively. He just wanted to solve Bibi Dong's mental problems as soon as possible so as to dismantle this time bomb. In this way, as long as the spirit hall itself stabilizes and does not commit suicide, it will basically not die. Then Wang Shenmeng can practice with ease of mind and explore the way to become a god. The sooner he becomes a god, the sooner his life can be guaranteed. Although there seems to be no life crisis now, Wang Shenmeng has not forgotten the possible black hands of the god. Let alone Bibi Dong is taking the god test. Well, who made her become like this? This was definitely tampered with, just like Tang Chen in the City of Slaughter, but Tang Chen was even more unlucky. Something went wrong during the 8th test and he was parasitized by a blood-red 9-headed bat. Thinking of Tang Chen, Wang Shenmeng felt a little heavy in his heart. The reason why Tang Chen failed was that he was contaminated by the evil thoughts of Rakshasa in the inheritance of Shura God. Rakshasa tampered with the inheritance of Shura God in order to destroy his inheritance. These two evil gods originally came from the same source and have been against each other for countless years. Since Rakshasa tampered with the inheritance of Shura God, Wang Shenmeng also had reason to suspect that Shura God tampered with the inheritance of Rakshasa God in revenge. This was the situation Wang Shenmeng least wanted to face. Shura God was the God King. It was stressful to think about going against a God King, but he knew that what people feared would come true. Wang Shenmeng already had some bad premonitions in his heart, or it could be said that it came from the instinctive foresight of the elves in the dream. He was afraid that he would really face this terrible instance in charge of killing in the future. Wang Shenmeng took a deep breath and suppressed some emotions in his heart. If it is inevitable, he will not be afraid. What is coming will eventually be faced. There is no use in entanglement. Just face it calmly and move forward bravely. The complicated thoughts in his heart dissipated one by one. In a peaceful state, Wang Shenmeng opened the magical power of entering dreams and used the ability of leading dreams for the first time to deal with the power of God. Chapter 75 Frozen World. Wang Shenmeng sat cross-legged on the ground. His consciousness left his body and turned into a dream butterfly. The world in front of him suddenly changed into a world. The void is endless. The real does not exist. Everything becomes illusory and hazy, but the illusory things that cannot be seen at ordinary times become clear and real, just like the virtual and real worlds turned upside down. In front of his eyes a huge purple sun immediately appeared, which was more magnificent and hotter than any dream he had ever seen, emitting endless light and heat. But in this blazing purple there are also dark red evil auras entangled, which are deeper and more terrifying than the purple spiritual energy, just like the flare of the sun. Even if Wang Shenmeng just feels this evil aura, he feels depressed and sinking. This dark red evil aura is undoubtedly the spiritual power pollution of the Rakshasa god. As the spiritual power escapes in the dream, some of the power also emanates, floating and scattering in the void. I don't know where it falls and what kind of evil creatures it creates. Wang Shenmeng waited quietly for a moment, and suddenly the spiritual energy that the purple dream spread to me began to converge, and then a loophole was broken at a weak point, revealing a virtual world that looked very real inside. Wang Shenmeng flew to the loophole, and all around the huge spiritual energy seemed to be shielded. Although it was emitting brilliant light, it did not cause any harm to him. Wang Shenmeng flew into the hole without hesitation and saw Bibi Dong standing in the center of the world from afar. She was surrounded by colorful halos and countless bright stars, which intertwined into a gorgeous and colorful world of light. This is the manifestation of the light that the teacher yearns for in his heart. The teacher's heart is trapped in the erosion of darkness and suffers from oppression and torture. Therefore he yearns for light even more. No one likes to sink into darkness and pain. Whether it is a human or a god, demon, fairy or demon, everything they do is to stay away from troubles and pain and pursue physical and mental happiness. Wang Shenmeng landed beside Bibi Dong. This boundless world could not see the end at a glance because his total spiritual power was not as good as Bibi Dong's, and he could not transcend her dream. Teacher, how do you feel? I feel great. Bibi Dong laughed very freely. It was a kind of freedom that was unrestrained, free from pain, troubles, obstacles, and everything went smoothly. It's just an illusion, teacher. Don't indulge in it, otherwise over time it will be difficult to intricate yourself and finally blur the boundaries between reality and illusion and finally go to chaos and madness. Wang Shenmeng reminded her again. He knew that lucid dreams were addictive, and the degree of addiction was countless times stronger than pornography, gambling and drug. Ji Yin could do anything he wanted here. That feeling of omnipotence could make anyone addicted, and no one could resist its temptation. Wang Shenmeng was cautious about this ability. If he didn't believe in Bibi Dong's mind and perseverance and believed that she could hold on to this sweet poison, he would not dare to give her the secret method easily. Bibi Dong waved her sleeve and the world changed again. The blue sky where he came in was like a hole in the sky, and it had returned to its original state. The green earth was covered with grass and small flowers were blooming everywhere, full of vitality and fresh hope. Don't worry, the teacher knows how to behave. It's just that I haven't felt so free and unrestrained for a long time. Bibi Dong adjusted the lavender hair on her temples and smiled gently. Without the pollution of evil thoughts, her whole temperament has changed a lot at this time. The invisible gloomy aura has been swept away. Wang Shenmeng vaguely saw her gentle and generous when she was a saint. This is the teacher's spiritual world. The evil thoughts are also entangled in it. Can the teacher sense it? Of course, the evil thoughts have been entangled with me for more than 10 years, and it is already difficult to distinguish between us. However, although I had a huge spiritual power before, I could not use it at will. I could only passively resist. Now the spiritual power is dominated by myself. Even if it cannot be completely eliminated, at least it is no longer without the power to fight back. Bibi Dong waved her hand and an endless storm suddenly arose in the world. Lightning flashed in the sky and the earth collapsed as if it was the end of the world. And at this moment, when the world changed drastically, the endless evil power hidden in the depths of the world also appeared in front of us at once. The eternal evil power turned into a terrifying abyss. In the abyss of sin, endless blood mist infected the world. Wang Shenmeng took a look from afar and suddenly had a splitting headache. Evil thoughts grew in his mind. All the beautiful things in his heart seemed to have gone away from him. Only despair and desire remained, twisting his consciousness and turning him into a fallen creature dominated by evil. Boom! The net moment, endless divine fire spread on Wang Shenmen's body. After the fire-eating moth's flame devoured the holy fire of light, it had turned into a red gold color like the sun. It had great restraint on this evil and could in turn devour the evil fire and grow stronger. At this time, the evil power that invaded the body was burned by the red gold flame. Under the blessing of the god-level martial soul and the dream-eating magical power, facing only a trace of evil power, it was not without resistance. At this time it was burned bit by bit, leaving only pure spiritual energy. After being devoured by him, the red gold flame became more vigorous. What a powerful martial soul! What a powerful soul skill! Bibi Dong looked at the first soul ring around Wang Shenmeng, and the purple color was a few points deeper at this time, and she was immediately amazed. At the same time her heart moved and a thought flashed through her mind. At this time the evil red tide was steaming from the abyss and began to pollute this spiritual world again. Bibi Dong clasped her hands together and saw the sky roaring with thunder, and purple lightning bombarded the evil abyss like a storm. The earth turned into an ocean and endless sea water poured back and submerged the abyss. After an unknown period of time, Bibi Dong's face turned pale and her mental power was overconsumed, and even this world was a little turbulent. But at this time the rising red tide of blood mist had been defeated by thunder, and the endless abyss was submerged by the sea water. The evil power was roaring, and the sea water that submerged the abyss was boiling ice for thousands of miles. With Bibi Dong's light shout, the endless sea water turned into a 1,000-year-old glacier in an instant, and the terrifying cold air it emitted instantly froze Wang Shenmeng into an ice stick. Bibi Dong chuckled, holding the ice stick in one hand, and pulled herself out of the dream at the moment when the whole world was frozen. When they came to the outside world, the spiritual power dissipated in an instant and Wang Shenmeng regained consciousness. He and Bibi Dong opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Teacher, how is it? I feel better than ever. Although all my spiritual power has been turned into glaciers, making it impossible for me to use my spiritual power, it has also frozen the erosion and destruction of the evil thoughts of Rakshasa on me. Although Bibi Dong's face, her face was as pale as paper, but her mood was joyful and relaxed, as if a person who was terminally ill suddenly recovered from his illness and was reborn in an instant. Her heart was filled with silent emotion and love for a new world and a new life. Her fine eyelashes trembled lightly and she almost cried. Wang Shenmeng carefully sensed that there was indeed no evil aura lingering around Bibi Dong, and he could not sense her depression and pain, only a heart full of ease and joy. Wang Shenmeng was also happy for her. After a while he said, but this is only a temporary solution. Although the evil thoughts of the Rakshasa have been suppressed, your mental power has also been frozen at the same time. In this way not only will your strength be greatly weakened, but even the divine test cannot proceed. Bibi Dong felt the long-awaited feeling of relaxation and joy in her body and mind, and she did not care even if she was splashed with cold water. She stretched her body and felt the weakness after her mental freezing. Her body was particularly afraid of the cold. The cold seemed to come from the depths of her soul. No matter how huge her soul power was or how thick and warm her clothes were, it would be useless. Bibi Dong's delicate body suddenly trembled and she curled up. She took out a furry blanket from the soul guide, wrapped herself tightly and huddled on a wide chair. The sickly pale face and the slender body that huddled into a ball no longer had had a trace of majesty and dominance, making her look weak and pitiful. Chapter 76 Bibi Dong Come Closer. Wang Shenmeng had never seen such a teacher before, and a feeling of pity rose in his heart. Then he shook his head to dispel this strange feeling. However, he still opened the first soul ring, and the whole person turned into a ball of blazing red gold flame. This is both an energy fire which is driven by soul power and a spiritual fire which relies on spiritual power as firewood. The moment the flame ignited, it not only illuminated the entire hall but also warmed the depth of the soul. Bibi Dong, who was shivering with the cold of her own spiritual power, was surrounded by this stove and felt warm and comfortable from body to heart, and a huge feeling of moving rose in her heart. When she was sinking into darkness, the most desperate and helpless, her little disciple seemed to be a ray of light that illuminated the darkness and brought her hope and warmth. He was like her salvation, a gift from God to her, and came specifically to save her. She looked at the jade-like boy with red gold flames all over his body. His body bathed in fire seemed like the source of light, pregnant with hope and warmth and engraved in her heart. Bibi Dong's heart seemed to be melted by the flames. Her eyes were full of tenderness and she just wanted to get closer to the source that brought her warmth. Xiao Meng, come here, come to the teacher. Her voice was a little soft, but she still used an unquestionable will invisibly which had become her habit and instinct. Is the teacher still cold? Then I'll get closer. Wang Shenmeng stood up and came to Bibi Dong's throne. The flames on his body were more vigorous and the whole person was like a big fireball. If it were someone else, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. But Bibi Dong just felt that it was not enough. She longed for more light and heat. Sit down, she ordered gently. Wang Shenmeng hesitated for a moment and sat on the Pope's throne, which symbolized supreme status and power. He looked at the woman curled up in front of him. When their eyes crossed, the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Teacher, are you feeling better? Wang Shenmeng turned his eyes away, not daring to stay too long on the delicate body highlighted by the blanket. Seeing the teacher's rare weakness, his concern became even stronger. Better. You come closer. Bibi Dong's tone was also a little strange. She turned her head slightly and did not look into the eyes of her little apprentice. She looked at his upright sitting posture. Although he was still young, he had already shown maturity and responsibility and had the stalwartness and reliability that many adult men did not have. Wang Shenmeng moved closer as he was told, but Bibi Dong still felt it was not enough. She could not help but move her body and move closer to him. The two of them were almost touching each other through the blanket. Bibi Dong leaned against the big stove and the coldness on her body was finally no longer so difficult to resist. She was like a black hole, absorbing all the warmth radiating from Wang Shenmeng, and the feeling of coldness in her soul was finally relieved. I'm afraid that the teacher can't leave you during this period, but I'm afraid that your soul power can't support it. Bibi Dong's face flushed and she was a little embarrassed to speak, and she stammered, when the teacher sleeps, I'm afraid it's too cold and I can't leave you. She said several yous in a row. Her face had turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Wang Shenmeng. Wang Shenmeng understood what she meant. It was fine at ordinary time. If he wanted to sleep, he couldn't fall asleep because it was too cold. He nodded immediately. Teacher, don't worry, you can sleep peacefully. I will take good care of you. As long as there is a fire source around, I can absorb the power of fire to restore my soul power while releasing soul skills. I can also absorb the power of the sun to restore during the day. As long as there is enough fire source, I can maintain my soul skills all the time. Thank you for your hard work. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief, suppressed her shame and comforted herself. He is my little apprentice. He is still young and doesn't know anything. It's nothing to take care of me to sleep. She numbed herself in a self-deceiving way. Of course she knew in her heart that children of this age in Douluo continent, especially soul masters, are actually almost fully developed and basically understand the affairs of men and women. But looking at the handsome and beautiful apprentice in front of her, she had an illusion of being pure and flawless. Subconsciously she felt that he was good in every way. Even his heart was pure and clean, and he was definitely not. What kind of inappropriate thoughts would he have? Instead, he was thinking about them randomly. Was it because he didn't trust his disciples or because he was guilty? Bibi Dong's spirit was exhausted and the remaining spirit power was frozen by herself. Although her spirit power was as vast as the sea, her mind was exhausted. Surrounded by warm flames, she seemed to have returned to her mother's arms when she was a baby. She felt indescribably at ease and she fell asleep unconsciously while thinking about them. Wang Shenmeng just sat beside her, maintaining his first spirit skill while absorbing the sun power in the sky and converting it into Hua soul power to dispel the cold for Bibi Dong. After absorbing a trace of the power of the evil god, the age of his first spirit ring increased again. It was already 2,000 or 3,000 years old, almost catching up with the second spirit ring. The power of his spirit skill also increased and the corresponding conversion of solar power was more efficient. Time passed by and the beauty lying on the wide throne slept soundly. The young man sitting beside her was also focused and faithfully fulfilled his important task of air conditioning. Occasionally his eyes swept across the beautiful face, and I don't know what he was thinking in his heart. In the bright hall in the afternoon, the two people in strange state seemed to form a beautiful painting, and the atmosphere was peaceful and warm. When the sun set and there was no more solar power in the sky, Wang Shenmeng gradually felt overwhelmed. Even though he had strong soul power, he was just a soul master after all, and there was no way to maintain a soul skill for a long time, but he still struggled to support it. During this period he sent a message to Ghost Douluo in a special way, asking him to quietly get a big furnace to continuously provide soul power for Wang Shenmeng, and then he gradually got better. Although Ghost Douluo was extremely surprised, he still didn't ask anything. He just looked at Wang Shenmeng, who was sitting on the Pope's throne and in close contact with Bibi Dong, and his eyes were different. Such a furnace is useless to Bibi Dong. Her coldness emanates from her spirit unless he removes the frozen state in her spiritual world. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Bibi Dong finally woke up from her sleep. This sleep was the sweetest and most peaceful sleep she had had in more than 20 years. There was no hatred and pain, no spiritual pollution. The continuous light and heat warmed her body, mind and soul. She was completely relaxed, as if she had become a carefree baby. Ah, so late. Her eyelashes fluttered. She opened her eyes and looked at the clock. It was already midnight. Her apprentice was still beside her, warming her up. His face was tired from the night and he was closing his eyes to absorb and transform soul power. Bibi Dong's eyes softened and the shyness in her heart disappeared. She said softly, "Xiao Meng, the teacher has fallen asleep. You should go back and rest too." Wang Shenmeng opened his eyes and met the teacher's gentle eyes. He smiled lightly. "Teacher, don't worry, I can still hold on. Don't be stubborn. The teacher's current state will continue for a while. You can't not rest at all." Bibi Dong waved her hand and a soul power hit him instantly, forcing his soul power back into his body, and his soul skills could not be maintained. The whole person changed from a little sun back to normal. As soon as the flame disappeared, the cold came and Bibi Dong curled up again in the cold. She resisted the instinctive impulse to let Wang Shenmeng activate his soul skills and pouted, "After solving one kind of pain, I fell into another kind of pain, but in comparison the cold is more direct and more comfortable." Wang Shenmeng said, "Teacher, do you have a way to completely solve the problem of mental pollution? Freezing is not a long-term solution." Bibi Dong smiled confidently. "Teacher has some ideas. There was no way before, but now that we can face these mental pollution directly, it is much easier to deal with." Wang Shenmeng was delighted. "What solution did the teacher think of?" "The key to this solution is still you." Bibi Dong looked at Wang Shenmeng with a burning gaze. "Teacher wants to create a martial soul fusion skill with you, using your martial soul's restraint on mental power and the ability to devour to fundamentally solve the problem." Chapter 77. Can I eat you? 2-in-1 chapter requested. Wang Shenmeng was a little scared by Bibi Dong's burning eyes and couldn't help but stand up from his seat. He was a little skeptical. Our martial souls, one is a spider and the other is a butterfly. With such a big difference in martial souls, they can also perform martial soul fusion. Why not? Bibi Dong's eyes were erratic and she was stunned for a while and whispered, "Do you know the golden iron triangle?" Wang Shenmeng nodded gently and his heart tightened. The teacher actually took the initiative to mention something related to Yu Xiaogang. He knew that Bibi Dong had never forgotten Yu Xiaogang in her heart, but that was a sad past. After Yu Xiaogang left her, he was with his cousin Lu Erlong and seemed to have let her go, and she, after encountering a huge change, was filled with hatred in her heart, full of although still remember him, but there is no possibility to continue the previous relationship. From then on, that person was hidden in the deepest part of her heart, bringing her endless pain but also the few remaining lights in her heart. Bibi Dong has a complicated feeling towards Yu Xiaogang. He is her light and her pain. She can't forget him, but every time she thinks of him she is heartbroken. Therefore Bibi Dong rarely mentions Yu Xiaogang, or maybe she doesn't want to think of him. Even if she knows that Yu Xiaogang is in Nodding City, she has never thought of seeing him. It seems that the person has become a symbol carrying the once happy and bright girlhood. It seems to be very important to her, but it seems unimportant. She just remembers him carefully, afraid of forgetting him, and stays away from him, wanting to forget him. It is this complicated thought that makes Yu Xiaogang in Wuhan the palace seem to have become a taboo, and everyone would subconsciously avoid topics related to him. When Bibi Dong mentioned Yu Xiaogang at this time, her emotions were still a little up and down, but she didn't seem to be so uncomfortable that she didn't want to touch him. A strange color flashed in Wang Shenmen's eyes. He had seen someone with abscesses on his body, which was very painful when touched lightly, so he was careful and tried to hide the sores. And when it didn't hurt much when touched, it was the time when the pus was melting and the wound began to heal. He nodded gently. "I know the golden iron triangle, and I have seen two of them. One is the master Yu Xiaogang of Nodding City and the other is the soul saint Lu Erlong I met in the Star Do Great Forest. chest. They are the horn of killing and the horn of wisdom, and there is a four-eyed cat owl Flanders who is the horn of flying. Yes, that's the three of them. Bibi Dong seemed to be talking about three unrelated people and her tone was calm and indifferent. The reason why they are called the Golden Iron Triangle is that the three of them created a martial soul fusion skill. When this fusion skill is used, they can summon Golden Holy Dragon. Wang Shenmeng commented, the Golden Holy Dragon, also known as the Light Holy Dragon, is also extremely powerful among the true dragon. This martial soul fusion technique is indeed extraordinary. Bibi Dong glanced at him and said without emotion, although Yu Xiaogong's martial soul is useless and Lu Erlong is just a fire dragon, they are both born from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, so it is barely reasonable that they can summon the Golden Holy Dragon. But Flanders' martial soul is a cat owl, which is completely different from the dragon martial soul, but it can also be combined to summon the dragon. It can be seen that the creation of martial soul fusion skills does not necessarily require a strong connection between martial souls. As long as a certain point, if they can fit together, it is possible to create soul skills. Wang Shenmeng thought teacher is right. The most famous martial soul fusion skill on the continent is the Nether White Tiger, which is a combination of the White Tiger martial soul and the Nether Spirit Cat martial soul. But the most magical fusion skill should be the Ghost Elder and the Chrysanthemum Elder of our Wuhan Hall. One of their martial souls is the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum and the other is the Ghost. They are very different from each other, but they can be combined to perform the Lianji Stillness Field. This is the most ready-made ample. Bibi Dong wrapped the blanket tightly around her body and her voice was a little trembling. So teachers, the soul-devouring spider emperor martial spirit and your butterfly martial spirit can also create martial spirit fusion skills. The soul-devouring spider emperor has the talent of devouring souls, while your butterfly martial spirit has the talent of devouring mental power. Mental power is a reflection of the power of the mind and its essence comes from the soul. This is the commonality between our two martial spirits. Wang Shenmeng couldn't refute it and nodded, that makes sense. Does the teacher have a specific idea? Bibi Dong's eyes fell on Wang Shenmeng again, looking up and down for a while as if looking at a beautiful dessert with eager light in her eyes. Wang Shenmeng's back felt cold and he was a little alert. He took 2 steps back. Teacher, your eyes give me a bad premonition. What do you want to do? Bibi Dong smiled lightly, revealing her snow-white teeth. In the dim light of the swaying fire she felt a little weird and cold, as if the person in front of her suddenly turned into a female fairy who wanted to choose people to devour. I want to eat you. Bibi Dong's deep voice made Wang Shenmeng shudder. He thought of Qian Unji, whose soul was devoured by her. He felt uneasy. Somehow he thought of a spider called the Black Widow. Although he knew that the teacher should not hurt him, such an environment, such a tone and such a weird atmosphere made him instinctively think wildly. He couldn't help but take a few steps back as if he wanted to stay away from the goblin. Bibi Dong looked at her beloved apprentice with a smile. It seemed that she was scared by herself. It was so cute and interesting. Don't you know that if I really want to eat you, can you still escape from my palm? Then he felt a little annoyed. Could it be that he was a terrible image in his heart? Just a joke to tease him, but he was scared. Did he think that he would really hurt him? Bibi Dong's eyes were subtle, her face expressionless, and she said calmly, don't be afraid. The eating that the teacher said is not the kind of eating that you understand. Well, it's good that it's not. I'm really afraid of becoming a victim of the secret room. Wang Shenmeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but complain in his heart, nodding repeatedly. Teacher, you talk, I'm listening. Come here. Are you really afraid that the teacher will eat you? How could that be? Wang Shenmeng walked over and sat net to her again, waiting for her net word. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction, curled up in the wide chair staring at the ceiling. Have you ever seen a spider hunt? Yes. My martial soul fusion technique is based on spider hunting. I transform into a spider and weave a web with spider silk. You who are possessed by martial soul are the prey in my web, and then I eat you. She squinted her eyes and glanced at Wang Shenmeng. Seeing that he did not stand up in fear this time, a barely detectable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then our martial souls will merge together. You will become a part of me and I will also have your abilities. Hey, the teacher's idea is really strange. Wang Shenmeng felt a chill in his heart, not knowing how to evaluate this wonderful idea, but thinking that he was really going to be eaten, he felt very resistant in his heart. Bibi Dong smiled and comforted, don't be afraid, I will only let you become a part of me temporarily and I will not really eat you. How can the teacher bear it? Seeing that Wang Shenmen's expression was still tangled, her smile gradually faded and her gentle eyes gradually revealing a hint of edge, he said lightly, combining martial soul fusion skills with teacher, we will merge into one, indistinguishable from each other. You have me, I have you. Don't you want it? Do you think this is not good? Or do you hate teacher? Or do you dislike teacher because my martial soul is ugly? Ahem, of course I can't hate or dislike teacher. This method is good as long as it can help teacher. I am willing to do anything. Wang Shenmeng looked at the teacher's fascinating eyes and felt inexplicably guilty. He had to bite the bullet and say something against his will under the desire to survive, and then asked weakly, but can this really create a martial soul fusion skill? It won't really eat me, right? Bibi Dong's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny, and the speed of her expression changed. Was stunned. She assured with confidence, don't worry, how can the teacher bear to really eat you? I have thought it over carefully and it is highly feasible. Even if it fails, it will not hurt you. If you are afraid, let's do it in a dream first, and then perform it in reality after it is completely created and proficiently used. Wang Shenmeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief as if he was convinced by the teacher. He hypnotized himself for a while, deliberately not thinking about the terrible scene of being eaten. His eyes were full of tragedy and he nodded. Since the teacher thinks it is feasible, I will try my best to cooperate. But the teacher's spirit is frozen this time. It will be performed in my dream. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes showed a satisfied look. That good. Although you want to perform it in your own dream, I still don't trust the teacher, which makes me a little unhappy, but I forgive you for your obedience. However, the martial soul fusion technique cannot be completed in a short time. Well, it's late at night, you should have a good rest first and we will start tomorrow. Well then I'll go back. Go back? You forget it, you go back. Bibi Dong's eyes stayed on Wang Shenmeng for a moment. Her eyes flickered and she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end, just waved her hand. Watching Wang Shenmeng getting up to leave, Bibi Dong sighed softly. For some reason she suddenly felt the coldness so strong as if it had penetrated into her bones and chilled her soul. Her body curled up into a curvy ball like a weak and helpless poor cat, trembling slightly. Her eyes were lifeless and she crouched on the cold throne, no different from an ordinary woman, with no trace of her arrogant attitude of sitting high on the 9th floor and overlooking the world. Wang Shenmeng had never seen such a teacher before. He sighed and walked back to sit beside her. His soul power surged and the flames rose like a small sun, dispelling the endless coldness again. A trace of surprise and a subtle surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly and her lonely expression suddenly became lively. She showed a bright and helpless smile and her teeth were trembling slightly, making her speak a little trembling. I feel the teacher can't leave you. It's so cold. It's been a while and I'm freezing. Then I won't leave. I will stay with the teacher until you get better. Xiao Meng, the teacher loves you for a reason. Bringing you to the spirit hall is the most correct decision I made. Bibi Dong said faintly, suddenly got up from the throne, walked a few steps, hesitated, turned around and suddenly stretched out her jade hand to hold Wang Shenmen's hand. The moment their skin touched, her body trembled slightly. She said nonchalantly, it's late at night and this empty hall is particularly cold. It's not suitable to stay for a long time. You come with me to the teacher's bedroom and you can have a good rest there. Wang Shenmen's heart was shocked and he was pulled to follow her involuntarily. The flames on his body turned into a huge fireball covering the two people and all the cold was dispelled. Not far behind the main hall is the bedroom of His Holiness the Pope. It was quiet at night and even the guards were scattered outside. The Pope lived in the core area and there was also the Elders' Hall not far away. No one in the whole continent could sneak in here and there was no need for guards to patrol. There were no maids in Bibi Dong's bedroom at night and they only came to serve during the day. It was just because after the drastic changes that year, Bibi Dong liked to be alone and there were many secrets that she didn't want to be discovered. The two walked into the bedroom and came to the spacious and luxurious bedroom. On the exquisite Simmons bed, silk quilts, pillows, etc. were neatly stacked. The refreshing fragrance drifted into the nose, making people intoxicated. Wang Shenmeng looked around and felt a little excited. This is the bedroom of His Holiness the Pope. There is probably no other man in the whole continent who has the honor to visit it except himself. The feeling in the bedroom was indeed much better than in the empty hall. Bibi Dong's pretty face was slightly red from the flame. Her palms were sweating and her slender and tender fingers were slightly stiff. Take a rest first. Teacher will get a stove, Bibi Dong said softly, then let go of Wang Shenmen's hand and went out quickly. After a long time she used her soul power to carry a large stove in. When she put it on the ground, the stove instantly became much larger, half a person's height. This is a soul guide. The fire burning inside is not ordinary fire. The burning material is a kind of lava stone in the earth's core. Lava, a fist-sized piece, can burn for 10 days and 10 nights. Bibi Dong wiped the storage ring and a red stone fell into the stove. In an instant the stove ignited a raging flame. The scorching temperature was several times higher than that of silver carbon. In just a moment the whole room was baked with heat waves. Wang Shenmen's soul power was running instinctively and a large amount of flames. It was immediately sucked into the body and transformed into blazing soul power through the first soul ring. At the same time a trace of the essence of fire was also absorbed by the first soul ring, slowly improving its quality. This flame is indeed of very high quality with a trace of the power of the earth's core fire, which is somewhat helpful to me. If I can absorb more, my soul ring will increase its age. Of course, if I can absorb the earth's core fire underground, it will be of greater help, but it is enough for now. In this way I can release soul skills while absorbing the flame, and my soul power will be fully replenished in time. As long as it is useful to you, this is what we got from the volcano. It is mainly to build a fire attribute emulation training environment. There are still a lot left. When the teacher accompanies you to the underground in the future, you can absorb as much Earth's core fire as you want. While Bibi Dong was speaking, she walked to Wang Shenmeng again. She gently pressed him onto her bed. Although her tone was gentle, it was commanding. Take a rest for a while. The teacher is not that delicate. There will be no problem for a while. Wang Shenmeng controlled the flames so that they would not burn the bed. Bibi Dong pressed him down on the bed. What he saw was a pale and slightly flushed face in the swaying flames, with a look of concern and unquestionableness in her eyes. Okay, then I'll take a rest first. It won't take long. I have a very good sleep quality. Wang Shenmeng nodded gently, took off his shoes, lay on the bed, pulled the quilt over him, smelled the fragrance and thought about it. He didn't know whether to be happy or panic. He could only force himself not to think in some strange direction. Silently practiced Xian Gong, and soon his mind was peaceful and calm. The strong and full mental power allowed him to fall asleep deeply within a second at any time. Bibi Dong watched him get on the bed, then sleep on his own bed covered with his own quilt, and fell asleep quietly. She watched him quietly for a while and smiled knowingly. She didn't know why she spoiled him so much and allowed him to touch her private living space. She didn't feel any disgust in her heart, but just a kind of irresistible shyness and panic. After all, she was a teenager. Even if she was deceiving herself in her heart, she couldn't really deceive herself. But she didn't hate this feeling of déjà vu, and even affected and enjoyed it, which made her feel the lively self she once was instead of a walking corpse living in depression and resentment. Bibi Dong's heart was filled with a strange emotion, as if the empty and desolate heart was filled little by little. The feeling of fullness, it's so good. P.S. I know that the writing is not very good, but I will try to improve. Thank you for your support. If you want to criticize, please be merciful. Chapter 78 begins. Wang Shenmeng only slept for 2 hours and his spirit was completely restored. As the saying goes, a person with strong mental strength does not want to sleep. People like him who have strong mental strength do not need much sleep. In addition, the quality of sleep is extremely high, and 1 hour of sleep is equivalent to 4 or 5 hours for others. When he woke up, Bibi Dong was shivering with cold again. I don't know when she curled up beside him. Even the quilt was pulled over by her to cover it together, and it seemed that this could bring her warmth. Wang Shenmeng laughed dumbly. He had high fire power and absorbed a lot of fire energy. He also had the origin of the holy dragon of light. When he slept at night, his body was indeed as warm as a stove. Although this was not a soul skill, the body temperature that was naturally radiated was the heat generated during the operation of the spirit energy and spirit. It did have a certain effect on the teacher's mental coldness. Although it was not as effective as soul skills, it could alleviate it to some extent. Are you awake? Bibi Dong sensed Wang Shenmen's movement and her slightly closed eyes opened suddenly. Her eyelashes trembled lightly and her face was slightly flushed. She looked at Wang Shenmeng and gently moved away. She let go of Wang Shenmen's arms, sat up as if nothing had happened and whispered, "If you have rested well, then let dart." The gentle touch disappeared and Wang Shenmeng felt a little disappointed. He smiled and nodded. "Teacher, I am ready. Let's start early so that the teacher will suffer less." He still lay on the bed without moving, his eyes closed again, silently activating the lucid dream ability. In a trance, it seemed as if he came to a dream world with some familiar people and creatures and some strange things. If you don't know that you are dreaming, you will treat this world as the real world, and then just like the real world, you can only go with the flow and experience all kinds of strange things in the dream. But if you know that you are dreaming, you can immediately become the master of the illusory dream, and you can do countless incredible things in the dream, and your wishes will come true and your words will follow. Wang Shenmeng took the initiative to have a lucid dream, so his mind was naturally clear. As his mind changed, his dream also changed infinitely, as if the mind was manifested. As long as he could think of it, he could make it come true one by one. Dream. Wang Shenmen's mind moved and his consciousness flew out of his dream. If it were someone else, of course he couldn't make his consciousness escape from the dream, but he was originally a spirit in the dream. With the continuous evolution of his dream magic, he could do more magical things. After coming out of his dream, he saw himself lying on a soft and wide bed as if he was asleep, and teacher Bibi Dong was lying net to him with her eyes slightly closed, waiting for something. Bibi Dong herself did not have the magic of entering dreams, so she could not enter Wang Shenmen's dream, so she needed Wang Shenmeng to lead her in. A colorful stream flew out of Wang Shenmen's forehead. Colored light fell on Bibi Dong's head and she immediately felt a force pulling her consciousness. Teacher, don't resist. Hearing Wang Shenmen's words, Bibi Dong followed the pulling force obediently, and the net moment she appeared directly in Wang Shenmen's dream. Is this your dream? It's a little smaller than mine. Bibi Dong could see the edge of the world world with a little sense. Obviously the scope of this world did not exceed the range of her mental power. Wang Shenmeng rolled her eyes. Isn't it obvious? She is just a little soul master. Even if her natural mental power is so strong, she is definitely not as strong as a peak Douluo like her who has passed several divine tests. Although it's a little small, it's enough. The net moment as Wang Shenmen's mind changed, the whole world suddenly turned into a vast forest with towering ancient trees, huge mountains and countless powerful soul beasts living in it, just like a replica of the star forest. Of course this Xingde Great Forest is different from the real one. It is derived from the Xingde Great Forest in Wang Shenmen's memory, including the soul beast in it. Those soul beasts that look tens of thousands of years old if in the eyes of people with less spiritual power than him are real tens of thousands of years old soul beasts, but if the spiritual power is stronger than him, then the strength of the soul beast is very weak, basically at the limit of the power that his spiritual power can exert. I am the master of my dream. Although the teacher's spiritual power is much stronger than mine, as long as this world is not broken, everything in it is real. Indeed, that evil tiger soul beast actually gave me a real sense of threat. If I didn't know that it was all fake, I would even take the initiative. Wang Shenmeng took a look at the dark demon evil god tiger that he imagined out of thin air and smiled gently. This is a terrifying instance among soul beasts. It was created according to his understanding of the dark demon evil god tiger. In his understanding, it is more powerful than the 100,000-year-old titan giant ape. Even a titled Douluo must be treated with caution. Of course now this is just a paper tiger. It look evil and powerful. A soul emperor can easily knock it out in a real fight. Although this big guy can only appear in dreams now, Wang Shenmeng believes that as his dream entering magical power continues to evolve, it will not be a problem to create this guy in reality in the future and even kill him to get the soul ring. Teacher, let's start. Okay. Wang Shen waited for a while and saw that Bibi Dong looked a little embarrassed and hesitated to open her martial soul body. He was surprised and said, Teacher, what's wrong? Any other questions? Bibi Dong bit her lower lip and whispered, well, there is no other problem, it's the teacher's martial soul body. It's ugly, very scary. You don't be scared and don't dislike the teacher. So that's it. Wang Shenmeng shook his head secretly. It turns out that women all love beauty no matter what age group. He knew that the teacher's spider martial soul was very scary and he was mentally prepared. The teacher rarely shows his martial soul in front of others because he dislikes his martial soul for being too ugly and doesn't want others to see it. It's just a martial soul, a form of energy, not a soul master. What's ugly about it? Teacher, don't think too much. Wang Shenmen's words of comfort made Bibi Dong feel a little relieved, but she was still a little depressed. Only she knew that compared with Wang Shenmen's beautiful dream butterfly, her martial soul was simply unbearable to look at. If it wasn't the source of her power, she would have wanted to throw it away. Forget it, he will see it sooner or later, so it's ugly. If he dares to dislike it, Bibi Dong quietly clenched her fist, and the net moment she directly opened her martial soul's true body, and the terrifying soul power scattered out, making the entire dream world shake as if it could not withstand this power and was about to break. Chapter 79 Success. Wang Shenmeng looked at the terrifying spider in front of him and his back felt cold again. Thinking of being eaten by it, he had the urge to give up and run away. Swish! The soul-devouring spider king spit out thousands of spider silks, weaving a huge spider silk web between the towering ancient trees. This is the innate ability of spider creatures. Although it is not a soul skill and the combat power is not strong, it is still a fatal threat to a little karami like Wang Shenmeng. Come on! The spider spoke human words. Although it was still a familiar voice, it had a strange and gloomy tone, as if the terrifying creature in front of him was really a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Wang Shenmeng gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, and the whole person turned into a beautiful butterfly that was always dreamy. This was his martial soul Mendi. If he was in the outside world before the soul saint, he could not transform into a martial soul true body, but in the dream he was the master and everything was possible. After turning into a spirit-like body, Wang Shenmeng felt like he had really turned into a dream butterfly. Suddenly his last dream in his previous life reappeared in his mind. He turned into a butterfly, flew over mountains and seas, crossed the universe and finally got lost in the world. At this moment the picture was so clear as if it was a real Iparian, and in the dream butterfly form his mental power became even stronger, as if this was what he should be like when he was a human before it actually bound his power. Wang Shenmeng spread his wings, closed his eyes and crashed into the snow-white fine spider web. He was immediately stuck by countless silk thread. The net at this moment more spider silk came from all directions in the west, completely capturing him. The tough spider silk was very elastic, binding the beautiful butterfly in the center of the spider web, swaying with the wind. As the prey struggled, the spider silk became tighter and tighter, and finally it could not move. Wang Shenmeng was very flustered. He closed his eyes, waiting for death with a tragic look on his face and silently lamented in his heart, wondering how the teacher would eat him later, steamed or braised, or sucking the marrow out of the bone. The soul-eating Spider King flashed a human smile in his eyes and suddenly activated his soul power, and immediately the spider silk came with a terrifying devouring power. Wang Shenmen's entire strength was swallowed up in an instant, and even his soul was trembling. A huge fear surged in his heart, and then his consciousness became blurred. When he woke up again, he found that his vision had changed and his body had turned into a terrifying spider. How does it feel to be devoured by me? You are lucky. I just merged you into my body instead of directly devouring your soul, otherwise you would have died. Bibi Dong's word came to his mind, and Wang Shenmeng immediately knew that he had merged with her. Thinking of the terrible feeling just now when Qian Unji was devoured, it should have been countless times more horrible and painful than what he experienced. After all, his soul was directly devoured and there was nothing left of his body, but his consciousness and soul were still there, just merged into the other party's body. Feeling as if he had changed his body, Wang Shenmeng was shocked and said, "Is this the terrible innate ability of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor?" Bibi Dong said calmly, "The soul-devouring Spider Emperor is born with the ability to devour human souls, but it is too cruel. I have only used it once in my life." Wang Shenmeng mourned for Qian Unji for 1 second. Bibi Dong continued, "We are actually in a spiritual state now, so it is easy to devour you into my body. We are integrated with each other with a spiritual connection and a shared body. This is an excellent condition for creating a martial soul fusion technique. If this cannot succeed, then there is no successful martial soul fusion technique in the world." Wang Shenmeng nodded in approval. The prerequisite for a martial soul fusion technique is to have a mutual induction similar to the throbbing feeling of spiritual connection, and then there is a possibility of success. Bibi Dong's one-step approach saves the process of induction and familiarity with each other and directly integrates into one with spiritual unity and spiritual connection, forcibly creating conditions for the fusion of each other's martial souls, which almost does not have the possibility of failure. "Come on, let go of your mind, everything is controlled by me," Bibi Dong said in a commanding tone, and the net moment a wonderful induction occurred in her heart. Wang Shenmeng seemed to see Bibi Dong's heart and had a wonderful sense of her thoughts, emotions, and even emotional changes, as if the two souls were attached together. "You are me, I am you," and a wonderful feeling of life integration filled the hearts of both at the same time. In the outside world, the huge terrifying spider was also undergoing wonderful changes. Sometimes it turned into a butterfly, sometimes it turned into a spider, sometimes it looked like both a butterfly and a spider. I don't know how long it changed, but it finally stopped at the form of a butterfly. However, although the butterfly at this time was still beautiful, it had a strange and gloomy feeling. "Is this successful?" Bibi Dong's doubtful voice sounded. She had been immersed in the state of spiritual unity before, and when she came to her senses she had turned from a spider into a butterfly. Spiritual fusion and spiritual communication should be successful, but as for the martial soul fusion skills, we still need to continue to comprehend. At this time Wang Shenmeng was dominating this spiritual fusion body, and Bibi Dong became a supporting position. Bibi Dong was not unhappy. This was what she expected. Although her martial soul is a top-level beast martial soul, Wang Shenmen's martial soul is a god-level martial soul. When two martial souls of different qualities merge, the high-quality one will dominate the low-quality one, just like the white tiger martial soul and the nether spirit cat martial soul. After the fusion, the nether white tiger also shows the tiger form, with the white tiger martial soul as the main and the spirit cat martial soul as the auxiliary. Only the martial soul fusion skills with the same martial soul quality, like Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo, will derive different forms with both sides dominating together. Bibi Dong chuckled and said, "At this point, creating a martial soul fusion skill has become more than half the martial soul fusion skill. The martial soul fusion is the key. We have succeeded now. As for the soul skills, it will naturally derive after a few more fusions." She felt the new form and looked at her beautiful butterfly body. It seemed that a wish in her heart had come true, and the regret for the ugly martial soul in her heart finally dissipated. She said happily, "Let me take charge of the body. I want to feel the magic of this god-level martial soul." The two people who were in tune with each other switched tacitly. Bibi Dong dominated the body and felt the wonders of the new martial soul. The god-level martial soul amplified her strength, exponentially accommodating the innate ability of the soul-eating spider emperor martial soul, and the dream-eating supernatural power became more powerful. Bibi Dong's mind moved, and countless soul beasts in the Xingde Great Forest wailed. All the mental power was devoured by her and turned into powerful energy, pushing her strength to improve. Crack! The net moment the whole dream was shattered, and the two people lying on the bed in the bedroom opened their eyes at the same time. Chapter 80 Strength Surge. His Wang Shenmeng covered his head and took a breath of cold air in pain. He looked at the teacher, who was a little guilty. "Speechless teacher, those soul beasts are all transformed consumed by my mental power eyes you absorb their spiritual power, isn't that sucking me? Because they shared the fused martial soul, part of the absorbed spiritual energy went into Bibi Dong's body, so Wang Shenmeng was almost sucked dry by her. Bibi Dong felt guilty and said quickly, teacher didn't mean it, I was so happy that I didn't pay attention. Otherwise teacher asked you to absorb it back. Well, forget it, I'll practice for a while. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed brightly. My feeling is right, the fused martial soul will definitely absorb those evil thoughts of Rakshasa. She felt a joy like a new life. Wang Shenmeng was also happy for the teacher. The reason why Bibi Dong could not resist the erosion of the evil thoughts of Luosha was not because her power was not strong enough, but because there was an essential difference between the power of mortals and the power of God. Even if the power was just a wisp of divine thoughts, it was already a qualitative change. But the God-level martial soul is essentially related to God and to some extent has already escaped the scope of mortal. Therefore, if it can grow to the extreme, becoming a god is also a matter of course. Of course, although the angel martial soul is also a god-level martial soul, the angel family has a mission and already has an angel god position, so unless they inherit the angel god position they cannot become another angel god. Therefore, although the Qian family also has a god-level martial soul, they have to inherit the angel god position, but they cannot cultivate to become gods unless they create other god positions or inherit other god positions. The same is true for Poseidon of Sea God Island. Either they inherit the position of sea god, or they create their own god positions, or they inherit other god positions. It is impossible to become another sea god when there is already a sea god. Therefore, when Bibi Dong merged with Wang Shenmen's god-level martial soul combined with her own powerful soul power, she immediately had the confidence to fight against the Rakshasa divine mind, because the god-level martial soul sublimated her power. Of course, if Wang Shenmeng can cultivate to the level of Super Douluo, he can help the teacher solve the problem alone, but it is obvious that Bibi Dong can't wait that long. Bibi Dong turned around and looked at Wang Shenmeng in surprise. It turns out that your cultivation speed is so ridiculous. The reason is that you can devour other people's spiritual power to cultivate. Wang Shenmeng nodded. There is a reason in this regard. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed. It seems that it may not be long before your strength will catch up with the teacher. Wang Shenmeng shook his head and smiled. Teacher is going to become a god. How can I catch up? Unless I can become a god too. It will definitely be no problem. With your talent, if the gods in the god realm want to inherit the throne, how can they turn a blind eye? I hope so. Wang Shenmeng didn't say much. In fact, if he wanted to inherit a god throne, the best choice was Shura god, but he actually had many concerns, and he couldn't figure out the pulse of this god king. Otherwise it would be a very good idea to snatch the inheritance. Wang Shenmeng didn't know whether Shura god had chosen Tang San in advance, but there was one thing: his identity as a time traveler could be hidden from Tang Hao, but it certainly couldn't be hidden from Shura god or even Poseidon. In the process of inheriting the throne, he was always in contact with divine power and divine thoughts, and the gods would most likely check his memory, especially like Tang San, who turned the most important core of the Poseidon trident, the heart of the Poseidon, that is the Vasi universe cover, into a mark on his forehead and put it into his head and integrated it with his mental power. But the heart of the Poseidon contained the incarnation of the Poseidon's divine thought. What secrets could be kept? It was for this reason that Wang Shenmeng had always been reserved about inheriting the throne. He himself was also a time traveler and had seen Douluo continent in his previous life. If he was searched by the gods, if he saw it through the memory, what would happen? If they knew that he was a person in someone else's story, those gods would definitely not accept it. Maybe one of them would come down to the mortal world and capture him to slice him up for research. What's more, his memory contained not only Douluo continent but also messy information such as Qin Emperor, Ice and Fire Magic, Chef Wine God, Death God, and Legend of the God Realm of Douluo continent, which even contained many secrets of the God Realm and some private black materials of God. It's hard to say how those people in the God Realm would treat him. In addition, if they knew that Silver Dragon King Guyuina was hiding in Douluo continent to recover from her injuries, wouldn't they immediately come down to the mortal world to kill her? Therefore, before he became really strong, Wang Shenmeng didn't want to contact the gods, and he was instinctively wary of inheriting their throne. Wang Shenmeng didn't want to talk much about the gods and smiled and said, since our martial soul fusion skills have a good start, let's make a concerted effort and create it as soon as possible so that the teacher can really recover as soon as possible. Speaking of the topic that she was most concerned about, Bibi Dong's attention was diverted and she nodded gently. You are right, then how about we continue to practice? The two of them then started the state of martial soul fusion again, of course still in the spiritual world. Time passed and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. In Bibi Dong's spiritual world, as Bibi Dong's mind moved the frozen world of thousands of miles suddenly thawed in the spring breeze and turned into a beautiful world of blue sea and blue sky again. At the same time, the suppressed evil divine thoughts also surged out in an instant, turning into an endless evil dark red blood mist, turning this spiritual world into a source of sin, and suddenly turned from a paradise with bird singing and fragrance into a filthy world full of evil. Martial soul fusion skill butterfly emperor swallowing god transformation. With BB Dong's light shout, the martial souls of the two instantly merged, turning into a huge divine butterfly that reached the sky and penetrated the earth with its wings spread as if covering the sun and the moon. The whole world was boiling with the appearance of the divine butterfly. As the divine butterfly opened its huge mouth and sucked fiercely, the dark red blood color that permeated the world gathered like 100 rivers returning to the sea and was swallowed into the body of the divine butterfly. Then, under the action of the innate divine power, it was decomposed into the most primitive and pure energy, which promoted the improvement of the soul power and mental power of the two. After an unknown period of time, the boundless blood color rising from the abyss had been swallowed up, and the dark red blood color in the abyss was as thick as juice, and the swallowing speed suddenly dropped sharply. Wang Shenmeng and BB Dong separated suddenly. The two came out of the spiritual world and felt that their bodies were filled with powerful energy. The terrifying heat flow almost burst their bodies. They didn't care to say more and sat down to absorb the energy. The energy quality of the evil god is extremely high. Even if it is just a divine thought, Wang Shenmeng only absorbed a small part of this divine thought, which still brought him countless benefit. His soul power increased rapidly, his mental power soared, and his physical strength increased accordingly. Especially the soul bone attached to the head. After absorbing the power of the god, the age increased rapidly from 3600 years to 7000 years in the blink of an eye, directly doubling. Chapter 81. Qian Daoliu is summoned to show his card. After the sky was bright, Wang Shenmeng absorbed all the surging power, and his soul power was surprisingly raised to level 36. Directly raised one level of soul power. Mental power and physical fitness have been comprehensively improved. This effect is comparable to the magic grass. Wang Shenmeng was extremely satisfied. Things that were stained with the power of the gods were indeed not simple. Of course, he actually understood that the power in this divine thought, except for the original evil thought of the gods at the beginning, the later energy all came from BB Dong herself. When the evil thought eroded her spirit, she continued to divide a part of her power to resist, and the original evil thought also continued to absorb her power to grow stronger. If the original evil thought is a seed, then her own power, spirit, and all kinds of evil thoughts in her heart are the water and soil that give birth to the seed. Despite this, after her power was absorbed by the evil seed, it turned into a higher level of divine power. As long as she could absorb a little bit, it would be a great tonic for a small soul master like Wang Shenmeng. It's worth my sacrifice to create this martial soul fusion skill. Now I finally get a rich reward. Wang Shenmeng has been in Wuhan City for nearly 2 months. He practices hard every day and eats dreams at night to improve his soul power. His soul power has only increased by less than 2 levels. This is shocking enough, but now these few hours are equivalent to his 1 month of hard practice, and the comprehensive improvement is better. He finally enjoyed the feeling of opening a chi. Think about Tang San in the original work, who took the other SI monsters of Shrek to practice on the Sea God Island. The gods directly improved their soul power and gave them soul rings at any time. It was so cool. In just 4 years they all improved their soul power by 20 to 30 levels. That is the training after Soul Emperor. Even for a genius, it is very amazing to be able to upgrade 2 or 3 levels a year. Even a talented person like Tang Hao was promoted to title Douluo in his 40s, which shows how difficult it is to practice in the later period. If they practice normally, except Tang San, the SI monsters can all practice to Soul Emperor at the age of 24 or 25, which is considered to be super powerful. However, under the personal cheating of the Sea God, all of them became Soul Douluo. Now Wang Shenmeng also enjoyed the taste of practicing with divine power, which is really cool. After a while, BB Dong also opened her eyes. Her aura fluctuated and her beautiful eyes showed joy. My mental pollution has indeed been eliminated. Although it is only a small part of the overall situation, this is a very good start. At this rate, although the subsequent difficulty is getting greater and greater, as long as I persevere, I will definitely be able to completely get rid of the evil contamination. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, "Congratulations, teacher, I can finally be free." BB Dong said softly, "This is all your credit. Although this evil god's evil thoughts have made me suffer for many years, it is also an excellent tonic. After we completely absorb it, not only will my soul power be very sure to be upgraded to the limit, Douluo, your strength will also be greatly improved." Wang Shenmeng was sincerely happy for the teacher. Her strength was undoubtedly very strong. Even if her soul power was suppressed due to mental pollution and she could not exert her full strength, she was still the peak powerhouse on the continent. If he could recover to full blood state or even become a limit Douluo, he would really be able to follow Tang Chen and be on par with both Bo Sai and Qian Daoliu to become an invincible instance on the land. In the following time Wang Shenmeng and Bibi Dong devoured the power of spiritual pollution every day. Although it was said that the difficulty of devouring was increasing and the speed of soul power improvement was slowing down, the evil thoughts were indeed continuously decreasing and the cultivation was also steadily improving much faster than normal cultivation. In addition, Qinglu and Douluo appeared beside Wang Shenmeng from time to time to guide his cultivation. It must be said that Qinglu and Douluo did have extraordinary attainments in the spiritual aspect which benefited Wang Shenmeng a lot. However, after realizing that Wang Shenmeng's cultivation was improving too shockingly, Qinglu and Douluo could not sit still and hurriedly reported to Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu was not surprised but happy with a gleam in his eyes, thinking that some of his guesses had come true. That kid must have inherited a certain god, and only in the process of the mysterious god test would his strength be so illogically improved. In addition, even if it was the legendary fairy grass, it would be impossible to keep eating and upgrading. The result would only be that various forces would conflict with each other and destroy themselves. It is definitely the inheritance of the god position. No, there are other explanations. As for how the divine test was conducted, although he did not notice it, he did not find it strange. There are many ways to inherit the divine throne, and the divine test is the same. It must have its own particularity and secrecy. Some can be seen by people and some are extremely secretive, such as being conducted in the secret realm of the gods, which is difficult for others to detect. Qian Daoliu was in a complicated mood. If it was just a guess before, it is basically a hammer now. A descendant of a god is right in front of him and no one can ignore it. Not to mention this future god can also help Schweger. Qian Daoliu knew that he could not accompany his granddaughter for too long. When his granddaughter reached the top and became a god, it would be the time for him to sacrifice his life and say goodbye to life and death. After all, he could not take care of his granddaughter forever, but Wang Shenmeng had obtained the inheritance of the god, so he was qualified to stand by his granddaughter and accompany her forever. Time passed slowly and a few years passed in a flash. On this day, Qian Daoliu, who had been silently paying attention to Wang Shenmeng, suddenly issued an order. Qingluan, bring that kid to see me. I have something to say to him. Yes. Qingluan Douluo smiled at the great elder and disappeared in the net moment and came to Wang Shenmeng's residence in an instant. The great elder wants to see me? Wang Shenmeng looked at Qingluan Douluo in surprise but sighed in his heart. What was coming finally came. He had known that Qian Daoliu had paid attention to him. After all, he was a god-level martial spirit talent and no one could ignore it. Qingluan Douluo came to him to teach him, which showed the attitude of the worship hall. But I haven't seen him show up in the past few years. Now he suddenly wants to see me. He should have observed me enough and wants to show his card. Wang Shenmeng thought in his heart and followed Qingluan Douluo to the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall is the tallest building in the Pope's Hall, representing the most powerful force and the most peak power of the martial spirit hall. Even the Pope is restricted by the elders. The elders living in the Elder Hall are all titled Douluo, and the number is more than 20, far exceeding the single-digit guessed by the outside world. This terrifying force, if united, is enough to destroy any city or any major force in a short period of time, even if the three major sects unite together. The overall shape of the Elder Hall is a tall dome building. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a wide hall. The dome is nearly 30 meters high. There are 3 floors around it and each floor has 10 rooms. Wang Shenmeng walked into the huge hall and immediately felt a boundless majesty as bright as the sun in the sky. In an instant it seemed to illuminate and baptize his entire person from inside to outside, and all evil could not hide under the majestic holy light. Wang Shenmeng's hair stood on end as if he was facing an incredible and unpredictable supreme power, and all he could do was worship. He calmed his mind, tried to calm himself from the strange emotions, and looked up at the innermost part of the hall. A huge winged angel statue made of pure gold 10 meters high stood there. The angel's appearance was unclear, but in the golden light the invisible sacredness and majesty naturally emanated. Under the angel statue a person stood quietly facing the direction of the gate, looking up at the pure gold statue. Without thinking, Wang Shenmeng knew that this must be Qian Daoliu. Even if he had never seen him, his temperament was so unique that just standing there gave people a very strange feeling, as if that person was the winged angel statue and there was no difference between the two. And the sunlight shining into the hall from the huge windows around seemed to be focused on him alone. Although his clothes were so simple, he just stood there and gave people a feeling of worship. Wang Shenmeng took a deep breath. Although the person in front of him was not a god, he was the closest to a god and could be called a demigod. Especially in Wuhan City, he could use the faith of the angel god and there was absolutely no one in the world who could defeat him. Wang Shenmeng bowed, respecting the elder's status and his boundless power, and said respectfully, Wang Shenmeng pays respect to the great elder. You are here. Qian Daoliu's voice was quiet and peaceful. He turned around around and showed a handsome face. He looked to be in his 30s with a faint smile on his face. That kind of calm and tranquil aura gave people a very comfortable feeling. The most strange thing is that even if there are titled Douluo here, they will definitely not be able to feel a trace of soul power fluctuation from him. Qian Daoliu took a step lightly, and the net moment he was in front of Wang Shenmeng slowly stretched out his right hand and pressed it on his forehead. Chapter 82 Holy Sun. Wang Shenmeng watched this hand reach out, and although it was not fast, he could hardly dodge it, and he didn't even have the idea of evading it. The golden soul power surged, and in an instant a holy and warm breath flowed in Wang Shenmeng's body. The mental power and soul power were infected by this power at the same time, just like a pool of water gathered in a river. Wang Shenmeng's body had not completely absorbed the evil power of Rakshasa, and although it had been transformed into pure energy without the breath and evil of Rakshasa, he could not help but resist instinctively when he encountered the golden holy and bright soul power with the power of angel god's faith. Feeling this strange power, Qian Daoliu's eyes flashed, stopped the test, withdrew his hand and said slowly, "It really has some characteristics of divine power. It seems that you have really inherited a god." Wang Shenmeng blinked his eyes and his heart somewhat dissatisfied. Although he had absorbed the evil power of Rakshasa for several years, which raised his strength to the level of soul saint, he was still not good enough to face the real strong. Fortunately, Qian Daoliu had no ill intentions. He just wanted to confirm his guess in the end, otherwise he would have to use his life-saving trump card. Faced with Qian Daoliu's words, Wang Shenmeng was silent, neither refuting nor admitting. The aura related to God on his body was nothing more than the pure energy derived from the evil thoughts of Rakshasa god inherited by teacher Bibi Dong, which was swallowed and decomposed, or the Rakshasa god power that was fused with the teacher's long-term martial soul. Because it was not completely absorbed for a while, it caused Qian Daoliu's misunderstanding. However, thinking that the teacher did not want to oppose the fact that he had obtained the inheritance of Rakshasa god, Wang Shenmeng had to acquiesce in his guess. "I didn't expect that a future god would appear in our spirit hall. This is our honor. What's more terrifying is that the rain of pear needles defeated the 97th level Qingluan Douluo, and the tears of Guanyin shot through the heart of the god level Qian Ren Yui, causing unparalleled damage to the spirit hall. If he knew that his body as a teenager contained the soul of an adult uncle, then the unspeakable things he pretended to be young and ignorant would immediately change the taste. I wonder if the teacher would pick up a knife to chop him." Everyone was very curious about this. Why did the little Tang San have so many strange things? You have to know that Tang San was only years old at that time. The extremely sophisticated hidden weapons and the mysterious and profound Xiantian Bailu were definitely not something a child could create. Even the entire Douluo continent had never heard of it, and it seemed that no one could create it. Qian Daoliu shook his head and said, "It is precisely because of this that it is more important. If no one has it, it would be fine. But since others have this weapon and we don't, if there is a fight we may suffer a great loss if we are caught off guard. As long as I support you, the Elders Hall will support you. If I don't support you, no matter how great your contribution is, it will be useless." In the original book, Hulina was named a saint after leaving the slaughter city. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be the net generation of Pope. Now he is more powerful and talented than Hulina, and his origin is clean, so he is naturally qualified to be a saint. Qian Daoliu showed appreciation. Besides, you have made contributions. The hidden weapons such as Zuj's divine crossbow you presented are indeed the country's heavy weapons, which are enough to greatly improve the overall strength of my Wuhan Hall. It is of great significance to my Wuhan Hall. This achievement alone is enough to make everyone speechless. In the past few years, Wang Shenmeng not only took out the Zuj divine crossbow but also passed the Xiantian Bailu to Hulina and Bibi Dong. This could not be hidden from Qian Daoliu's eyes. In the entire spirit hall there is only one person who can mobilize all the titled Douluo, and that is Qian Daoliu, the real master of the spirit hall. Apart from that, even Pope Bibi Dong can only command those elders who support her, and the rest of the people do not buy into her. Qian Daoliu's eyes when looking at Wang Shenmeng changed again with a little more solemnity, kindness and satisfaction, and said gently, "I plan to make you the holy son of the spirit hall, and your status is second only to me and the Pope. But with the full support of the two of us, you can even mobilize the titled Douluo of the Elder Hall, which even your teacher can't do. Are you willing to accept it?" Of course, Hulina became a saint because of Bibi Dong's efforts, and she did not get the support of the Elder Hall, so although her status became noble, it was absolutely impossible for her to mobilize the titled Douluo of the Elder Hall, and even Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo would not listen to her. Wang Shenmeng said, "Thank you for your cultivation, great elder, but I haven't made much contribution. Will the elders support me to become the son of God? There is no such thing as reincarnation and rebirth in Douluo continent, at least among mortals. Probably only God can reincarnate at will. Wang Shenmeng shook his head secretly. It's impossible, but he will definitely suffer a great loss. In the original work, Tang San's hidden weapon caused terrible casualties to the spirit masters of the spirit hall. In the soul hunting operation, if the 7 treasures glazed tile sect had not equipped Zuj's divine crossbow to cause huge casualties to the spirit masters of the spirit hall, the whole army would have been wiped out. How could Wang Shenmeng refuse such a good thing that could reach the sky in one step? Wang Shenmeng didn't intend to share the secrets of the Traverser with anyone. As for the origin, Wang Shenmeng had nothing to hide. He confessed that he saw it from Tang San by accident. This aroused the association of Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu. Could it be related to God again? Although Wang Shenmeng knew what was going on, he certainly wouldn't tell them the truth. What's more, with your talent and strength, even if you don't have any achievements, you are worthy of this status and honor. A future god, I think any force will give him a sufficiently respected status. Wang Shenmeng said modestly, Grand Elder, you are too kind. The Zuj divine crossbow was originally obtained by me from Tang San, and it does not belong to my spirit hall. So Wang Shenmeng did not intend to popularize this knowledge to everyone. After all, he and Tang San were both time travelers. If everyone knew about this magical thing of time travel, it is hard to guarantee that they would not find something unusual in him. Not to mention the subsequent battle of Jialing Pass, not only did ordinary soul masters suffer heavy losses under the Tang sect hidden weapons, but even Soul Saint Soul Douluo were killed by hidden weapon. However, now that the Spirit Hall has obtained the hidden weapon solution, it has studied and prepared for it. It will not be so easy for Tang San to attack and hurt people again. Maybe he can give him a surprise in the future. So your contribution is purposeful. Everyone has seen that the so-called supreme hidden weapons you created are so powerful that even Qingluan is extremely afraid of them. You don't have to worry about people not accepting you. With the full support of me and your teacher, no one can challenge your position. Then I'd rather obey you than be respectful. Chapter 83 Qian Daoliu's mission. Bibi Dong's request. Please. Qian Daoliu smiled kindly. I invited you here today in addition to wanting to meet you in person and establish your status as the son of God. I also have a request. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Wang Shenmeng said respectfully, please give me your orders. I have a granddaughter who is a little older than you. She went to complete a plan alone a few years ago. I was originally against it, but for some reasons I finally agreed. You are less than 14 years old now, and you have already reached a level close to Soul Douluo. It's time to go out and gain some experience. I hope you can help my granddaughter Qian Ren Yue complete the grand plan. You two are the best young people in my spirit hall and represent the bright future of the spirit hall. I hope we can work together and support each other in the future to face all the difficulties that may arise. After Qian Daoliu finished speaking in a kind tone, he turned around and looked at the tall angel statue, silently saying in his heart, Shweta, I have created opportunities for you. I hope you can grasp them well. In the future, when Grandpa is gone, if someone can take care of you on behalf of Grandpa, support each other, work together, and not let you face everything alone, Grandpa will have no regret. Wang Shenmeng didn't expect it to be this request, and he was looking forward to it. He immediately said righteously, don't worry, great elders, since it is the great plan of the Spirit Hall. As a member of the Spirit Hall, of course I have no choice but to do it. Very good, then you go to Tiandu City as soon as possible. I will let Qingluan and Guangling go with you. With the two of them in, it is enough to be foolproof. It just so happens that your enemy Prince Xueying is also in Tiandu City, so just deal with him. After Qian Daoliu gave a detailed explanation, he let Wang Shenmeng leave. Wang Shenmeng came to the meeting hall as soon as possible. Now he can enter and eat at Bibi Dong's bedroom. It will not to mention the meeting hall. It's like a vegetable garden gate. He can enter as he wants. There will be no one who will come to intercept him. There is no need to even pass the message. In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong was concentrating on handling government affairs. More than 4 years have passed and her face has not changed at all. She is still as beautiful as ever. Time has not left even the slightest trace on her face. I have decided to make you the Holy Son a long time ago. Everyone in the Wuhan Hall knows it. Does he need to curry favor with me? But if you offend this prince, no one can save you, and what awaits you must be the wrath of His Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong's face darkened. A trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes, and she secretly hated in her heart, I didn't expect that after so many years Qian Daoliu's little thoughts are still there. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. My disciple, it's not your turn to make the decision. He is not domineering and has a good character. If you offend the Pope, you can still plead with this young prince. As long as he is willing to speak, he can change the Pope's mind. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and then smiled, but since he has proposed it, the teacher will follow the trend and formally establish your status as the son of God so that you can legitimately command the soul masters of the Wuhan Hall. Do you think things are so simple? Wang Shenmeng was stunned and smiled. Teacher is overthinking. I am going to help her. How could I have bad intentions? intentions toward her. Bibi Dong smiled lightly and said softly, you should go, it's better to help her. But I have one condition you must obey. Wang Shenmeng said, I am not unhappy as long as I am with the teacher. That is the most beautiful place in the world. If the teacher is unwilling, then I will not go. Bibi Dong acquiesced to this. Wang Shenmeng did not hesitate. Teacher, tell me, I will definitely obey. Everyone knows that the person who cannot be offended or neglected in the Wuhan Hall is the young Pope's beloved disciple. Why? Wang Shenmeng said embarrassedly, I really don't understand what the teacher means. Bibi Dong's tone was tough with an unquestionable command. I can tolerate your relationship with Nana, and I don't care whether you and those maids are innocent, but only Qian Ren Yui. You can only treat her as a friend at most, and you can't have any thoughts between men and women. I heard that you were called by the great elder. He didn't make things difficult for you, right? Bibi Dong said lightly, when you go to Tiandu City and see Qian Ren Yui, you are not allowed to have bad thoughts about her. Bibi Dong glared at him slightly and sneered, don't play dumb, I'm not that silly. Fo Nana, you know what I mean. Bibi Dong looked at her beloved apprentice. After more than 4 years she has become more mature. Her temperament and appearance are still flawless and pleasing to the eye. Just looking at him is a kind of pleasant enjoyment. He teacher, don't get excited. It's just a task. I just happened to go to Tiandu City to settle an old grudge. The only thing that annoyed her was that the old guy still didn't give up the plan to dig her corner. Wang Shenmeng felt empty in his heart, but there was no strange color on his face. He comforted, I will be back soon after completing the task. Teacher, don't worry about my safety. I think with my strength and 2 titled Douluo following me, no one can hurt me unless Tang Chen, who has disappeared for decades, comes out. Her mood suddenly became better. No matter when, as long as he is by her side, she will feel particularly at ease with a sense of satisfaction and happiness in her heart. Xian Xiaomeng is so close to him that it is impossible to separate them. He is still unwilling to give up and sent Qinglu and Douluo to poach him. This is simply intolerable. Wang Shenmeng said casually, it's nothing. The elder thinks that I have inherited a certain god and wants to make me the son of God. Now everyone knows the Pope's thoughts, and the title of His Highness has gradually become the norm, making Wang Shenmen's status more respected, obviously higher than another Pope disciple. Who? Lina? Bibi Dong asked with concern. Her mind is no longer twisted and e-dream. Although she still has no good feelings towards Qian Daolio, she no longer hates him, and she has no intention of destroying the Spirit Hall and the Angel family. Bibi Dong looked at him with a complicated expression. I don't know what she was thinking about. She was in a daze for a while and said faintly, I know you have been in Wuhan City for 4 years. I really want to go out and see the prosperous world. It's all because of me that you haven't left yet. It seems that I can't selfishly restrain you by my side and not let you go anywhere. If you are unhappy because of this, then I might as well let you go out and play. After Wang Shenmeng came in, he walked directly to Bibi Dong and sat down. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly and she naturally moved her hips to make room for him. Go to help Qian Ren Yui? No. Don't understand? Then I'll make it clear that you are not allowed to have any ideas about Qian Ren Yui. However, her temperament has changed a lot compared to a few years ago. The whole person is brighter and sunny, and her eyes are no longer cold. Although she has lost some of her cold and domineering temperament, she has a kind of majesty of a superior who is not angry, which makes people feel awe from the bottom of their hearts, not just fear. Although Wang Shenmeng is not yet a holy son, almost no one doubts that he will become one. So many smart people have started to call him His Highness in advance. Wang Shenmeng continued, the great elder gave me a task, asking me to go to Tiandu City to help his granddaughter Qian Ren Yui complete the plan to steal the country, and asked me to go quickly. He sent Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo to accompany me. Such a scene has happened every day in the past few years. People in the Spirit Hall are not surprised, knowing that the Pope dotes on this disciple to the bone, almost obeying everything, let alone just taking the Pope's throne. Even if he wants to be the Pope, she will probably happily pass the throne to him. Teacher, don't worry about why, just say whether you agree or not. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, since it is the teacher's request, how can I refuse? Okay, I promise the teacher that I will never provoke Qian Ren Yui. I will only treat her as a friend. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction and said softly, okay, the teacher allows you go out and have fun. At your age it is not good for you to stay in this sparsely populated Wuhan City for a long time. It is time to see the most prosperous city in the world, gain experience and broaden your horizons. Chapter 84, The Black Hand of Azura God, the Joy of Rakshasa God Seeking. A few days later, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong jointly issued an order to make Wang Shenmeng the holy son of the Spirit Hall and gave him the power to mobilize all the forces of the Spirit Hall, including the title Douluo. Many elders of the Spirit Hall and bishops from all over the country came to the Spirit City in response to the imperial edict and gathered in the Pope's palace to witness this sacred moment. From this moment on, there was a 13-year-old boy among the most respected people in the Spirit spirit hall. Although Wang Shenmeng could not be called a one-step ascension, his status suddenly rose a lot. From the private identity of the Pope's disciple, he became the crown prince, respected by the entire spirit hall with the legitimate right to surpass all others, a position above others. Wang Shenmeng accepted the worship of everyone in the hall and officially established the master-servant status. From then on he had the identity and power to command the heroes. After becoming the son of God, he even moved to a tall and majestic hall, which was the Saints' Hall, where Bibi Dong lived when she was a saint. It was the third largest building in the Pope's Hall, second only to the Pope's Hall and the Elders' Hall. From this day on, Qingluan Douluo began to follow him closely, and even Guangling Douluo came and officially became his protector under the euphemism of close protection. As the Pope and teacher, Bibi Dong also gave Wang Shenmeng a title. The Douluo Guard is Ling Yuan Douluo, the 9th elder of the Elder Hall, a level 92 strong attack system titled Douluo, and the only female among the elders who support the Pope. With such a respected status, Wang Shenmeng is not happy even though he has 3 titled Douluos around him. With a few more big guys around him, it is inconvenient for him to do anything. Especially Guangling Douluo, who had done bad things before, has a cool expression on his face that says no strangers allowed, but he stares at Wang Shenmeng closely. Every time he gets close to a young lady, Guangling Douluo always appears at an inappropriate time and becomes an atmosphere killer. Inside Bibi Dong's bedroom on Ruren's big bed, Wang Shenmeng and Bibi Dong are facing each other. Sit down. You have actually gotten rid of my evil thought. It seems that you are lucky to have found an interesting little guy. Rakshasa God smiled even happier. He leaned on the gorgeous and exquisite chair and trembled. The exquisite and beautiful body curves exuded unspeakable temptation. The Rakshasa temple became brighter. The boundless blood color surged and exuded a charming sweet fragrance which made this terrible place shrouded in evil more weird. At this time her spiritual world was already peaceful and beautiful. The bloody evil thoughts that had once polluted most of the spiritual world almost disappeared completely. Only in the deepest part of consciousness there was still a last trace of stubborn entrenched. Well, I had the opportunity. I have been exposed to information about the God realm, so I know a little bit. In the God realm there are 2 gods who control evil thoughts. One is the Rakshasa God and the other is the Asura God. And at the moment when the last wisp of original evil thoughts was dissipated in a blood-red palace full of evil and darkness in the distant God realm, the beautiful and charming Rakshasa God suddenly felt something and a playful look appeared on her charming face. Wang Shenmeng now understands their intention. Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo came to him for a purpose that was not simple. At least half of the reason was for Qian Renyue. They followed him to Tiandu City. The greater intention was probably to help Qian Renyue with him. But what does it mean that Guangling Douluo is watching him so closely? Doesn't he know that the relationship between him and Qian Renyue is about to end before it even begins, and they have been separated by force? For a while Wang Shenmeng was in a bad mood. He was a little interested in Qian Renyue, but he had never thought of giving up the entire forest for this tree, not to mention that there was now another obstacle. If he followed their approach of blocking both ends, he might really be single forever. Wang Shenmeng was speechless for a moment. He didn't know whether the teacher was confident that he could become a god or planned to take him to the god realm when he ascended in the future. As he said that, he swaggered into Bibi Dong's bathroom. Haha, I originally thought that I had hatred in my heart and could not resist the temptation of evil, so I was still infected by evil thoughts at the last moment of success in the god test. I didn't expect that someone had secretly done something. The Rakshasa God blinked her charming eyes gently, and the invisible temptation naturally emanated, as if one look at her could make people completely prostrate themselves at her feet and fall into the endless purgatory willingly. Teacher, before I leave I will completely help you get rid of the last trace of Rakshasa evil thoughts so as to prevent it from reviving when I am not around. Wang Shenmeng could not beat Guangling Douluo either. The so-called Holy Son's identity and command to the titled Douluo were useless in front of him. He just didn't listen. What can you do? When the 2 of them regained their consciousness, Bibi Dong, who had absorbed most of the power, had her soul power increased to the level of the extreme Douluo. The terrifying pressure on her body that she had not had time to restrain directly pressed Wang Shenmeng down, especially the little Fo Hulina, who was the key target of Guangling Douluo's prevention. It was not easy for her to come back from the canonization ceremony. The 2 were just about to get close to each other, but this light bulb, always it was the ghost that lingered, making Hulina feel wronged and angry, but facing the Lord of Offerings she dared not speak. At the same time she also painted a big pie for Wang Shenmeng. When he went to the god realm in the future, was he still afraid that there would be no beautiful goddesses? Women in the human world are destined to be people of 2 worlds. It is better not to harm others so as not to separate the 2 worlds in the future and increase sadness. If you want to dominate evil, you must first defeat evil. Very powerful. It is said that Luosha God is a first first-level main god. Although very powerful, Shura god is a god king and his status and strength are above the first-level gods ranking among the masters of the god realm. If the teacher wants to seek revenge on him, of course I will fully support it, but before our strength can contend with him we should endure it first. If nothing unpected happens, it is this god. I don't know, I know nothing about the god realm, not even Luasha god. Do you know something? The net moment endless evil thoughts rushed in, making her sink into evil and madness, and the whole person floated on the sea of blood like a demon. After an unknown period of time, the power of light finally defeated evil. When the last trace of evil thoughts was completely purified, the whole spiritual world was boiling like a tsunami, as if the nature that had been suppressed for too long finally returned to its natural nature. Power has no good or evil, but people who use power are good or evil. Without the support of the teacher and unable to beat Guangling Douluo, Wang Shenmeng had no choice but to turn grief and anger into strength, hoping to become a titled Douluo as soon as possible and then settle the accounts so that Guangling Douluo would know why his son was so popular. Ahem, congratulations to the teacher. From now on the world is invincible. The name of the queen is overwhelming for eternity and the Wuhan temple will last forever. Although he was talking to himself, the slightly provocative voice was far-reaching and faintly echoed under the distant blood-red sky. In an instant the blood-red sky full of murderous will suddenly became a little darker, and there seemed to be thunder roaring in the void, indicating that a powerful instance was in a bad mood. And at this moment a picture flashed in the depths of Shendi's dreamlike consciousness. In the blood-red world it was shrouded by the power of Rakshasa and evil thoughts everywhere, and those who underwent the divine test in it were trying to resist the temptation of evil desires. Only those who can defeat evil cannot be dominated by evil itself. Unfortunately, the result was beyond his expectations. The teacher, who doted on him almost in every way, did not reject Guangling Douluo's behavior and seriously warned him to practice well and not to focus on love. Bibi Dong sneered, the dignified god king actually used a dirty hand to deal with a mortal like me. It's disgusting. I'll remember this account. Don't worry, the teacher is not stupid. Before we become really strong, the teacher will not act blindly. Hehe. After an unknown amount of time, when she regained consciousness with great effort, her mind had been polluted. In the mental trauma that was broken by the sword light, there was a strong evil thought which brought her severe pain all the time but could never be eliminated. Wang Shenmeng got up from the bed and smiled lightly. I'll take a shower first so as not to pollute the teacher's pure and clean bed. The net moment the two closed their eyes at the same time and their consciousness arrived at Bibi Dong's spiritual dream. Wang Shenmeng was silent for a moment and said, the sword light can be hidden in the Luasha divine thought without being detected. Teacher, don't you think it's strange? I think these two powers are seemingly different. One is the ultimate evil thought and the other is pure killing. Both are manifestations of the power of evil thoughts. Note, the original book clearly mentions that Luasha and Shura are both gods of evil thoughts from the same source, hostile to each other, one in charge of evil thoughts and the other in charge of killing. It seems to be from the same source. Teacher, do you know his identity? No matter who he is, I will make him pay the price. I must kill him. Bibi Dong said bitterly, so what? Even if he is a god, he dares to do this to me. He deserves to die. Okay, I also have a lot to say to the teacher. In order to become a god who controls evil power rather than a demon controlled by evil power, she kept her mind tightly and concentrated her mental power as one, not allowing the evil and corrupt power to invade her mind and distort her consciousness. Wang Shenmeng said, I heard that Luasha god and Shura god are two gods who are always in opposition. They both left their godhood inheritance in Douluo continent. Maybe Luasha god has also destroyed Shura god's inheritance. He may not be able to do anything to Luasha god himself, but the dignified god king will definitely not remain indifferent when provoked. If he wants to retaliate in the same way, it is still very simple. Her beautiful eyebrows curved into a crescent, her eyes seemed to penetrate the heavy palaces, looking at the distant blood-red sky, and she gave a low charming smile. I really want to see the face of Shura. It must be very exciting, right? Hehe. It seems that the last battle between us has not yet settled. The net moment Wang Shenmeng directly opened the martial soul true body, and the whole person really turned into a colorful dream butterfly. Bibi Dong's voice was full of coldness. She had suffered so much for so many years, sinking into the darkness and despair and almost suffocating. Originally thought that it was the result of his past experience that caused his soul to be defective, but now he realized that someone was secretly harming him. All the pain he suffered suddenly turned into hatred as high as the mountains and deep as the sea. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at him, and the hidden dangers on her body were completely eliminated. The joy in her heart was diluted by a kind of parting sorrow. She said lightly, you will leave tomorrow. Tonight accompany the teacher to talk. And the so-called human woman she mentioned also included Qian Ren Yui. Obviously she didn't know that Qian Ren Yui had secretly inherited the angel position at this time. The net moment she also opened her martial soul true body. The soul-devouring spider emperor merged with Mendi again, and the martial soul fusion skill butterfly yellow swallowing divine change was activated. The terrifying power of swallowing the soul came out from the body of the divine butterfly. The huge soul-devouring power enveloped the last trace of evil thoughts and then swallowed it into the stomach. Bibi Dong hurriedly restrained the soul power pressure and pulled Wang Shenmeng up. I thought that even if you could become a god, you would be twisted and dominated by evil thoughts and eventually lose your nature and self. If you can't dominate the power of evil thoughts and even lose your nature and self, what qualifications do you have to become a god in charge of evil thought? But since you finally defeated evil, you can no longer be simply treated as an abandoned child. Wang Shenmeng decisively went to the teacher to complain. Guangling Douluo's purpose was contrary to the teacher's intentions, so of course the teacher had to suppress it. The huge divine butterfly's aura fluctuated, sometimes emitting an extremely sacred and bright aura and sometimes emitting an evil and twisted wool, as if the absolute sacred light and the absolute evil darkness collided. Ashura God King, is he very powerful? Bibi Dong was puzzled. I have no grudges against him. Why does he want to harm me? So the person who secretly harmed me is Ashura God? The corners of the divine butterfly's eyes seemed to be a little crystal, and I didn't know whose tears they were. Is this the truth of the teacher's contamination? Martial soul true body. Just when she was struggling to hold on and was about to succeed, an almost imperceptible blood-red sword light suddenly flashed in the endless blood-red world. The sword light was full of pure killing power, as if it had been lurking here for a long time. At the critical moment, it suddenly pierced a gap in her spiritual world. Wang Shenmeng whispered, he can hide his hands in the Luoxia god's mind. He must be a powerful god. Teacher, it is better to be patient for the time being. But this last trace of evil thought can be said to be the source of all evil thought. Not only is the evil power strong, but the power is also extremely concentrated and stubborn. After swallowing it, it can't be digested for a while and it runs around in their bodies. Compared with 4 years ago, Mendi's appearance has not changed much, but she is more beautiful and charming. The dream power she exudes invisibly is like the 9-day brilliance glowing in the vast void, which is invisibly fascinating. Even Bibi Dong can't help but feel a sense of trance and sinking. At this time the two absorbed the original evil thoughts of Rakshasa, and powerful power flowed in their bodies. With a bang, the breath of the divine butterfly increased again. Well, let's start. Laughing Rakshasa god seemed to remember something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And that little girl who destroyed Shura's plan and pleased this god, what reward should I give her? She tilted her head, her beautiful and charming eyes blinked as if she was lost in thought. P.S. Starting from a new month, a minimum of 4000 words will be updated every day to ensure the completion of the book. Chapter 85, Faith Becomes God. In the Pope's Palace. In Bibi Dong's bedroom, Wang Shenmeng leaned on the sofa, stretched out his slender and graceful body, his eyes like stars full of mystery and fantasy under the moonlight, as if weaving a dream. His height is over 18 meters and his body is he has a slender and muscular figure, a handsome and flawless face, crystal clear skin and an elegant and calm temperament. Even if he is with a beautiful and charming character like Bibi Dong, it cannot conceal his charm at all. Bibi Dong looks at her apprentice with admiration. Beautiful things are always pleasing to the eye. Whether it is a beautiful woman or a handsome man, they are undoubtedly beautiful things. Wang Shenmeng said, teacher, now that you have no worries, do you want to continue the god test? Bibi Dong looked solemn. The god test is getting more and more difficult. I almost failed the 8 test. If not. She didn't know what she was thinking of, frowned and changed the subject. Even if Shura god didn't do something, I relied on a bit of luck to complete the 8 test. The last test must be more difficult. I have to prepare well, adjust my spirit and state of mind that have been affected over the years to the best state, and also add the last 2 soul rings of the second martial soul. But 100,000-year soul beasts are rare, and it is even more difficult to find the right one for me, so I plan to slow down for a while. Anyway, with my current strength I am already fearless on the entire continent, so there is no need to rush for quick success. Wang Shenmeng pondered for a while. The last 2 100,000-year soul rings are actually not difficult to find. The Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape in the Lake of Life can be used. However, these 2 soul beasts are very powerful. In the original novel, Bibi Dong, who was at her peak more than 10 years later, led 5 SI titled Douluo to besiege her, but these 2 soul beasts broke through and killed the 9th elder Ling Yuan Douluo. Finally, when Tang San arrived, Ghost Douluo was killed by a surprise attack. At about the same time, the sea god unified the faith of the endless sea and created the sea god position, turning him from a mortal into a god. Whether it is Wang Shenmeng himself or Qian Ren Yui, they will definitely not stay on the mainland, and the little Fo Hulina must be taken with them. The spirit hall is indeed extremely powerful, but it does not mean that it can win without fighting. In the end, the enemies in front of them must be swept away one by one to unify the faith of the entire continent. Don't worry about that. After practicing the purple demon eye, my mental strength has also increased a lot. My SI soul bones over 50,000 years old plus 2 eternal soul bones are enough for my body to withstand a 100,000 year soul ring. I checked the ancient records of the spirit hall. Once you become a god, you can't stay in the mortal world for more than 100 years. So after I unify the continent for you and collect enough faith, we will become gods together and ascend to the god realm together. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded. Yes, the teacher thinks so. This is also one of the reasons why I don't want to start the 9th test too quickly. If you become a god too early, you won't be able to stay in Douluo continent for too long. I can't guarantee that before that I can clear all obstacles and control the entire continent in my hands so that you can get enough faith to be deified. Unify the continent. No matter how mysterious your martial soul is, since you are on the Douluo continent cultivation system, there is no way to bypass the rules of this world unless you can create another cultivation system. In this process it is hard to say whether there will be gods secretly obstructing. Although gods cannot directly interfere with the lower world, it is not difficult for them to do some small trick secretly. For example, in the original work, the sea god helped Tang San deal with Bibi Dong, and the Shura god gave Tang San a resurrection chi. Only by becoming a god can one live forever, and only by living forever can there be infinite possibilities. Bibi Dong's current strength may be better than that of herself in the original work, who was still contaminated by the Rakshasa god more than 10 years later and could not exert her full strength, but it is still not easy to keep the two licking bees. Even if she lead people to besiege facing the dying counterattack of 200,000 year soul beast, she may lose the title Douluo. But this is obviously not what he can do now, so even if he has the confidence to cultivate to become a god, he still has to follow the way to become a god on this continent. Wang Shenmeng was also slightly excited. This was undoubtedly a crucial link for him. If he could not become a god, no matter how talented and unparalleled you were, you would only be a handful of yellow earth after 1,000 years. 10,000 years ago, in order to become a god, the angel god founded the spirit hall and unified the beliefs of the Douluo continent, and then created the angel god position, thus ascending to the god realm. That is like the angel god and the sea god use the power of faith to condense the god position. In Wang Shenmen's view, if it is not to create a new god position but just to inherit the old god position, then there is actually no need to fight for hegemony. In the future it is bound to ascend to the god realm. What is the meaning of unifying the human world? Who will pass the throne to in the future? Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, then the teacher is not in a hurry to start the 9th god test for the time being. During this period the spirit hall can start the preparations for unifying the continent. A firm look flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes and there was a hint of eagerness and longing. But in fact it is already very different. In this life, unifying the continent and establishing an empire is not for destruction or salvation but for the birth of a new god and the power of faith necessary in the process of creating a new god position. This process is bound to be not smooth sailing. None of those big forces want to see the unification of the continent. The Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire have been fighting for so many years and neither of them can do anything to the other. This is the result of the secret balance of the major spirit masters. As for the offspring, sorry, as a person who is determined to pursue the eternal and immortal road, Wang Shenmeng has no idea of giving birth to offspring unless necessary. Although it is not very compatible with Bibi Dong's martial spirit, it is much better than the ordinary spider spirit ring of tens of thousands of years. If there is no better choice in the end, then these two licking beasts will make do with it. Anyway, it can't be cheap for Tang San. Therefore Wang Shenmeng still dare not give up the great cause of unification. With a light heart, Bibi Dong's help and support are also indispensable. Bibi Dong smiled softly. So your trip to the Tiandu Empire this time is not just to help Qian Ren Yui. If you can complete the plan to steal the country, it will be very helpful for us to unify the continent. Therefore this is not only her business but also your own business. You must ensure that it is foolproof. Therefore Wang Shenmeng decided to wait a little longer. Anyway, the teacher needs to adjust his body and mind now, so he is not in a hurry to attach spirit rings for the time being. When he cultivates to the title of Douluo as soon as possible, he will go with the teacher, which will definitely be foolproof. Wang Shenmeng felt a little dreamy in his heart. After turning around, the Wuhan Hall still had to embark on the road of hegemony in the original work as if nothing had changed. Well, with the help of the teacher, I believe that this day will not be too late. Since Wang Shenmeng did not intend to inherit the old god position but to create a new god position by himself, the power of faith was indispensable, so it was imperative to unify the continent. But when he studied the birth process of the new gods of the human race in Douluo continent in depth, he found that there must be enough faith power, which is a necessary condition for the birth of the new gods of human race. Although the power of faith is no longer important important after becoming a god, it is indispensable before becoming a god. Well then teacher, please improve your mental and physical strength. If you attach to 100,000 year spirit rings at once, the burden on your body and mind will be very great. It took the sea god 1,000 years to unify the faith of the sea. Even though Wang Shenmeng had the support of the spirit hall and could shorten the process a lot, Bibi Dong took the initiative to postpone the time of ascending to the god realm for the sake of safety. Teacher, I think so too. The Tiandu Empire is very important to us. Wang Shenmeng nodded seriously. What he needed was enough faith power. In the process of unification, it would be best if there was less bloody killing. Otherwise, if too many people were killed and the hatred was too deep, it would not be conducive to the cohesion of faith power. In this way, if there is an opportunity to take down the Tiandu Empire without bloodshed, it must be taken seriously. Chapter 86. Return to Nodding City. Fasno Province, Nodding City. After more than 5 years, Wang Shenmeng returned to his starting point in Douluo continent. Nodding City has not changed much from 5 years ago, but Machinyo is no longer here. He is Wang Shenmeng's benefactor. If Machinyo hadn't taken a fancy to him and sent the news to the spirit hall, there might not be anything that happened later. Therefore, after Wang Shenmeng was valued, Machinyo's family also benefited and has now been promoted. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Son of God. In the spirit hall, Su Yuntao and a group of staff respectfully saluted Wang Shenmeng. Master Su Yuntao, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be promoted to director. Congratulations. Thank you His Royal Highness for remembering me. Director Ma Xiaonyo has been transferred to Barrack City. I was appointed as the new director because I helped His Royal Highness awaken his martial spirit, Su Yuntao said respectfully. Looking at the familiar boy in front of him, he felt dazed and had an indescribable compel feeling. In short, he regretted it very much. A huge pie fell on his head. It was a pity that he was blind and mistook the real dragon for a loach. He missed the opportunity to climb the dragon and attach himself to the Fini. If I hadn't been in a hurry to complete the task and come back to Sisi, but had spent half a day observing and thinking and then wrote a letter to report the news to the Pope's palace, then I would be the one transferred to Barrack City now. Even if I couldn't be the master of Barrack City because of my strength, even if I was a deputy director there, I would be much better than the owner of this remote Nodding City. Being a director here, your future is almost clear at a glance. You are basically destined to work until you die. Unless you discover another great talent, there is no chance to make achievement. It is almost impossible to get promoted, but it is not too late now. After all, I have a little relationship with His Royal Highness the Son of God. Although I misjudged him back then, his attitude was still friendly. It should be too late to curry favor with him now, right? Su Yuntao secretly calculated in his heart, and his attitude became more respectful. The young man in front of him is now someone he needs to look up to. Just a word can determine the future of countless people. He can't help but be nervous. Wang Shenmeng seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. Master Su Yuntao, I still want to thank you. If you hadn't helped me awaken my martial soul, I wouldn't be who I am now. Su Yuntao was flattered. I dare not take credit for it. It's all because of His Highness the Holy Son's great luck. I just happened to catch up. Even if I didn't, there would be others who would awaken His Highness the Holy Son. Wang Shenmeng nodded slightly. This Su Yuntao knew how to advance and retreat. He has grown a lot in the past few years as the director. He is not as impetuous as before and only wants to please Sisi. He looked at the young girl Sisi to Su Yuntao. He remembered that when you came to get the soul hunting order, you met this Sisi and her attitude towards you was very good. Now that they meet again, her attitude is already flattering. Of course, she is not so implicit. Even if she flatters, she is quite skillful and will not make people disgusted. Wang Shenmeng naturally would not discriminate against this. It is not wrong to want to make progress. Most people have done things to please their leaders, and it is not a shameful thing as long as the process does not violate the law and morality. Master Su Yuntao is modest. You have done me a favor. After all, I was 8 years old at the time and was not originally included in your awakening mission. Su Yuntao was delighted and said quickly, Son, Your Highness, just call me Yuntao. Calling me master is too embarrassing. It is my duty to awaken the martial spirit for children from ordinary families. No matter how old they are, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up hope. Wang Shenmeng praised. Your sense of responsibility is admirable. Our Wuhan Hall needs more people like you. It is really a waste for you to be the director of this small place. I think you should go to a broader stage to display your talent. Su Yuntao was overjoyed. I thank Your Highness the Holy Son for your cultivation. Your Highness, rest assured Yuntao will not disappoint your expectations. Wang Shenmeng nodded and smiled. Miss Sisi is not bad either. Are you married? This Su Yuntao smiled awkwardly and was speechless. Sisi smiled sweetly. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness the Holy Son. Although I appreciate Yuntao's kindness, I have never agreed to his pursuit in order to urge him to make progress. Now that His Highness has promoted Yuntao, his career has taken a step forward. He no longer needs my repeated urging. Of course he should get married. Get married, Sisi, you agreed? Su Yuntao's voice trembled. His long-cherished wish came true and he was so excited that he couldn't press it for a while. Sisi's face flushed slightly and her voice was soft. Well Yuntao, I promised you. In fact I like you too, but I don't want you to indulge in love affairs for our future, so I didn't agree to your pursuit. I hope you don't blame me. Facing Sisi's gentle eyes, Su Yuntao felt surrounded by happiness. In a moment his career progressed and love came to him. It was like a dream. He certainly knew who gave him everything. He bowed deeply again and said excitedly, Your Highness is so kind. Yuntao will never forget it. It's just a small matter. As long as you work diligently in the future and do your best for the development of my Wuhan Hall, it will be the best reward for me. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand, turned around and turned his back to everyone. Your Highness, have a good rest. Please feel free to tell me if you have anything to do. I will take my leave first. Su Yuntao and Sisi took everyone down very tactfully. Wang Shenmeng stood in the most luxuriously decorated bedroom in the Wuhan branch hall, looking at the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy in the distance through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. It seemed that he saw himself 5 years ago again. Uncle Qing, how is it? Have you found anything? I didn't expect that there is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast hidden in this small city. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? Amid the shining green light and snow light, Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo appeared in the room from virtual to real, and there was a strange look in the eyes of the two. Your Highness, the Son of God came back to this broken place specifically. Could it be that he knew the existence of this soul beast a long time ago? Guangling Douluo's single eye flashed with eagerness. My Highness, how are you going to deal with this soul beast? Kill her? Do you want me to help you take her down? The spirit ring is yours and the spirit bone is mine. How about that? Wang Shenmeng sneered. You are dreaming. It's no problem to take her down, but don't think about the spirit ring and spirit bone. They have nothing to do with you. With the improvement of strength, Wang Shenmeng is no longer as powerless against Guangling Douluo as he was at the beginning. Now with his strength as a high-level soul saint, although he still can't beat the opponent, he can still fight a few moves. His immortal body is a special skill that makes the opponent crazy, so his attitude has gradually become arrogant and he has long lost the timidity of a few years ago. Guangling Douluo was so angry that his teeth itched, regretting that he was too gentle to this kid in the past. Now that his wings are gradually hardened, he is less and less concerned about himself. However, now the status of both parties has changed. The identity of the Holy Son is at least the third person in the Spirit Hall. Putting aside his strength, his status is still a little higher than his own. He still has to be deployed by the other party in name, so it is not good to bully the weak. Wang Shenmeng was too lazy to pay attention to him and asked, well, have you found Tang Hao? Chapter 87 Invasion of Tang San. No trace of Tang Hao was found in Nodding City. Hearing Qingluan Douluo's words, Wang Shenmeng frowned, thinking that Tang Hao was not always by Tang San's side. I wonder what he was doing secretly again. Did he go to visit Yin? It doesn't matter if he is not there. Wang Shenmeng is not here to deal with Tang Hao, and he guessed that if Qingluan Douluo attacked Tang Hao, Qingluan Douluo might back off. After all, Tang Chen was just missing but not dead. If he killed the other party's favorite grandson and Tang Chen was blown out, the consequences would be very serious. Thinking back then, Tang Hao killed a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall alone, seriously injured too, and even the Pope Qian Unji fell in his hands. Of course this is what is said to the outside world, although the real situation is that he died in Bibi Dong's hands. If Tang Hao hadn't severely injured him, Bibi Dong would not have had the opportunity to attack. Therefore, no matter what, it is definitely true that Tang Hao was the culprit who killed the Pope, not to mention that a titled Douluo elder also died. However, even with such a deep hatred, the Spirit Hall only forced the Haoshan sect to close the mountain gate and did not even kill Tang Hao. Of course, this is not because the Spirit Hall is kind enough to let go of this enemy, but because they are afraid of Tang Chen's reputation. If they are completely dead, Tang Chen, the Extreme Douluo with the world's most powerful weapon spirit, is too terrifying. As long as he is not surrounded, no one in the world can kill Tang Chen. Such a terrifying instance is dedicated to destruction, and it is even possible to cause the Spirit Hall to collapse. Apart from anything else, he only attacks the high-level people who are alone. How many people can withstand his hammer? As a person of the same era as Tang Chen, Qingluan Douluo knows very well how terrifying the other party is. He wants him to be the most favorite of Tang Chen. In fact, Qian Unji only wanted to make trouble for Yin and didn't think of killing Tang Hao. Otherwise, if 4 or 5 titled Douluo came up and killed Tang Hao, no matter how powerful Tang Hao was, he would have to kneel down in seconds, and Yin would not have had time to sacrifice. Wang Shenmen's mind was racing. Although it was a pity that Tang Hao was not here, it didn't matter. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He knew that Tang Hao had a deep hatred for the spirit hall. The two sides had long been irreconcilable. It would inevitably be a stumbling block for him to unify the continent. If there was a chance, Wang Shenmeng would not give him a chance to jump. As for Tang Chen, what the spirit hall did to Tang Hao and Hao Shenzong before, if Tang Chen really came out, he would not let the spirit hall go. Since they were destined to be enemies, what was there to worry about? But now Wang Shenmeng decided to test Tang San's background first. He wanted to see what the protagonist in the original book had. I'm going to see an old friend. You wait for me here. Wang Shenmeng stood in front of the window with his eyes lightly closed. On his forehead countless colorful silk threads twisted and entangled, faintly outlining a mysterious and strange pattern which looked like an ancient divine tet. The divine tet kept twisting and changing and looked like a butterfly fluttering its wings. In an instant a mysterious and strange power emanated from him, and the butterfly-shaped divine tet on his forehead suddenly came alive, flew out of his body, flashed in the void and disappeared in the net moment it landed in the dormitory of the work-study students of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Although Wang Shenmeng was still in the bedroom of the Wuhan branch hall, this butterfly divine tet made him seem like his soul had left his body. He did not need the protection of dreams and could walk freely in the void land, and he had strong strength. Of course the range could not be too far and it needed to be within the reach of his mental power. However, with his current mental power of the 78th level Soul Saint, the mental coverage range had reached a radius of 5 kilometers. This is a number that many titled Douluo can only dream of. With this alone he already has the strength to compete with ordinary titled Douluo. In this world with various powerful soul skills and immortal body, there are not many people who can kill him. Wang Shenmen's consciousness is out of his body and most of his mind and strength are invested in the out-of-body divine butterfly. At this time the whole person is in a weak state and the aura on his body seems to be only at the level of Soul Master. Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo looked at each other and both secretly alerted the surroundings. Not far away the charming and affectionate 9th elder Ling Yuan Douluo condensed his eyes and also spread his mental power, faithfully fulfilling his guarding duties. Wang Shenmeng landed in the work-study dormitory as a divine butterfly and saw Tang San at a glance. More than 5 years have passed and Tang San has changed a lot. Although he is still not good looking, but after years of practice and iron work his body is very symmetrical and healthy and his spirit is also very good. The whole person has a kind of uplifting temperament. It was getting dark. Tang San seemed to have just returned from the blacksmith shop, looking a little tired, took off his coat and fell directly on the bed. Tang San, you are so sweaty, you don't even wash yourself. What if you accidentally dirty my quilt? Get up, go take a shower. Net to Tang San on a bed separated by a pile of messy sundries. A little girl with scorpion braid, pink clothes and white slim trousers complained dissatisfiedly, dragged Tang San's arm and pushed him to the ground. It was the first time that Wang Shenmeng saw Xiao Wu and secretly observed her for a few times. Although her appearance was not unparalleled, it was also very good, especially her figure with a perfect golden ratio giving a visual impact. Although she is young and still looks childish, her curvy figure is very attractive. With her curved eyebrows, delicate facial features, a pair of big watery eyes and a slightly round pink face, she is not only beautiful but also gives people a sense of cuteness, eluding a sweet and lovely feeling. I know, can't I rest for a while? Although Tang San was dissatisfied, he couldn't persuade Xiao Wu, so he could only take a towel and take a shower. Just then he suddenly felt dizzy and felt endless fatigue. He fell asleep before he finished yawning. Plop! Tang San suddenly fell to the ground. Xiao Wu's face changed. She jumped off the bed and shook him vigorously for a few times. Not only did she not wake him up, but her snoring became louder. Fall asleep now? Are you so tired? Damn it, I think you did it on purpose. After complaining for a few words, Yao Wu saw that she couldn't wake Tang San up, so she had to drag him to his bed. Wang Shenmeng had already entered Tang San's spiritual world. With his current dream ability, dreaming only takes a thought. In an instant dreams are born and die. He has entered the depths of Tang San's soul through the bridge between dreams and consciousness. At the moment of entering, the huge hammer fell with a bang and countless blue-silver grass spread wildly, guarding the master's heart together. Destroy! He uttered a word as if the words were followed by the law. The net moment, countless sharp blades smashed the void and all the attacks disappeared. The small clear sky hammer and blue-silver grass were held in his left hand and right hand. Chapter 88. The horror in Tang San's mind. Tang San's mind is relatively simple, but it is filled with many strange creations that do not belong to this world. These are things from the Tang sect world in his previous life which are reflected in his mind with thoughts and memories. There are many more strange fragments like frames of movie shot flashing by, which are all conscious and unconscious in his mind. The scene derived from the conscious thoughts, most of which Tang San himself could not perceive. Even if he fell asleep, various thoughts would arise in his subconscious. Wang Shenmeng was not interested in Tang San San's various thoughts. He went directly to the outside of the Heart City in the depths of his soul, looking at the dense maze in the hazy fog. Although it was not very complicated, it was quite solid. However, this was no longer a problem for Wang Shenmeng now. With a thought, the raging flames appeared out of thin air. Under the blazing flames the fog dissipated, the maze collapsed, and in a moment the core of the soul was revealed and the tall building of the Shuzhongtang sect stood. Inside the building, Wang Shenmeng had just walked into the gate when 27 flying needles came towards him. Each flying needle had a terrifying killing power as fast as lightning, and the flight trajectory was hidden and difficult to find. Almost the moment it appeared, it was already on his body. Rainstorm pair needles. Immortal body. Wang Shenmen's body twisted suddenly, and then the whole person became illusory and transparent, and then the rainstorm pair needles passed through the void, unable to cause him any harm. Then he looked up and saw an identical Tang San in front of him, looking at him with an incredible face. Tang San was holding a beautiful hidden weapon that looked like a lotus. Tang San, the single target attack of the rainstorm pair needle can't hurt me, and the group attack of the Buddha's wrath Tang Lian is even worse. Give up. Tang San tightened his hand holding the hidden weapon, looked at the boy in front of him solemnly and said slowly, "It seems that you are very familiar with my Tang sect hidden weapon. Who are you?" Wang Shenmeng smiled. "Who am I? Do you really not know?" Tang San looked at this extremely handsome face which slowly overlapped with the one many years ago. The facial features were so similar but more mature. "Are you Wang Shenmeng? It seems you still remember me." Tang San said calmly, "It's hard for people to forget someone like you. How did you know the Tang sect hidden weapon?" Wang Shenmeng said, "It's not important. What's important is that I want to see whether you came to this world by chance or by a hand." While speaking, Wang Shenmen's pupils suddenly shot out two red aurora which pierced Tang San's heart at once and then burned with anger, as if the aurora was the embodiment of the world's anger and it would burn wherever there was anger. Tang San certainly had anger in his heart. Being beaten up for no reason, he had been furious in his heart for a long time, so he could not avoid the burning fire. At the moment when the red divine light penetrated his heart, his pupils shrank sharply and the hidden weapon in his hand bloomed into a group of extremely gorgeous fire lotus covering Wang Shenmeng. It's a pity that the extremely powerful supreme hidden weapon was enough to seriously injure the super Douluo, but it couldn't hurt the immortal body. Endless fire lotus bloomed with brilliant colors, and the extreme beauty contained extreme danger. Unfortunately, until the lotus dissipated, it did not cause any harm to Wang Shenmeng. Peacock feather. The net moment a colorful peacock suddenly spread its feathers, but each fine feather in the peacock's spread feathers was a needle that could kill people. There were 365 needles in total, divided into 12 categories, namely bone-piercing needles, thunder and fire needles, armor-breaking needles, blade-splitting needles, demon-suppressing needles, overlord needles, underworld needles, dragon-breaking needles, desire-extinguishing needles, dragon-whisker needles, meteor-annihilating needles, and 7 killing needles. It was these 365 fine needles that constituted the extremely beautiful and terrifying peacock feathers, which were extremely brilliant and more vibrant than the Buddha's wrath Tang lotus. However, the vitality contained terrifying murderous intent which immediately enveloped Wang Shenmeng. Tang San's weak voice sounded, "Your soul skills are indeed very strong. Even the rain of pear needles and the Buddha's wrath Tang lotus can't hurt you. But how long can you last with such a heaven-defying soul skill?" Wang Shenmeng sneered. With the improvement of his mental power and soul power, the time for his immortal body to last was a headache for even the titled Douluo. How could Tang San imagine it? After the peacock spread its tail, Wang Shenmen's illusory figure solidified again. At this time Tang San was about to be burned to ashes under his spiritual fire. He hurriedly fled to the deeper part of his soul. Wang Shenmeng followed slowly. In the core building, a tunnel emitting mysterious light emerged. As the tunnel went deeper, scenes of Tang San's experience emerged along the way like a memory corridor flowing backward. 11 years old, 10 years old, 9 years old. After a while Tang San was already a baby in the memory corridor. The net moment it suddenly darkened and he became an adult man in his 20s, swallowing a newly formed baby. Wang Shenmeng was slightly startled. There was no doubt that this was the process of Tang San taking over Tang Hao's son after he traveled through time. Judging from the shape of the baby, it should be when he was just born. This is considered killing the original child and replacing it with himself. Wang Shenmen's heart sank. Although he was also a traveler, the original owner was chased by wild dog and fell down and hit his head on a stone and died. He took over the body and came back to life, which was different from Tang San's possession of others. However, Tang San himself probably didn't know this memory. As long as people have experience and heard something, it will be stored in their memory, but many of them cannot even be perceived by themselves. This is the reason why some memories have faded but can suddenly be remembered again, because all the things they have seen and heard have a backup in the mind consciousness. What Wang Shenmeng sees now are memories that even Tang Tang San himself cannot perceive. As he continues to trace back deeper into the memory, he sees a chaotic void suddenly appearing in front of the dark tunnel. Wang Shenmen's eyes condensed, staring at the void without blinking, and his consciousness closely followed Tang San. Just as Tang San passed through the tunnel and entered the void, at that moment Wang Shenmeng suddenly felt a great terror. As soon as his consciousness appeared at the entrance of the tunnel, he saw an extremely terrifying and majestic giant hand descending from an unknown place at the end of the tunnel. The giant hand was reaching out and grabbing Tang San in its hand. The terrible power scattered from the giant hand, and Wang Shenmen's consciousness was like a moth flying into a flame. The moment he saw the hand, it seemed to be burned by a brilliant sun. The murderous aura that penetrated his soul instantly made his divine butterfly body disappear into ashes. In the bedroom of the Wuhan branch hall, Wang Shenmeng suddenly groaned and blood oozes out of his 7 orifices. Your Highness, what's wrong? Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo were facing a great enemy. They knew the strength of His Highness the Holy Sun very well. There were many people who could defeat him, but not many who could injure him, especially in this small nodding city. It's okay, let's go take the rabbit with us. Okay. Guangling Douluo didn't ask any more questions, and the net moment he turned into a snowy aurora and descended on Nodding College. At this moment Tang San was waking up with his head in pain, but saw a one-eyed boy waving his hand. Xiao Wu screamed and was lifted up by his shoulders without any resistance. Xiao Wu! Tang San's pupils shrank and he watched Xiao Wu being taken away. At this moment his heart was filled with anxiety and pain, and many fragments lashed in his mind like a movie, all of which were a strange dream he had just had. The dream was incomplete and many things could not be remembered, but he vaguely remembered that a handsome boy almost killed him, and there was a bloody giant hand, and there was a vague feeling of closeness and warmth. He didn't have time to think about the scene in the dream, and the pain of losing Xiao Wu at this time made his heart twitch. Xiao Wu, I will definitely save you back. Chapter 89 Rakshasa God descends. Shura's plan. Under the moonlight, Wang Shenmeng exhaled a breath of cool air gently. With the restoration of meditation, the pain in his head slowly subsided. In a trance, Wang Shenmeng silently operated the 5th soul skill, Endless Life, continuously transforming soul power into mental power to repair the wound. Suddenly a strange laugh sounded. This sound did not come from the ears but directly from the heart, full of indescribable charm and evil, with indescribable depravity and temptation invisibly moving Wang Shenmen's heart, making his heart sway and almost mentally confused. Wang Shenmen's heart sank and he tried his best to keep his mind clear. The 2nd soul skill brought by the Kanghai Ice Heart Butterfly, the Ice Heart Sea Whirlpool, was activated in an instant, but not to the outside but to himself. The vorte formed by the huge cold mental power and ice and snow power enveloped him, making his mind calm, and all the charm and evil infection were dispelled from his heart bit by bit. What a nice little guy, you can resist my charm. If I didn't have the inheritance, you can't escape from my palm. The soft and pleasant voice sounded again, and then a brilliant blood light spread in front of Wang Shenmen's eyes like a blood-red ink painting full of strange beauty. In the ink painting a red figure emerged, turning into a beautiful woman full of temptation. There was no flaw on her beautiful face. Her exquisite figure was full of visual temptation, and she had a charming smile on her pretty face, looking at Wang Shenmeng with interest. Wang Shenmen's face changed slightly and he looked at the woman, who suddenly appeared calmly. He didn't feel any soul power fluctuations on her, but the ability of Mendi Wuhan to predict dreams gave him a crazy warning. This was an instance he couldn't afford to offend. Perhaps a finger could make him fall into ruin. Little guy, I see tension in your eyes but not fear. Aren't you afraid of me? Is it useful to be afraid? No use. Then why be afraid? Interesting. Everyone understands the truth, but whether they can do it is another matter. Just as everyone knows that death is inevitable, fear is useless, but everyone is still afraid of death. Wang Shenmeng was silent for a moment and said calmly, I'm not afraid because I know I won't die. You are very confident. Do you know who I am? Who? I have seen the answer in your heart from your eyes. Since you have guessed my identity, why bother asking? Wang Shenmen's pupils shrank. I just followed your word. If I guessed correctly, you are the Rakshasa God? The woman smiled. Yes, I am the Rakshasa God. Little guy, you are proud enough to alarm me, to use means to split a wisp of divine thought to the lower world. Wang Shenmeng showed a helpless smile. If possible, he really didn't want to face a god so soon. Fortunately, this god is only a wisp of divine thought, and he is not the same as he used to be. If the other party must be unfavorable to him, it may not be enough to rely on only a wisp of divine thought. At least in the original work, Wanyan Yale, who can penetrate the heart of the god level Qian Ren Yue, seems to be not difficult to destroy a wisp of divine thought by surprise. He smiled, flattered. I wonder how I could have caused such a great disturbance to His Majesty the Rakshasa God. The Rakshasa God smiled seductively, his eyes glowing brighter and brighter. You are not simple at all. My heir was already useless and I had given up on her. You were able to bring her back to life and this alone is worthy of my respect. Have you given up? Wang Shenmeng murmured, remembering the original novel in which Bibi Dong finally I couldn't help but sigh at the ending. It turns out that the script had already been written and all the efforts were just meaningless struggles. It suddenly became clear why Luosha God never stood up for Bibi Dong in the original work. Yes, she has been polluted by the evil thoughts of Luosha and her mind has become twisted and crazy, full of destruction and hatred. Such a person is not qualified to inherit the throne of Luosha. No matter what caused her to become like this, it doesn't matter. I only look at the result. Just like Tang Chen, the descendant of Shura, she was also weak-willed and corrupted by the killing thoughts of Shura God, thus losing the qualification to inherit the throne of Shura God. Wang Shenmeng curled his lips and sneered secretly. It's all because of you. What Shura God killing thoughts are infected? It's obviously your evil thoughts that are polluted. You God fight, but you take out your anger on the pawns of Douluo continent. It's disgusting to think about it. Then why did your majesty come here today? Did you give up my teacher and let me inherit your throne? No, since your teacher has gotten rid of the evil thoughts of Luosha, she has regained the qualification to inherit the throne of God, and I will naturally not give up on her. Raksha God said calmly, it's just this caused dissatisfaction with my old rival God Shura. Because of the long-standing grudges and the conflict between our positions and powers, God Shura wanted to destroy the position of Rakshasa. Let the power of Rakshasa belong to Shura and become the only evil god in the world. Therefore he will not let your teacher become a god so easily. Wang Shenmeng was shocked. Is he going to attack my teacher? Rakshasa shook his head. That won't happen. The gods have their own rules and the gods cannot interfere with the human world at will. Although God Shura is the king of gods, he cannot cover the sky with one hand. However, he will speed up the training of a new inheritor. Let him kill your teacher, combine the two positions into one and become an unprecedentedly powerful evil god. Wang Shenmeng was thoughtful. As far as he knew, the first 5 great gods in the world of gods were all derived from the 5 seeds of the god of creation, 4 of which turned into goodness, evil, life and destruction, and the last one split into God Shura and God Rakshasa. Therefore Rakshasa and Shura are 2 gods from the same source, both of whom are the source of the evil thought. Although they are hostile to each other, Shura really has no good way to deal with Rakshasa because they know each other too well, and the other gods will not allow him to kill Rakshasa. Now that Shura and Rakshasa are both inheriting the throne, it is very likely that Shura wants to take the opportunity to reintegrate the 2 thrones. Wang Shenmeng thought about the original work again. After Tang San killed Bibi Dong, Rakshasa completely disappeared in the Douluo god realm. From then on, Tang San was the only god in charge of evil thought. This may also be one of the reasons why Tang San became stronger and stronger and eventually turned Douluo continent into Tangjia continent. Because Shura is powerful enough, he will become even more powerful after absorbing the power of Rakshasa, which allows him a new god king with much less foundation to defeat the god of destruction who has is since the birth of the universe. Wang Shenmeng frowned and said, my teacher has reached the last step and is about to become a god. Why does Shura God think that cultivating a new successor can kill my teacher? Ha, this is why Shura God saved Tang San before. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Luosha God's eyes. Do you know that if I hadn't notified the god of destruction in time and prevented Shura God from taking action, you might have been wiped out by him? Wang Shen was shocked. What? Luosha God said, you destroyed Shura's plan and saved your teacher from a desperate situation, which has angered him. He just elected a new successor and you want to kill him again. Isn't this deliberately going against him? How could he let you go? Wang Shenmen's mouth twitched. He really couldn't help himself when he was in the rivers and lake. He really didn't want to go against Shura God at the beginning, but the situation forced him to do so. Now he is stuck in the mud. Haha, scared? You don't have to worry. The God realm has its own rules. As the law enforcer of the God realm, Shura God cannot attack ordinary people. I will also keep a close eye on him and he won't have the chance to attack you. Wang Shenmeng felt relieved, but when he remembered that the sea god almost killed Bibi Dong in person in the original book, he was full of vigilance. These guys may not be able to go down to the world in their true bodies, but they can still do some secret operations secretly. The sea god can hide his divine thoughts in the sea god trident to escort Tang San at the critical moments, so can't Shura God hide his divine thoughts in the Shura blood sword? It seems that I have to stay away from the Shura blood sword in the future. I can't go to the slaughter city for the time being. Wang Shenmeng thought secretly and asked, did Shura God choose Tang San as his successor so quickly? He remembered that the original book did not mention when Shura God chose Tang San, but it was probably when Tang San obtained the slaughter god domain in the slaughter city. Now it has been several years earlier, which is obviously the effect of his butterfly wings. Haha, Shura's plan can be hidden from others but not from me. Rakshasa smiled coldly. Your teacher is only one step away from becoming a god, but Shura's successor has been abolished. If a new successor successor is trained from scratch, it will inevitably take a long time and it is almost impossible to turn the tables. So he was an Aeus and chose the blood descendant of the previous successor in advance. The two have the same blood and the same martial spirit. The new successor can directly inherit the god test of the previous successor, shortening countless time. Wang Shenmeng nodded secretly. This is how Shura played in the original work. Not only that, in order to improve Tang San's strength, he also created a double god position. Because the successor, the spirit that inherits the Shura godhood, is the clear sky hammer, but the spirit that Tang San first developed is the blue silver grass. If Tang San waits until he cultivates the blue silver emperor spirit to the title Douluo and then develops the second spirit and then starts the god test from the beginning, it will definitely take a long time and there is no hope of winning at all. The dream of the king god is impossible. The reason why he took Xiao Wu away was to destroy the creation of the dual godhood. Without the scabbard of the Shura godhood, can Tang San find a new scabbard? He raised his head and looked at the Rakshasa god. So you are here to help me? The corners of the Rakshasa god's mouth curled up slightly and he nodded. Of course, I came here specially to remind you. Although I have passed down the Rakshasa god throne, it does not mean that I want to see Shura destroy it. Even if it is to be devoured, it should be the Rakshasa god throne that devours the Shura god throne. Her Press Zion became solemn. Shura and I are two opposing gods. Shura has pure killing power and I control the evil power. We restrain each other so as not to cause chaos in the world. The setting in the original book. If the two gods are united, then the person who controls the new Shura god throne will gain unprecedented power, and under this eternal evil power it is very likely that can go astray and no one can stop it. Wang Shenmeng said, then how can your majesty help me? Rakshasa's charming eyes blinked gently. Help you find a god to inherit the throne. With your talent, those who want to inherit the throne will not refuse. Wang Shenmeng said lightly, I have decided to create my own throne. Rakshasa sneered, you are ambitious. Do you know that in the past tens of thousands of years only the angel god and the sea god have successfully created their own thrones? I believe I will be the third one. Rakshasa sighed, it is good to create your own throne, but it is very difficult. If you are willing, I can easily find a first level throne for you to inherit. Wang Shenmeng shook his head slowly. Luosha god looked at him deeply and suddenly smiled, showing infinite charm. Then wait and see. The first level main god cannot satisfy your ambition. Whether it is arrogance or self-confidence, time will give the answer. As she spoke, her figure gradually faded and the rich blood-colored world also faded like a tide. A lingering voice came from the void, you can deal with Tang San, but you can't kill him for the time being. Otherwise, even if you kill him by overcoming Shura's obstruction, Shura will choose another inheritor or let him revive in secret. It's better to keep him. It's easier to deal with him in the open. How to operate, you decide. After confirming that Luosha god had indeed left, Wang Shenmeng slowly opened his eyes. Your Highness, are you okay? He saw the concerned look of Qingluan Douluo and the guardian Guangling Douluo and Ling Yuan Douluo also cast their eyes. As for a trembling little figure on the ground, his body trembled and his emotions were full of fear. It's okay, it's just that the spirit is traumatized and needs to recuperate for a while. Wang Shenmeng didn't mention the matter of the Rakshasa god to them. Thinking of the two gods fighting and them becoming chess pieces, a trace of haze flashed in Wang Shenmen's eyes. Fighting against a god king, he was almost wiped out by him. This was not a good experience for Wang Shenmeng. He glanced at the trembling Xiao Wu and felt much better. At least kidnapping Xiao Wu was a big blow to Tang San, both mentally and in his future. Xiao Wu was also a noble person of Tang San. Because of Xiao Wu, Tang San received sacrifices many times. His strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he also obtained 300,000-year spirit rings and 200,000-year spirit bone. Without Yao Wu, Wang Shenmeng didn't believe that the two licking beast would sacrifice to him. When he arrived at the Tiandu Empire, he would try to take away the Vasi universe cover and cut off Tang San's dual god position first. Without the various cheats of the sea god, he wanted to see how Tang San could turn the tide. In addition, it is time to harvest the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in the sunset forest. Without the immortal grass, the Shrek 7 devils have no way to rise quickly. Even most of them have to question whether they can become titled Douluo, let alone epact all of them to become god. Chapter 90, Xiao Wu and Ayin. Holy Soul Village. After 5 years, Wang Shenmeng is back again. He looked at the changes in the village. In the past 5 years, because of him, the Holy Soul Village has been taken care of by the Spirit Hall. With just a little bit of resources, the small village has changed a lot from poverty and backwardness to a well-off society. However, this time Wang Shenmeng did not show up to meet Jack. Although he walked in the village in a swagger, everyone he met along the way seemed to have not seen him. The pale little girl Net to Wang Shenmeng was also shrouded in a layer of mental power, interfering with everyone's senses, making people turn a blind eye to her and turn a deaf ear to her. Xiao Wu looked at the villagers passing by her and her heart heart became more and more desperate. This son of the spirit hall, the disciple of the enemy who killed his mother, was so young but his strength was so unfathomable. Even without the 3-titled Douluo he was no different from a chick in his hands. Mom, I'm sorry I can't avenge you. Xiao Wu is useless and now I'm in the hands of my enemies. Maybe it won't be long before I end up like you. Wu Wu. Xiao Wu's tears fell and she followed him in a daze. The 2 pink rabbit ears on her head were also drooping and she looked lifeless. You are a 100,000-year-old soul beast and your innate soul power is at the Ma-imam level. And you don't need to hunt soul beast for the first SI soul rings. I can condense the most suitable high-year soul ring for myself. With such a big advantage, I only have level 27 soul power at the age of 11 and I have been promoted to level 17 in 5 years with an average of only 3 levels per year. I am very curious, have you really thought about revenge? Xiao Wu sobbed and said excitedly, of course I want revenge, I think about it every day. Wang Shenmeng said, then do you know how strong your enemy is? I know. Xiao Wu's tone was low with a hint of despair. My mother was killed by several titled Douluo of your Wuhan Hall. I want to kill them every day to avenge my mother. Wang Shenmeng shook his head and chuckled. No, you don't want to. Revenge is just deceiving yourself and making your conscience less condemned. In fact, you already know in your heart that revenge is impossible and your subconscious has already given up. If you really want revenge, you won't be so playful and lazy. With your conditions, if you practice hard, it won't be a problem to become a soul master now. Xiao Wu turned pale and shouted excitedly, no, you are talking nonsense. I didn't give up, I'm just not strong enough. I want to become stronger. Wu, I didn't give up. Wang Shenmeng looked at Xiao Wu with pity and stopped provoking her. There is nothing to blame for not wanting to take revenge. The gap is too big. It is obviously a matter of hitting a rock with an egg. When her mother gave up herself to protect her, she probably didn't want her to get involved without knowing her own abilities. To be honest, Wang Shenmeng didn't have a good impression of Xiao Wu in the original book. She was noisy all day long, had a foul mouth and made trouble everywhere, fearing that the world would not be in chaos for fear that others would not discover her soul beast identity. And she didn't practice hard and there was no trace of her carrying a blood feud. It was even more amazing in the later period. She completely became a pendant on Tang San. The whole person lived for Tang San. For Tang San's the dream of winning the Soul Master competition was to wander around Tiandu City, but knowing that Wuhan City was a den of dragons and tigers, he dared to go into the tiger's mouth. Wang Shenmeng didn't understand this behavior at all. Did he think that every titled Douluo was as blind as Douluo, who turned a blind eye to her face and couldn't find her soul beast identity? In this regard, Wang Shenmeng was simply powerless to complain. In the end, he could only attribute it to love turning people's minds off. The love continent was true to me. Wang Shenmeng didn't stay in Shengun village for long before he entered the rolling mountains behind the village. He didn't know where Tang Hao hid Ayan, but one thing was certain, that was it must be not far from Shengun village so that it would be convenient for Tang Hao to visit her frequently. Wang Shenmeng searched in the mountains for a long time, going deeper and deeper. The mountains were already sparsely populated with towering peaks piercing the sky. Finally, after turning a peak, Wang Shenmeng heard a rumbling sound. He was refreshed and immediately headed towards the sound. As he got closer, the roar became louder and louder in his ears, deafening. The air became more humid and the temperature here was even lower than that outside. Soon after, a valley appeared in front of Wang Shenmeng, or more precisely a pool of water. The water in the pool was clear and deep like a huge sapphire. On one side of the valley, a waterfall about 20 meters wide was like a jade belt across the nearly 200-meter high mountain wall. The rumbling sound was caused by it hitting the pool. The waterfall, it poured down, hitting the pool, splashing countless water. Under the sunlight, a colorful rainbow spanned the pool, which was indescribably gorgeous. Wang Shenmeng stood under the waterfall. A clear water vapor hit his face and the moist air was refreshing and extremely comfortable. Surrounded by mountains, all spirits were green. In front of him was a rippled sapphire and there was a magnificent waterfall connecting the sky and the earth. All these beautiful scenery made Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but appreciate it. He looked at the waterfall that fell like a jade belt and his mental power spread out, covering the entire waterfall. Suddenly the mountain wall behind the waterfall was like a pattern on the palm of his hand in his mind, and even any discordant place was so clear in his eyes. Behind him, 3 titled Douluo appeared, silently watching Wang Shenmeng's strange movements. Xiao Wu, who was also full of confusion, trembled when she saw these 3 terrible instances and hurriedly moved a few steps closer to Wang Shenmeng. So scary. Wu Tang San, come and save me. Xiao Wu wailed in her heart. It would have been fine if the 3 titled Douluo hadn't appeared. Once they appeared, she felt an immense fear in her soul, just like a chick encountering an eagle. She had no courage to resist except to close her eyes and wait for death. Relatively speaking, although Wang Shenmeng was also a villain in her eyes, he was not that scary. The 3 titled Douluo didn't take Xiao Wu seriously. seriously at all. In their eyes this 100,000-year soul beast was just a captive prey of His Majesty the Son of God. When needed they would naturally kill it to obtain soul rings and soul bone. Even the so-called hatred of Xiao Wu was ridiculous to them. Is there any secret behind this waterfall? Guangling Douluo narrowed his eyes and observed carefully for a while. He found nothing and looked at Qingluan. Douluo, Qingluan, you have strong mental power. Did you see anything? Qingluan Douluo said lightly, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has been looking for this place these 2 days. He should know whether there are any secret. We don't need to worry about it. Just protect His Highness. Alas, boring. Guangling Douluo curled his lips, glanced at Xiao Wu and thought wildly, you say could there be some 100,000-year-old soul beast hidden in here, right? Qingluan Douluo was too lazy to answer. Even a fool knew that such an obviously unreliable guess was impossible. Found it. The net moment Wang Shenmen's martial spirit possessed him. The 7 dark black soul rings under his feet issued a terrifying aura and suddenly pressed Xiao Wu, who was unprepared, to the ground. The second soul ring lit up and as he waved his hand a huge ice blue vortex swept up with terrifying strangling power and frost power, swallowing the mighty waterfall into it and turning it into part of the vortex. The stone wall under the waterfall was suddenly opposed. Wang Shenmeng flapped his wings and came to the middle of the mountain in an instant. He pressed on a stone wall that looked normal. With a bang, a piece of rock that seemed to be tightly fitted actually sank in, revealing a door. Wang Shenmeng flashed and had already drilled in. There is a cave behind the waterfall. It's really amazing. The 3 titled Douluo looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never thought that there was such a place behind the waterfall. If they didn't know it in advance, no one would be able to find the clues. Let's go and take a look. Guangling Douluo flashed and followed into the cave. The waterfall fell again at this time, but the door was open and Qingluan Douluo also entered. Ling Yuan Douluo naturally had no say in front of the 2 worshippers. He had always been the one with the lowest status. At this time he smiled charmingly, grabbed Xiao's arm and followed closely. In the cave, Wang Shenmeng held a big fireball in his hand, illuminating the dark environment. Perhaps because of the waterfall outside the cave was very humid. The cave was about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, and it went all the way inside. Tending it was very dark inside. The 5 people walked inside curiously, and when they reached the innermost part, everything around them lit up. Looking up, a stone hole appeared on the top of the cave wall, and here was a stone chamber of only about 10 square meters. There was no furnishings in the stone chamber. It was empty, but just below the stone hole above there was a small mound of earth. On the mound of earth a slender blue-silver grass fluttered in the wind. The blue-silver grass looked longer than ordinary grass leaves, and the most peculiar thing was the golden fine lines on the grass leaves. Here, the moment he saw the blue-silver grass, Wang Shenmeng finally put his mind at ease. Looking at this strange arrangement, it seemed that someone had been here not long ago. Guangling Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly. This blue-silver grass gave him an unusual feeling. Ling Yuan Douluo looked around curiously. Your Highness, what is this place? Who would be so bored to plant a blue-silver grass here? This is not an ordinary blue-silver grass. Wang Shenmeng took out a pot from the storage ring, wrapped the small mound with his spiritual power, and carefully transplanted the blue-silver grass into the pot. Endless life. The 4th soul ring under his feet lit up, and the huge soul power and spiritual power were all transformed into rich vitality and injected into the blue-silver grass. After a while, the wilted blue-silver grass gradually became full of vitality. Not only the branches and leaves were green, but even faintly there were faint fluctuations of soul breath, and from that soul a feeling of joy and desire came. The branches and leaves of the blue-silver grass stretched out gently, wrapped around Wang Shenmen's arm, pressing closeness. It's actually a soul beast. Qingluan Douluo was so sensitive that he could see the clues at once. There was soul breath and emotional fluctuations in the blue-silver grass. Although it was very weak, it definitely belonged to an intelligent life with spiritual intelligence, not an ordinary plant. After half an hour, the blue-silver grass seemed to have eaten too much and could no longer absorb life force, but the whole thing seemed to have a second spring, becoming full and tender. Wang Shenmeng gently untied the branches and leaves wrapped around his arms, and with a wave of his hand he put it away. My endless soul skill can not only replenish the life force of the body but also make up for the trauma of the spirit and soul. You are lucky. Tang San, my future wife and cheap mother are both in my hands. I wonder how you will choose in the future. Wang Shenmeng murmured in his heart, raised his hand and slapped it on the stone wall. Net to him. With a ding, a black thing fell from the sky and landed in his hand. Hey, there is something else. Guangling Douluo's eyes lit up. He had just looked around and clearly saw nothing. He didn't expect that there was such a bow hidden in a secret place which even he, a titled Douluo, didn't find. He was very curious about how the Holy Sun knew all this. It was obvious that he was very familiar with this place. As far as he knew, His Highness the Holy Sun should not have been to this place since he joined the Spirit Hall. Before joining the spirit hall. How could a mere spirit master of more than 10 levels be qualified to come here? However, with Wang Shenmen's current status and strength, no one could force him to tell any secrets as long as he didn't want to. Although he was confused, Wang Ling Douluo was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Wang Shenmeng would not plain to him. In the eyes of everyone's curiosity, he raised the bow in his hand and prepared to open it. This was a black bow which was long and about 15 meters long and 1 foot wide. It was very heavy, weighing more than 200 kilograms. Wang Shenmeng even made the Tang Sec supreme hidden weapon, and he also had some research on metal. This long black bow was made of lead. There was no lock on the bow. Wang Shenmeng put it on the ground and opened it slowly. When the bow was opened a crack, the incomparable, the surging breath rushed out from the gap and instantly made the surrounding space seem to solidify. Although the breath was very gentle, when the huge energy swirled out, even Wang Shenmeng felt a burst of pressure for a short time. Wu Wu. Xiao Wu, who was curiously peeking behind him, was tragically pressed to the ground by the powerful breath, again groaning in pain. Wang Shenmeng took a look at this heartless dead rabbit. It had only been a few days. After seeing that his life was not in danger for the time being, he gradually became bolder, as if he had forgotten that he could be a dish at any time. Soul bone. Guangling Douluo opened his eyes wide and stared at the thing in the bow. A trace of heat flashed in his eyes. When he saw the true appearance of the thing, he was even more shocked and said, "Is it a 100,000-year-old right leg bone?" Qingluan Douluo and Ling Yuan Douluo's faces also changed repeatedly, with a hot color flashing in their eyes, and their breathing became rapid. It's not that they want to rob it completely out of the Soul Master's instinct. The 100,000-year soul bone is definitely the treasure that the Soul Master world dreams of. On the Soul Master dream list, it is second only to the 100,000-year soul ring and the eternal soul bone. Even for titled Douluo, many people don't have high quality soul bones, let alone 100,000-year soul bone. Even if they can't use them, they can't help but be shaken when they see them. Wang Shenmeng took a deep breath and opened the bow, only to see an item lying flat inside. It was a right leg bone. In the ranking of the SI major soul bones, the right leg bone is undoubtedly ranked at the bottom. However, this right leg bone is extremely different. The whole body is crystal clear blue gold, and there seems to be a little starlight flashing inside as if it has life. And this right leg bone is very complete with both the thigh bone and the calf bone. You should know that soul bones are also divided into different levels. Generally speaking, the more complete the soul bones in the same position, the greater the energy fluctuation, which proves that a quality is better and it comes from a higher level soul beast. In the original novel, the 3 skulls used by the Spirit Hall as rewards for the champion of the Spirit Master competition. The reason why the Wisdom Skull of spiritual concentration is particularly valuable is that it is complete. Although it is not as old as the other 2, its value is far greater, not only because it is the second most important head soul bone, but also because it is a complete skull. Your Highness, what is the origin of this 100,000-year-old soul bone? And that blue silver grass, it reminds me of some unpleasant thing. Qingluan Douluo's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his expression was a little bad. As you think, this blue silver grass and the 100,000-year-old right leg bone are the relics of Tang Hao's wife Lan Yin Huang. It's really her. Qingluan Douluo's eyes flashed with cold light. For this soul beast, the Spirit Hall suffered heavy losses. Not only did a titled Douluo die, but even Pope Qian Unji died because of it. This was a great shame and humiliation for the elders who were loyal to the angel family. Unfortunately, because they were afraid of Tang Chen's existence, they couldn't even kill Tang Hao for revenge. Now that they suddenly saw the remains of the culprit who caused all this, their heart suddenly fluctuated and the hatred of the past also surged out. Wang Shenmeng had no feelings for Qian Sunji's hatred, so naturally he couldn't empathize with him. He put away the soul bone and said to everyone, "Let's go." Chapter 91. Stupid Soul Beast. Your Highness, is that blue silver grass the real body of the Blue Silver Emperor? Faced with Qingluan Douluo's question, Wang Shenmeng did not hide it. Yes, that blue silver grass is Tang Hao's wife Yin and Tang San's nominal mother. Tang San's mother? Xiao Wu's ears immediately perked up, thinking to herself, so Tang San's mother is also a soul beast. Qingluan Douluo keenly noticed Wang Shenmen's words. Why is it a nominal mother? Isn't he Tang Hao's son? Tang Hao's son was born just before the war, and the Blue Silver Emperor gave birth to him. After offering sacrifice to Tang Hao held the newly born Tang San and fought with 3 titled Douluo for 3 days and 3 nights. He was seriously injured. Do you think a newborn baby can be safe and sound? Qingluan Douluo showed a thoughtful look. Then who is Tang San now if he is not Tang Hao's son? Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. Although Tang Hao tried his best to protect his son, the newborn baby was still affected. Although he did not die, he was in danger. At this time, a strange soul took advantage of the opportunity to enter the baby's body devoured the baby's soul and replaced the baby. Xiao Wu's mouth quietly opened into an O shape and she was a little unbelievable in her heart. The Tang San she knew the little boy who had a very good relationship with her actually had such a chilling origin, but thinking carefully Tang San did have many abnormalities. Not only was he too mature, he was more old-fashioned than himself, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and he had many strange abilities. He was really not like a normal child. Guangling Douluo touched his chin. It turns out to be like this. Then does Tang Hao know that his son has been replaced? Wang Shenmeng sensed Yin's excitement in the dream space and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and nodded. He definitely knows. If you see how Tang Hao treats little Tang San, you won't have any doubts about this. He waved his hand and a mirror-like world appeared in the void. This is the manifestation of the dream-making magic power which can show people the thoughts in his heart like weaving dream. In the eyes of everyone full of surprise, a scene appeared in the mirror world. The scene at the beginning is the scene when Tang Hao brought Tang San to the Holy Soul Village, and everything that happened afterwards is shown in it. This is all based on Tang San's memory. From Tang San's perspective, Tang Hao's early treatment of him is clearly presented. Seeing Tang Hao treat the baby Tang San rudely and barbarically as if he were an enemy and then let the 3-year-old Tang San serve him, cook and wash for him, everyone was stunned. Tang Hao must have known the truth. If it is really his own son who his wife entrusted with her life, if he treats him like this, he is worse than a beast. Guangling Douluo seemed to be watching a scene from an ethical movie, and he was still unsatisfied and sighed, and that Tang San except that Tang Hao has never had contact with outsiders, but he has so many strange skills, it is definitely impossible to be the original baby. He knew how powerful Tang San's so-called hidden weapons were. Even he was very afraid of the most powerful supreme hidden weapon. Ordinary titled Douluo could easily kill them in seconds if they were caught off guard. He was also familiar with the Xian Tian Gong that Tang San practiced every day and the purple demon eye that he practiced facing the sun in the morning. Bibi Dong and the little Fo Hu Lina in the spirit hall could now emit purple light from their eyes. Qingluan Douluo shook his head secretly. Blue Silver Emperor is really a tragedy. The previous pope led people to capture her in order to let the spirit hall get her spirit ring and spirit bone. When she saw Tang Hao injured, she agreed to follow the pope to leave on the condition that Tang Hao and her son would not be harmed. The previous pope had no intention of killing Tang Hao, so of course he agreed. But Blue Silver Emperor suddenly sacrificed himself to Tang Hao, allowing him to break through the title Douluo. At this point the pope was planning to leave, but Tang Hao was crazy about revenge. After a big battle, his son was still not saved and Blue Silver Emperor died in vain. In the dream space, the blue silver grass trembled violently again, accompanied by strong emotional up and downs: sadness, resentment, regret, fear. Wang Shenmeng said so much mainly for Yin to hear, to reveal someone's true face little by little, so that when he uses Yin to attack a father and son in the future it will be logical. He knew that the Blue Silver Emperor's consciousness was not completely annihilated and that it could be transformed again. After being nourished by his endless life, it was more sensitive to the outside world. This dream space was a new magical power derived from Wang Shenmen's dream-making magical power. After he cultivated his martial soul, he semi-realized the imaginary world in his dream and it became a virtual and real space. This space does not seem to be much different from the outside world. It has the basic elements for life. As long as Wang Shenmeng is willing, it can not only lead the consciousness of living beings into it but also accommodate physical living things. This is the qualitative change caused by his acquisition of the 4th soul ring and the soul skill of endless life of the 30,000-year-old evergreen butterfly, the 5th soul ring, and the soul skill God's laying golden knife of the 50,000-year-old SI winged golden silkworm butterfly, and the SITH soul ring and the soul skill of the yin yang realm of the 70,000-year-old imperial moth yin yang butterfly. He possessed the power of yin yang and the 5 element. Not only did he obtain the 5 elements life and death domain and the 2 yin static domain, but he also made the dream space initially perfect. No matter which world it is, the basic elements that constitute the foundation of the world are no different. Whether it is the 5 elements, the 4 elements, or the 7 elements, they are essentially the same. The operating rules may be slightly different, but the principles that constitute the world are the same. Therefore, after Wang Shenmeng gathered the 5 elements of yin and yang, the whole person was qualitatively improved. After that, he killed the nearly 100,000-year-old deep-sea mirage butterfly in the sea and obtained the martial soul true body, and he even had the powerful strength to compete with the titled Douluo. This is what he has gained in the past 4 years. There are also some soul bones and various magical means on the Douluo continent. Although it is not said that he can walk sideways, there are not many instances that can take his life. Even if he can't beat him, it is relatively easy to run. It's a pity that his opponent is no longer a human being. He is extremely afraid of the Shura god King Shenmeng. These gods have low moral integrity. Referring to the various operations of Tang San after he became the god king, you can know that if these guys are sincere in making trouble, rules and constraints are not so useful. In the alien dream space, the Blue Silver Emperor had no special shielding against the outside world. She could hear and see everyone's words and the images in the mirror. Of course she had already guessed the identities of Wang Shenmeng and others, and the fear in her heart came from this. Of course Blue Silver Emperor died in vain. Her death was extremely worthless. Qingluan Douluo said leisurely, in fact we in the spirit hall noticed her a long time ago. At that time Tang Xiao, Tang Hao and Blue Silver Emperor traveled around together. The reputation of the Haoshan Gemini gradually spread throughout the continent. It was hard not to attract attention. Do you know how we discovered Blue Silver Emperor's identity? How did you discover it? Although Blue Silver Emperor had not yet entered the mature stage at that time, ordinary spirit masters would definitely not be able to discover it. Titled Douluo is almost the same, but if titled Douluo can discover it, then when Tang Xiao met Blue Silver Emperor he was already very close to titled Douluo. Even if he didn't notice it at the time, he would definitely discover it after breaking through titled Douluo soon. But he left Blue Silver Emperor at that time. There is a story. Wang Shenmeng knew the bloody plot here without guessing, and he immediately became excited. He remembered that in the original novel when Tang Hao met Yin he was already 35 years old and close to Soul Douluo in strength, while Tang Xiao, who was 15 years older than Tang Hao, was undoubtedly already a Soul Douluo. 3 years later, when Yin was about to enter the mature stage, Tang Hao was already level 84 and Tang Xiao had already become a titled Douluo. There is no reason why Yin's identity cannot be discovered, and Yin has to confess to Tang Hao on her own initiative. Qingluan Douluo said, in fact with the status and strength of the Haoshan Gemini, how could they not come into contact with titled Douluo while traveling around the continent? Is it true that no one can see the true identity of the Blue Silver Emperor? This is of course impossible. He glanced at Yao Wu and said lightly, just like this little rabbit following his highness, it is inevitable to see titled Douluo, but as long as those titled Douluo know your identity they will not take action to rob you, at least not openly. Wang Shenmeng understood what Qingluan Douluo meant. In their views, Yao Wu is my captive prey kept for my own use and belongs to someone with an owner. If you dare to rob her openly, you must be prepared to go to war with the Spirit Hall. The Haoshan sect is similar. It is the world's #1 sect and has an invincible existence on land like Tang Chen. No one dares to provoke them except our Spirit Hall. Therefore, since the Blue Silver Emperor already had a master, they did not dare to rob it openly. If they acted secretly, ordinary titled Douluo might not be able to get the upper hand from the Tang Hao brothers. Qingluan Douluo smiled and nodded. That's the reason. The identity of the Blue Silver Emperor is not a secret in the eyes of the titled Douluo of the 3 upper sect who have seen her. How could Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who are so smart, not notice it? At that time Tang Xiao was about to be promoted to titled Douluo and everyone thought that this was his 9th soul ring, but for some reason he did not kill the Blue Silver Emperor to obtain the soul ring but returned to the Haoshan sect alone. Our Wuhan Hall titled Douluo had never seen the Blue Silver Emperor and did not know about this, but at this moment he unexpectedly received a secret letter and learned this secret. Others are afraid of the Haoshan sect, but we Wuhan Hall cannot afraid. The previous pope immediately sent a titled Douluo to confirm and happened to meet Tang Hao preparing to take the Blue Silver Emperor back to the Haoshan sect. After a fierce battle, although Tang Hao was seriously injured, he also broke the elder's leg and escaped. Qingluan Douluo calmly told this story. The previous pope denounced the Haoshan sect, accusing them of colluding with soul beasts, assassinating our Wuhan Hall elders, betraying humans and conspiring to subvert the continent, and asked them to hand over Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor. Unexpectedly Tang Hao hid directly. The old leader of the Haoshan sect, that is Tang Hao's father, could not bear such accusations and it was not good for Tang Hao to come out to clarify, so he was directly angry to death. The leader of the Haoshan sect is dead. Our Wuhan Hall is afraid of Tang Chen and it is not good to continue to force him. We have to look for Tang Hao secretly. We were about to give up, but 2 years later we suddenly found him again. The previous pope was overjoyed and immediately took 2 titled Douluos and a group of soul Douluos and soul saints to snatch the person. Everyone knows the result. The Blue Silver Emperor was sacrificed to Tang Hao on the spot. It happened that Tang Hao, who was at level 90, stepped into the titled Douluo and performed the ring blasting stunt. One of our 2 titled Douluos died and the other was injured. Even the pope was seriously injured and died. Feeling the Blue Silver Emperor's trembling body, which seemed to be unable to bear the blow, Wang Shenmeng used soft mental power to comfort her while continuing to make up for it. There are too many coincidences. 1 or 2 is a coincidence, but so many coincidences combined are very problematic. Ling Yuan Douluo, who had no chance to speak, said coldly with a look of contempt for Ample, why did Tang Xiao leave alone after after becoming a titled Douluo? If he didn't love her, why would he give in? If he loved Blue Silver Emperor, why didn't he stay to protect her when he knew there were people around her who were eyeing her covetously? Women always have different concerns and are more sensitive to love. Ling Yuan Douluo seemed to believe that Tang Xiao was a scumbag and a hypocrite and said angrily, and who wrote that letter? Why did Blue Silver Emperor oppose the moment Tang Xiao left? Why did Tang Hao and Blue Silver Emperor hide for 2 years and suddenly come out when they were about to give birth, just when Tang Hao's soul power reached level 90 and needed a soul ring? A series of soul questions made the Blue Silver Emperor in the alien dream space fall into a stagnation. Wang Shenmeng felt that her emotions were very unstable and there were signs of collapse. He quickly circulated the endless power to soothe her soul and mind. What a coincidence, it's just that the two brothers had a quarrel because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. Tang Xiao didn't get the soul ring and soul bone of the Blue Silver Emperor, so he must have been resentful and betrayed Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor in a rage. Guangling Douluo said disdainfully, the people of Haoshan sect are all hypocrites, each one is domineering and arrogant, and they have done no less disgusting things than others, but they always claim to be upright and think they are the role models of justice and are hostile to our Wuhan Hall. What's so strange about this kind of double standard sect that is inconsistent inside and outside doing such a thing? Tang Xiao betrayed Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor not only to get rid of his anger but also to get the position of the sect master that should have belonged to him but was internally given to Tang Hao. Why not do it? Qingluan Douluo agreed with this. Well, let's not talk about it. According to the reasoning that whoever benefits is the most suspicious, Tang Xiao really has the motive to do this. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other two of the top 3 sects are behind it. Haoshan sect is already strong enough. Tang Hao's talent is catching up with Tang Chen. If he gets 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, he may have the hope of becoming a limit Douluo in the future. Wouldn't the other 2 sects never have a chance to succeed? It is even possible that they will be swallowed up by Haoshan sect. Wang Shenmeng smiled faintly. It's hard to say who wrote the letter, but the person who benefited from the death of Blue Silver Emperor is undoubtedly Tang Hao. The highest mystery of the Blue Silver domain of the 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor is immortality. She has a talent called wildfire, cannot blow it away, spring breeze blows it back to life. No one can kill her and no one can get her spirit ring and spirit bone unless she commits suicide. This is also the confidence for him to negotiate with His Holiness the Pope. Qingluan Douluo continued, so the matter is already very clear. Someone wants to get her spirit ring and spirit bone, but there is no way to kill her to get it, so he went around in such a big circle and finally deceived this stupid thing. The soul beast is willing to sacrifice everything. Alas, soul beasts are soul beasts. Even if they transform into humans, they cannot change their stupid nature. Guangling Douluo said sarcastically, this seed has long seen through it. Just to say one thing, as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, if she hides in the Xingda Great Forest, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find her. Why would she come out to die? Knowing that we are looking for her, why would she show up during the birth? Everything is just to make Tang Hao successful. Lan Yinhuang also deserves it. She was not deceived to death by Tang Hao, nor was she forced to death by our Wuhan Hall. She died of stupidity. Crack. Wang Shenmeng seemed to hear the sound of a broken heart. Chapter 92. Go to Tiandu. Whether Yin believes it or not, Wang Shenmeng believes it. Anyway, Tang Hao is destined to be an enemy. What if he is wrong? To strike the enemy, you must do everything possible. Splitting the relationship between him and Yin and using Yin to strike them in the future is one of Wang Shenmen's strategies. Since we can't destroy Tang San physically, we can change our mindset and attack him mentally. If we can make his Dao heart collapse, whether he is devastated or turns evil, how can he be qualified to be a god king? After listening to the conspiracy theory analysis of several people, not only Yin was shocked, but even Xiao Wu, a soul beast who had not experienced the human world in depth, was deeply shocked. Wu, the human world is so scary, the Blue Silver Emperor is so pitiful. Mom, I don't want to take revenge, I want to go back to the forest. Xiao Wu wailed in her heart. She was a big failure to come out for revenge foolishly. She knew nothing about the evil of humans. She met a child who looked honest, but he turned out to be a hidden old monster. Now she fell into the hands of her enemies and didn't know when she would be killed. She was already ashamed and had no hope for the future. Little rabbit, if you behave better, I will eat you later. If you are still useless, what's the point of keeping you? Wasting food? Xiao Wu screamed, don't eat me, I'm not delicious and I can't bite 100,000-year rabbit meat. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, then you should behave well and show your value, otherwise I will kill you to take the soul ring and soul bone. I have never eaten the meat of 100,000-year soul beast. Even if the taste is a little worse, the effect should be good. Tang Hao tried his best to suppress his hatred and his aura dissipated. He pulled Yu Xiao Gang up from the ground and said, slightly, I have something to ask you. Bang! A strange color of hostility flashed in Tang Hao's eyes and his anger rose in his heart. The cold breath emanated, causing the nearby small animals to roll their eyes and faint. Tang Hao looked at the guy in front of him who exuded a decadent atmosphere, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Such a waste! If it weren't for his good theoretical knowledge, how could he be qualified to be his son's teacher? Yu Xiaogang was surprised when a living person suddenly appeared in front of him. After seeing the person's face clearly, he was suddenly filled with joy. Wang Shenmeng stroked her neck with a smile. Well, call me master from now on, do you understand? Xiao Wu cried in her heart, let me Xiao Wu be a slave to please him. My Xiao Wu has fallen to this point. Da Ming and Er Ming, where are you? Come and save me. Perform well and make me happy. I will let you upgrade to a pet. If I am not happy, I will make you a dish. Come, call me master. Xiao Wu trembled and said, then how should I behave? Tang Hao secretly watched this scene, nodded slightly, and his figure flashed and came to Yu Xiaogang's bedroom. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand. I need a servant around me serving tea and water, massaging shoulders and backs, etc. You know how to do it, right? From today on you are my slave, and pleasing the master is your only mission. Xiao Wu timidly called out, Master, Master. Xiao San, what's wrong with him? Who bullied him? How, your majesty? Haoshan? Tang Hao couldn't help but recall the past, and the shame and anger in his heart turned into overwhelming hatred. Spirit Hall, I won't let you go. You just wait. When Xiao San grows up, it's time for you to pay the price. Thinking of the bits and pieces of himself and Xiao Wu in the past 5 years, Tang San's eyes were wet. No. Yu Xiaogang was so happy to learn that the new disciple he accepted was actually the son of his idol. Although he had never seen Tang Hao killed Qian Unji, and based on this he was Yu Xiaogang's idol. In Nodding City, Tang Hao came out of the cave where Ayan was buried and just missed Wang Shenmeng and his group. When he returned to Nodding College and saw Tang San, he was immediately shocked by his son. Therefore this time he didn't dare to show his courage to not fear violence. He sat on the chair panting and said in a hoarse voice, you want to ask about Xiao San? I will tell you everything I know. Alas, my son, the son of Haoshan Douluo, actually has to rely on this person to teach. It's really Xiao San. Daddy is sorry for you. You should have been a child of destiny, the son of the leader of Haoshan sect. But now what? Xiao Wu was captured. Xiao Wu, where are you? When Tang San worshipped himself as his master and went home for the first time for the new year, this Haoshan Douluo suddenly appeared, told him his identity and gave him the elder order. Wang Shenmeng said after resting well, let's set off for Tiandu City. A trace of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes. He turned over and sat up and tried hard to start meditation and practice. Your Majesty, Haoshan Yu, it's impossible not to be angry. When he left, Xiao San was still fine, but after being away for 3 or 5 days his son seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His spirit was depressed, his eyes were bloodshot, and the whole person exuded a sense of anxiety and anger. This is the only friend I have ever had in this world. My feelings for her are so special, a strange feeling that I have never experienced in my 2 lifetimes. How can I give it up? Slave. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth secretly, but she looked gentle and flattering and pinched Wang Shenmen's shoulders. Tang Hao's face changed drastically, and the terrifying momentum on his body suddenly erupted like an enraged lion. As he pected, Yu Xiaogang was pressed down again, and this time even the chair under his butt was unlucky and the whole thing was broken into pieces. Tang Hao stared at him closely. What happened to Xiao San? What's wrong with Xiao Wu? Yu Xiaogang was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say anything more. The terrible killing intent just now really scared him. Although it was not directed at him, it still gave him a fear of being torn to pieces at any time. Tang San lay on the bed muttering in his mouth, thinking of the person who took Xiao Wu away that day. The terrifying aura almost suffocated him with just one look. He was full of frustration. Yu Xiaogang smiled bitterly and said, the night before yesterday a soul master came out of nowhere and took Xiao Wu away in front of Xiao San. Xiao San has been worried about Xiao Wu these 2 days. Be good, come and massage your master's shoulders. If Xiao Wu hadn't been taken away, Tang San always thought that he treated Xiao Wu as a sister, but when Xiao Wu was taken away and he suddenly lost her, he realized that his feelings for Xiao Wu were no longer pure. Ling Yuan Douluo frowned, glanced at Xiao Wu with displeasure, and then his expression softened again. Your Highness, where are you going? Net. Although she was full of resistance, she was forced by the situation. In order to fight for a chance to survive, Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly and knew the situation very well. Okay, I understand. The terrible murderous aura suddenly emanating from Tang Hao made Yu Xiaogang feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Under this overwhelming momentum he was directly pressed to the ground, his stiff facial features pressed against the dirty floor tiles, and he almost suffocated. Even if Xiao Wu was found, what would happen? With his own strength, how could he defeat the villain and save Xiao Wu? No, I can't give up. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I must save Xiao Wu. Well, Yu Xiaogang groaned groaned not only because of the fall but also because of the scattered chair parts which poked his buttocks, causing him to be injured again. Fortunately Tang Hao's momentum was fleeting and Yu Xiaogang covered his buttock and trembled to get up, his eyes full of resentment, and he was very dissatisfied with Tang Hao's indiscriminate use of momentum regardless of the occasion. Chapter 93. Tang San felt a little green on his head. Tell me everything you know, no matter how big or small. Tang Hao suppressed his anger, but his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that a titled Douluo passed by Nodding City and discovered Xiao Wu's soul beast identity, so he kidnapped her? Besides this, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Xiao Wu had been under his nose all these years and she had no enemies at all. What kind of enemies could a little girl like her have? Who would kidnap her for nothing? Tang Hao frowned deeply. If someone discovered Xiao Wu's true identity and kidnapped her, it would be troublesome. Maybe she has been killed now. Even if she hasn't been killed, who knows where she is kept in captivity place? I am alone and it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Xiao Wu's whereabouts. Could it be that the soul beast that I left for Xiao San was snatched away by someone? It's hateful. It has always been him, Haoshan Douluo, who has snatched opportunities from others. No one has ever been able to snatch opportunities from him, not even the spirit hall. This time someone dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Don't let him know who it is, otherwise. Your Majesty, Xiao San said that it was a young soul master. Because he came and went too quickly he didn't see it clearly, but he had snow white hair, handsome look, and one eye seemed to be covered with an eye patch. Half an hour later, Yu Xiaogang's dormitory. Tang Hao's eyes flashed and he said coldly, who is the big shot? Could it be an elder? Not to mention that Tang Hao has been expelled from the sect and lives in the dark like a mouse, and although Yu Xiaogang also left the sect, he left for his lofty ideals and was not expelled from the sect. Strength, it's all strength. Xiao San, where are you going? Spirit hall. Xiao San, calm down. With your current strength, what if you know Xiao Wu's whereabouts? Can you save him? You are too weak. Then you should urge him more. Children are young and ignorant, and teachers should be more dedicated and can't let children do whatever they want. Otherwise, what's the point of you being a teacher? As if he saw Yu Xiaogang's thoughts, Tang Hao didn't he politely reprimanded, you as a teacher should also step up supervision and don't let him indulge in the so-called hidden weapons all day long. After all, soul masters still have to rely on soul power as the foundation. Things of crooked ways will only delay cultivation. Let him spend less time on it. Alas, it is better to train Xiao San well. When Xiao San becomes a titled Douluo who dares to look down on me, he Tang Hao is so awesome, his eyes are on the top of his head and he still licks his face and hands his son to me to teach. How can he have the face to look down on me? Tang San smiled bitterly and tears fell from his smile. After a moment he turned around and left without saying a word. Yu Xiaogang's words made Tang Hao fall into deep thought. After careful thinking, it seems that there is no such person among the titled Douluo he has seen or even heard of. Could it be some hidden old monster? Looking at Tang San's resolute back, Yu Xiaogang sighed. To be honest, it is still difficult to understand Tang San's reaction. Although he has not confirmed his relationship with Xiao Wu, after understanding his feelings for Xiao Wu, he has already regarded Xiao Wu as his lover. If that person does something to Xiao Wu, with full innate soul power and twin martial souls, it took more than 5 years for him to reach level 17 soul power. His superb talent is wasted. If he is not given some pressure, he will be useless. What, the people from the spirit hall took Xiao Wu away? Ahem, Xiao San, don't get excited, let go of the teacher first. As for the people from the spirit hall keeping it secret, Tang Hao pressed disdain. He is not that waste like Yu Xiaogang. Tang San did not dare to think about it anymore. He felt a faint green on his head. If it is true that some big shot of the spirit hall has taken a fancy to Xiao Wu, then Xiao Wu will fall into his hands. Yu Xiaogang said sullenly, I will tell Xiao San, but Xiao San is very opinionated and attaches great importance to hidden weapons, so he may not listen to me. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched, his heart was filled with hatred and anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although he also hated the spirit hall, he didn't want Tang San to confront the spirit hall too early. This was completely a fight between an egg and a rock, which was definitely not a good thing for Tang San. Yu Xiaogang's shoulder was hurt by Tang San's grip. Seeing Tang San so excited, he frowned and didn't understand. During this period, have there been any special people coming and going in Nodding City? Tang San took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Why did the people of the spirit hall take Xiao Wu away? After Tang Hao finished speaking, he turned and walked out, intending to look for it in Nodding City. Maybe the guy who took Xiao Wu away has not left yet. At the very least, he had to find out the identity of the so-called big shot who came to the spirit hall that day. Yu Xiaogang frowned and thought for a while, then nodded and said, I heard that a big shot has come to the spirit hall. Director Su Yuntao has been promoted and will be transferred to Barrack City. Yu Xiaogang said helplessly, this is an internal secret of the spirit hall. If they don't want people to know, outsiders can't find out. Tang Hao certainly wouldn't tell Yu Xiaogang Xiao Wu's true identity and said coldly, the spirit hall has always oppressed the good. Does it need a reason to do bad things? Tell Xiao San that it was the people of the spirit hall who took Xiao Wu away. If you want to save her, if he is not like that, he should practice hard and strive to become a real strong man as soon as possible. With his current strength he is not qualified to save people. Yu Xiaogang rubbed his shoulders and pondered. 2 days ago a big man came to the spirit hall. Maybe he saw Xiao Wu's cuteness and took her away. You have to know that the spirit hall is domineering and lawless. Things like bullying men and women are as easy for them as eating and drinking water. In his opinion, Xiao Wu is at best a classmate of Tang San. Why does she act like her father has died? Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm too uneasy. Tang San stood up suddenly and grabbed Yu Xiaogang's shoulders excitedly. Teacher, why did they take Yao Wu away? Yu Xiaogang clenched his fist and shouted angrily in his heart. In Douluo continent the weak have no dignity and the strong can do whatever they want, including trampling on the weak at will. Tang Hao looked gloomy and said coldly, what a spirit hall, they are too bullying and have set their sights on Xiao Wu again. It's a pity that if I hadn't worried about Xiao San being implicated I would have killed him and made a river of blood flow. Yu Xiaogang frowned and objected in his heart. After getting the news about Xiao Wu he couldn't be happy. Spirit hall. Then Yu Xiaogang was depressed again. The reality was cruel. He was one of the weak. Facing the dignity trampled by the titled Douluo he had no right to resist. I'm too weak. Yu Xiaogang watched Tang Hao leave zionlessly and he became more and more depressed. Being looked down upon by his idol and scolded casually as if he was scolding his son, his self-esteem was hit again. You have to know that he and Tang Hao are of the same generation and are about the same age. In terms of origin he is the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family, no worse than Tang Hao. It must be the spirit hall who took Xiao Wu away. Teacher, I'm going to practice. You're right, I'm too weak. Yu Xiaogang was so ashamed that he turned from a fan to a passerby. He was angry because he was often rejected. He was angry he couldn't turn the other cheek and continue to lick the hook. Yu Xiaogang's eyebrows jumped and his face was ugly. Spirit hall? Why did they take Xiao Wu away? Xiao Wu is a great soul master, so she is not qualified to offend them, let alone alarm the big shot. He felt sorry for Xiao Wu's appearance, but that was all. He was not sad or angry at all. In his eyes Xiao Wu was just a student with good talent. If it weren't for Tang San he might have paid more attention to her and taken her in as his apprentice to train her. But with Tang San as an ample he didn't have any idea about Xiao Wu. I hope Xiao San can think it through sooner. It's really not worth it to rush into a confrontation with the spirit hall just for Xiao Wu. Chapter 94 Regretful Tang Hao. Bang! In the dark alley Tang Hao, who was wearing a black coat and a black hat and covered his face, threw a middle-aged man to the ground heavily. The middle-aged man screamed miserably, his eyes full of fear. Unfortunately his legs were broken and he couldn't even stand up, let alone run away. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The middle-aged man looked at the figure hidden in the darkness in front of him, struggled and kowtowed, took out a few gold soul coins from his arms and cried, I'll give you money, please let me go. I'm from the spirit hall. I'll be in big trouble if you don't give me money. It would be fine if he didn't mention the spirit hall, but as soon as he mentioned the spirit hall a hint of coldness flashed in Tang Hao's eyes and he kicked the man a few meters away with a bang, hitting him heavily against the wall, and a few gold soul coins rolled to the ground. Tang Hao hesitated for a moment, waved his hand and put the gold soul coins in his sleeves, sneering in his heart, this is all the money of the two empires, but the spirit hall took it by trickery and used it to subsidize civilian soul masters and earn fame for itself. It's really a good calculation. How can I let you, a lackey of the spirit hall, take this people's blood and sweat to enjoy it? Today I can also rob the rich and help the poor and vent the anger of the people of the two empires. Thinking of this, Tang Hao took the money with peace of mind, walked to the middle-aged man and slowly emitted a powerful momentum which almost suffocated the man. If you don't want to die, answer my questions honestly. If you dare to have any tricks you won't see the sun tomorrow. Tang Hao was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood, but he had no way to do it. He stepped heavily on the middle-aged man's chest and his soul power suddenly burst out. The middle-aged man broke several ribs. He was rushed by the soul power, blood flowed from his mouth and he fainted with a miserable howl. With the strength of the spirit hall it is normal to have a titled Douluo following around. This also explains why Xiao Wu's identity was posed. In the eyes of the titled Douluo her soul beast aura is simply a torch in the dark night. As long as the eyes are not blind it is impossible to ignore it. The middle-aged man trembled and told all the information he knew about the holy sun like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Of course he only knew the most basic information and he had no idea about the more in-depth information. I said, how can a person with full innate soul power be a low-level martial soul? It's all because of that rubbish Yu Xiaogang who misled me. He vowed that the boy was a rubbish martial soul and misled me. This rubbish is more of a hindrance than a help. He missed the opportunity to kill the boy. The boy was born in Notting City. Now he has returned home in glory, so it's not surprising that he appears here. What's hateful is that the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone I reserved for Xiao San were intercepted by him halfway. His intuition told him that Xiao Wu's disappearance was probably related to this saint's son. His Zion turned cold. If you want to live, tell me all the information you know about the so-called saint's son. Don't hide anything. Yes, I dare not hide it. Even if he has the strength to dominate the world, he may not be able to compare with others. It's even hard to say who the youngest titled Douluo on the continent is. Yes, I'll tell you. It was that guy. Tang Hao regretted it. Back then the other party was young and had no conflict with his family. When competing for the quota of work-study students, the boy tactfully withdrew. Because of the risk of exposure, he did not take action against the boy. Now that the other party has joined the enemy's forces and has become a core senior executive, it will be difficult to get rid of him. Tang Hao looked at the muddy man as if looking down at an ant. A so-called big man came to the spirit hall a few days ago. Tell me, who is he? Tang Hao is a man of his word. Since he said that as long as this guy cooperate he will spare his life, he will certainly not break his promise. I didn't expect that boy to choose to go along with the spirit hall. If I had known this, I should have killed him with one hammer. He remembered the little boy in the Holy Soul village 5 years ago. He looked like a piece of jade, but he was rotten inside. For the sake of his future he chose to join the evil spirit hall. The middle-aged man did not dare to hesitate at all and said quickly, "It is His Royal Highness the Son of God." For Ample, the contemporary Pope Bibi Dong with a surname other than hers, was canonized as a saint at a very young age. Wasn't it because of her unparalleled talent? The second twin martial soul in 100 years and the top martial soul of the same kind with full innate soul power. Even if Tang Hao openly disdains it, he is a little bit intimidated in his heart. Humph, the lackey of the spirit hall, since you help the evil you must pay the price. It's just that your martial soul is destroyed, which is a bargain for you. The more Tang Hao listened, the more frightened he became. In the end he couldn't help but widen his cloudy eyes, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out of his body. Tang Hao's murderous intent was surging in his heart. If he could have predicted this day, he would have gotten rid of Wang Shenmeng at all costs 5 years ago. There are already enough geniuses in this world. Except for the Haoshan sect, the fewer the better. At that time he felt that this kid had bad intentions. He was very scheming at a young age and was not a good person. Therefore he was quite displeased and never let him enter his house, let alone let Xiao San have any contact with him. Now it seems that he was really a wise man, like a torch. That kid took Xiao Wu away and left that night. Maybe he found a secret place to kill her and get her spirit ring and spirit bone. Alas, I hope this is not the result. Tang Hao's face was gloomy and his brows were furrowed. He was thinking about how to take Xiao Wu back. If possible, it would be better to get rid of that kid at the same time, otherwise he would be a threat in the future. Lone rangers like Tang Hao who live in a small place and are out of touch with the spirit master world have not received any information for the time being, so they are very confused about this sudden appearance of the Holy Son. Putting himself in his shoes, since the spirit hall is so optimistic about him and has appointed him as the heir to the Pope, it means that he is the core seed that he wants to cultivate with all his strength, and it is impossible not to send someone to protect him. It is obvious that if the NET generation of Pope cultivated by the spirit hall is not from the angel family, he must have a shocking talent and move the highest decision-making level of the spirit hall. Your Highness, the Holy Son? When did the spirit hall have a Holy Son? The cold voice accompanied by the piercing murderous intent. The middle-aged man had already been tortured to death and only fear remained in his heart. He lay on the ground and nodded desperately. Tang Hao frowned. The spirit hall had only recently appointed Wang Shenmeng as the Holy Son. Although bishops and leaders from all over the country went to pay homage, the momentum was very large, but the time was too short and only some major forces received relatively clear information. It's a pity that a moment of kindness at that time made him a big shot. However, with such a serious injury, even if he was treated, his body would be completely useless and he would not live for a few days. But what does this have to do with him, Tang Hao? It's not that he killed him directly, he died of illness and it was his destiny to die. Chapter 95. Only one room left. Although Wang Shenmeng was going to Tiandu City, he had something else he planned to do on the way. 5 years ago he had stayed in Soto City for a while, mainly to pick up the plate crystal hair crystal, but because it was too early he ended up with nothing. Now 5 years have passed and there is only more than half a year left before Tang San gets the plate crystal hair crystal in the original work. Wang Shenmeng plans to go and see it again. The dragon whisker needle hidden in the plate crystal hair crystal is a good thing. It is not only vicious and powerful but also simple to use. It is easy for anyone to learn how to use it even if they have not learned the hidden weapon technique. With Wang Shenmen's current strength, especially his strong mental power, the plate crystal hair crystal dragon whisker needle in his hands is definitely more terrifying than in Tang San's hands. There is no reason not to get it. Besides, even if he doesn't use it himself, he can give it to people around him. Anyway, he can't keep it for Tang San. The kingdom of Barak is located in the south of the Tiandu Empire and borders the Fasno province, and Soto City is one of the two most important cities in the kingdom of Barak. It is located in the center of the Lima Plain and is known as the Barak Granary. Its status is not inferior to the capital Barak City. Just after noon, the winter sun was soft and weak. It didn't feel hot when it shone on my body. In the cold wind it was a bit cold. Wang Shenmeng completely ignored her thoughts and walked with the wind. After a while he came to the outside of a unique building. Now that His Highness is going to stay in a couple hotel with a beautiful girl by his side, it's hard not to let people have wild thoughts. Qingluan Douluo and Ling Yuan Douluo smiled bitterly at each other. His Highness had a rebellious mentality. He was obviously protesting that they were too controlling and meddling in his private life along the way. Now the more he was not allowed to go and the more he would want to stay. Although this girl is a soul beast who stipulates that people and soul beasts can't have something beyond friendship, what if His Highness just wants to have some excitement? Xiao Wu had never seen such a big city. After she came out of the Xingda Great Forest, she had been wandering in the mountains and field and finally stayed near Nodding City until now. Wang Shenmeng smiled secretly in his heart, nodded and said seriously, is there anything wrong? The waiter behind the counter stood up, quickly looked at Wang Shenmeng, then looked at Yao Wu with a little envy in his eyes. Sir, are you sure you want to open 2 rooms? When the waiter was about to help Wang Shenmeng with the formalities, Ling Yuan Douluo came over and said coldly, wait, you have a lot of empty rooms here, how can you say there is only 1 left? The waiter was shocked, not knowing how this woman found out, and smiled quickly, there are some empty rooms but they are all reserved by customers. There is really only 1 room left that has not been reserved by customers. If you don't believe it, I can show you the accommodation record. Well, let's live here. Wang Shenmeng walked to the counter. Please open 2 rooms for us. The 2 nearly 100-year-old old men said they couldn't afford it and declined the young people's size. After throwing the trouble to Ling Yuan, they ran away. Wang Shenmeng walked into the Rose Hotel and the first thing he felt was a fragrant rose scent. The refreshing aroma had a somewhat ambiguous feeling which made people feel comfortable physically and mentally. Ling Yuan Douluo said helplessly, what should I do? She was ordered by His Holiness the Pope to prohibit messy women from harming His Highness. The waiter emphasized, yes, there is only 1 room, but don't worry, our rooms are all large, fully equipped and more than enough for 2 people. Wang Shenmeng turned a blind eye to this. He did the same thing as Tang San in the original work, pretending not to understand. Ling Yuan Douluo looked tangled. With her sensitive perception, there was almost no movement in the hotel that could be hidden from her. Listening to the sounds of spring one after another, her charming face, which was forced to remain calm, could not help but blush. This hotel is magnificent at first glance and the environment inside must be very comfortable. This is very much in line with the wishes of the rogue rabbit who loves leisure and enjoys life. Qingluan Douluo shrugged. What else can we do? We can't tie His Highness out. Forget it, Ling Yuan, you watch out, don't let His Highness be taken advantage of by others. Wang Ling and I won't go and we will stay at the Wuhan Hall Net door. But His Highness is still young, it is the golden age of cultivation. Women will only affect his state of mind and distract his energy. For His Highness they are all disasters. A trace of firmness flashed in Ling Yuan Douluo's eyes and the look he gave Xiao was already very unfriendly. On this point, the 3 titled Douluos standing in the 2 camps have surprisingly consistent positions and they understand each other tacitly in this regard. Xiao pointed to the building that looked like an ultra large rose and asked with some expectation. Qingluan Douluo's face was a little dark and he glanced at the cute Xiao obscurely and couldn't help reminding her. Xiao Wu didn't think too much about it and said casually, then 1 room is fine. When I was in Notting College, everyone was always in the same dormitory. What's the problem? It's better to save the money and buy more beautiful clothes. A few black lines appeared on Wang Shenmen's forehead. She looked around dazzled and looked like a country bumpkin feeling embarrassed. This is just the beginning. There are many cities bigger than Soto City. It's not too late to be shocked when you get to Tiandu City. Now follow me obediently and don't embarrass me. This city is really prosperous. This is the largest city in the human world. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, okay then, please open this room for me. Haoshan Douluo even has a child. It can be seen that after the soul beast transforms, it is no different from a human woman physiologically. This is an opportunity to harm His Highness. Her impression of human cities had always remained at the level of Nodding City and she thought that all cities were like that. Now when she saw Soto City, she was like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden and was deeply shocked. Everything she saw was novel and interesting and she wanted to go over and play with it. Wang Shenmeng didn't listen at all and waved his hand. I stayed at the Rose Hotel 5 years ago. I don't know whether it is suitable or not as well as you do. As for the young age, is there an age limit for staying in a hotel? Now that His Highness is going to live in such a place and with a transformed female soul beast, he was a little dumbfounded. The waiter's eyes showed a bit of ambiguity. I'm sorry, we only have one room left here. Your Highness is still a virgin, right? No, Your Highness's pure virginity must not end with a soul beast. This is simply a blasphemy to Your Highness's identity. He didn't say much to these guys at all and stepped in directly. You must know that they follow His Highness. In addition to protecting safety, they also have the meaning of supervision. It is also their responsibility to help His Highness block the beauties and keep His Highness pure. Ling Yuan Douluo also said softly, Your Highness, you are still young. This place is not suitable for you. The spirit hall is close at hand. Since you have come to Soto City, you should stay in our spirit hall so that everyone in the spirit hall can listen to your teachings. The hotel's interior is decorated in only 3 colors: white, silver and rose red. The warm and unique elegant environment is easy to give people a good impression. Wang Shenmeng spread his hands to Ling Yuan and said to Ling Yuan Douluo, there is no way. There is only one room left. It seems that we have to squeeze tonight. As he said, he also gave Wang Shenmeng a look that can only be understood but not expressed in words. Rose Hotel Master, are we going to stay here? Oh, Wang Shenmeng is still very familiar with the Rose Hotel. He lived there for a long time 5 years ago. The environment is indeed good and very friendly to young people. Wang Shenmeng frowned. One room? Ahem, Your Highness, it's not suitable, right? This is a couple's hotel. Young people will choose this place to spend the night together. Wang Shenmeng and Xiao Wu walked in from the west gate of Soto City looking at the bustling crowd. It seems that there is no change from 5 years ago. With Your Highness's conditions, how many girls can't be moved? If no one is watching, with Your Highness's compassion for women, it won't take a few days for the number of beautiful women around him to be counted. Xiao Wu pouted her lips, and under the threatening eyes of her master she reluctantly put down a little rabbit carved from a carrot and followed Wang Shenmen's footsteps obediently, but her eyes were still rolling around and little stars appeared in her eyes from time to time. Ling Yuan Douluo felt that there was something fishy, but before she could say anything else the room was already open. Your Highness, the Son of Heaven took the soul beast and went straight to the room. Ling Yuan Douluo stamped his feet, glared at the waiter coldly and hurried to follow, as if he was a little slower the soul beast would eat His Highness up completely. Chapter 96. The Profligate Merchant. Flanders. The bedroom of the Rose Hotel was still as shocking as ever. There was only one bed in the entire bedroom, but this large bed, which occupied almost half of the entire room, was in the shape of a peach heart. The light red gauze curtain hung from the ceiling, blocking the space above the peach heart-shaped bed, giving people a dreamlike beauty. Red rose bedding, red rose pattern pillows, everything with a strong layer of ambiguity which accelerated the blood flow. Xiao Wu was so excited that she even forgot her slave status. With a cheer she jumped onto the elastic peach heart-shaped bed with a rabbit jump and tossed and turned on it with joy, indescribably excited. Wang Shenmeng didn't feel much about this. This bedroom was just pink and ambiguous. The rich colors made people's blood boil. In terms of Lu Yuri, it was much worse than his bedroom in the spirit hall. After taking a shower, Wang Shenmeng sat on the bed and waved, I'm tired after walking all day. Xiao, come here, it's time to massage the master's shoulders and leg. Oh, although Xiao was very reluctant, she didn't dare to show it on her face because it involved her own life. After eating, she walked out of the Rose Hotel and Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo appeared without warning. To be honest, the crystal was worthless in the hands of others. Just like Xiao said, no one wanted a gold soul coin. Xiao was a little confused. Her pretty face flushed slightly and she looked indignant. Having made up his mind, Wang Shenmeng didn't bother to pay attention to Qingluan Douluo and the other two. Anyway, let them be proud for a few days. When they found a suitable target, the 3 big light bulbs would know that the villains who forcibly broke up the couple usually didn't have a good end. Wang Shenmeng didn't say anything, but Xiao Wu turned around and screamed, for this broken crystal you still need 100 gold soul coin. You might as well go and rob it. Fortunately, nothing overly intimate happened. Qingluan Douluo had a gentle smile from beginning to end. With his mental power he could see that the slightest change of Xiao Wu's body could not escape his eyes. As soon as she appeared, he saw that this soul beast was no different from yesterday. Back then he torqued more than 1 million gold soul coins from Davis. After going to the spirit hall, he had nowhere to go, not to mention that he could get a large amount of change from his teacher every year. Now he really has no shortage of money. In order to save his life, Xiao Wu has been trying hard to perform well and do what a slave should do. Although he doesn't understand many things, he has made obvious progress under the guidance of his master. Go. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly and his right hand touched the purple gold ring. 100 gold soul coins piled up into a small hill on the ground. The golden light was bright bright and Xiao Wu's eyes also lit up. Wang Shenmeng nodded, walked to the wall, and his eyes fell on a crystal the size of a human head. Wang Shenmeng looked at the man he had seen in Yu Xiaogong's memory. Of course Wang Shenmeng himself had seen this man 5 years ago. Master, are these soul guide? This is just a rotten crystal not worth a gold soul coin. This profiteer is clearly blackmailing us. If you have to use something to describe it, then you can only say that his face is a bit like a shoe sole. Although he closed his eyes, he looked a bit cunning. Looking at Flanders' boss, how much? 100 gold soul coins. It's a huge sum of money in Xiao Wu's eyes, but it's just a drizzle in Wang Shenmen's eyes. Not to mention anything else, Xiao Wu is 11 years old and she can't pass the level of a certain divine beast. He is not so beastly and he disdains to be harmonized. She had understood that her life and death depended on the thought of this master. Those powerful titled Douluo look airy, but they would not attack her without the master's permission. But in Wang Shenmen's hands it was still very useful. The plate crystal hair crystal dragon beard needle ranked 8th among the Tang sect hidden weapon. It was a powerful hidden weapon that could threaten soul saints and even soul Douluo. It was also very vicious and cruel and could not be compared with a few hundred gold soul coin. The door of the shop was open and it looked a little dim inside. Flender wore a pair of black framed crystal glasses on his face. The frame was the kind of rigid square. No matter how you looked at it, it felt weird. Wang Shenmeng, Xiao Wu and the 3 titled Douluo entered the shop but failed to wake Flender. He was still swaying on the recliner with even breathing. After a moment Wang Shenmeng got rid of this spiritual charm and sighed in his heart that the 4 words soft bone charm rabbit were really not wrong. In addition to the incredible FLE ability of the body, the charm ability was also quite extraordinary. Plate crystal hair crystal. Wang Shenmeng walked in and a special energy wave came, all emitted by the soul guide hanging on the wall. Wang Shenmeng was sure that if he took out 500 gold soul coins, this guy would definitely ask for 1000. If he took out 1000, he would probably ask for 2000. Wang Shenmeng said, this is 100 gold soul coin. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. I want to buy this crystal. There was only one person in the store and there was no counter. There were some items hanging on the 3 walls which look very old and not valuable at all. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black appeared under his feet and his whole body EU'd to terrifying soul power pressure. Half an hour later, under Xiao Wu's increasingly skilled technique, Wang Shenmeng entered the dream very comfortably. Since he didn't suffer any loss, there was nothing to say. Flanders spoke lazily with a magnetic hoarse voice and seemed to have a big tongue and his words were a little slurred. Flanders's face changed slightly and he was not angry but happy. He stood up and looked at Guangling Douluo. The appearance of this boy was very deceptive. Flanders would never believe that such a young boy was a powerful strong man. 5 years have passed and there is still no big change here. Is it that only the little girl is a soul master and the other 4 are ordinary people? Wang Shenmeng felt funny. This profiteer really has not changed in his bone. The routine that Tang San encountered was given to him intact. After all, in the original work Tang San encountered it more than half a year later. Who knows if he came 8 or 9 months earlier whether this crystal would fall into Flanders' hands. Xiao Wu followed Wang Shenmen's gaze and looked at it. She was originally looking forward to his prescience suddenly turned into disappointment. This is a rotten crystal. I'm afraid it's not easy to find a worse one among the crystals. This crystal has no luster at all, poor transparency and no color. Amethyst is the most precious. What are you looking at him for? With a cold face all the way, Wang Shenmeng clearly expressed his dissatisfaction and came to the grocery store according to his memory. Flanders said in a vague voice, but my crystal is sold for 200 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu is still young with a sweet and pure appearance, but she has begun to elude the temptation of a woman inside. As she grows older, this attractive charm will become stronger and stronger, which is manifested in the fact that people are getting more and more beautiful and their figures are getting more and more attractive. Anyway, in his subconscious mind, those who are in the same bed with him can be used as pillows. Anyway, he can't let any male or any dinosaur run to his bed. However, he is not as easy to bully as Tang San. He said in a deep voice, are you sure you don't want to change it anymore? The only person was sitting on a wooden recliner, closing his eyes and swaying with the recliner. He is Flanders, the flying horn of the golden iron triangle. He is now a level 78 soul saint. His martial soul is a cat owl. Because he always wears a pair of black framed glasses, he is called the four-eyed cat owl. Guangling Douluo smiled coldly and looked down at Flanders' little 4 eyes. You are very arrogant. You dare to cheat anyone's money. You haven't been beaten to death for so many years. I have to say that you are very lucky. However, your good luck ends here. Xiao Wu was furious and was about to go forward to argue, but was stopped by Wang Shenmeng, who waved his hand and said lightly, okay, I'll buy it. Wang Shenmeng was happy in his heart. This time he finally picked it up. He was a little worried that he came too early and might make make another wasted trip. Flanders on the recliner opened his eyes and looked at the 5 people carefully for a moment with some doubts in his heart. If it were an ordinary boy under the charm that Xiao Wu inadvertently used, most of his heart would be surging and it would be difficult to control himself. Guangling Douluo said coldly, so what? At dawn, Ling Yuan Douluo, who was lying on the sofa outside and keeping his ears open to pay attention to the movements inside, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed at Guangling Douluo, indicating that it was his turn to play. The crystal looked inconspicuous. It was transparent, but there were large pieces of dark yellow impurities inside, hanging closest to the door. Wang Shenmeng frowned, let go of his hand calmly and pushed Yao Wu away. Normally soul guides have soul power fluctuations. If they are not used by people to bind their own soul power will be released. Flanders has a very distinctive face with a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face and a slightly hooked nose. Although Wang Shenmeng is not short of money, he is not a sucker. At this time Wang Shenmeng also opened his eyes. Soul Sage? Wang Shenmeng frowned and sent the waiter away, and then the 3 of them started to have breakfast together. This little girl is a great soul master, and the boy is so incomprehensible that he looks like an ordinary person. The 2 men and 1 woman also look no different from ordinary people. Fortunately, the shop is very quiet, so I can clearly distinguish what he is talking about. He looks to be about 50 years old. Although he is not young, he is very strong. The recliner that looks quite solid sways with his weight and makes a creaking sound. Wang Shenmeng said no more immediately. After washing up quickly, the waiter has already served breakfast very considerately. Soul Sage, is it amazing? Yingning Master. Guangling Douluo didn't care about Xiao Wu's reaction at all. After getting the information he wanted, he nodded to Ling Yuan Douluo approvingly. The sharpness in his eyes disappeared and he returned to the appearance of a cool and lazy literary boy. When the waiter saw the 2 beauties, one big and one small, in the room, he immediately showed an ambiguous look, winking and pressing his admiration. Wang Shenmen's mouth twitched slightly. How could he hide the little actions of these 3 guys in private? Giving up the whole forest for a tree has long been out of Wang Shenmen's consideration, no matter how beautiful and noble the tree is. He was very jealous. These 2 beauties, big and small, were very rare, but they were all surrounding this guy at this time. Aren't they just a little more handsome? Apart from that, how are they better than him? Sure enough, women are shallow creatures, easily confused by the superficial beauty and can't see the charm of ordinary simplicity. Guangling Douluo's sharp eyes swept over Xiao Wu, frightening the latter's face pale, and hurriedly hid behind Wang Shenmeng, lowering his head, not daring to look at Guangling Douluo. However, considering that those guys behind him were meddling in his private life and always wanted him to live the way they planned, Wang Shenmeng felt that he had to resist to the end. Compromise was not an option for his SEUAL happiness in the second half of his life. This anti-thief behavior made Wang Shenmeng very embarrassed. It was obvious that they underestimated him. Xiao Wu blushed and said aggrievedly, "Why did you run into my arms?" Wang Shenmeng froze a little when he was getting dressed. He thought that he liked to hug a warm pillow when he went to bed. He was a little uncomfortable without a pillow during this period of time. He probably grabbed one out of habit last night and didn't care who it was. A cold light flashed in Ling Yuan Douluo's eyes, revealing an unhappy look. Not pensive. 100 gold soul coin. Flanders laughed. What? I've been running a shop here for almost 20 years and no one has ever forced me to sell things. Since you think I'm easy to bully, I don't have to be polite to people like you. It's not me, it was the master who hugged me first. You were the first to force me to buy it, so you can't blame me for forcing it. My crystal is priced at 2,000 gold soul coins. You have to buy it whether you want to or not. Although Flanders was surprised that he was actually a soul master, he didn't care too much and didn't even open his eyes. You don't have enough money. However, this little bit of charm is nothing to Wang Shenmeng. In terms of charm, he is far better than Xiao Wu. Not only can he not charm her, but he will backfire unconsciously, making her be charmed in return. Wang Shenmeng lowered his head. Xiao Wu's face was blood red and her big watery eyes were pink. She was so young but had an indescribable charm and was full of charm. Wang Shenmeng did not disturb Flanders but looked for it in the store. A top after the big hat was put on and he took the initiative to blame others and occupied the moral high ground. Flanders' momentum suddenly rose. In an instant he turned from an inconspicuous middle-aged profiteer into a 7-ring soul saint. A gleam of light flashed under Flanders' glasses. He had a special ability. Even people with higher soul power than him could hardly hide it from him unless the 4 people including the young man were all titled Douluo. But was it possible? After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Flanders said proudly, "What do you think? Are you scared? Pay the money obediently. 2,000 gold soul coins can buy such a big piece of crystal. It's cheap for you." Flanders laughed at his own wild imagination. Titled Douluo is not a cabbage. How many are there in the whole continent? Master, I want to take a shower and change clothes first. I feel uncomfortable after after walking all day. I am afraid of dirtying you. Flender saw that Wang Shenmeng was easy to talk to and he was more confident in his heart. He said lazily, okay, 500 gold soul coins, no change. Pay the money and take it, otherwise please leave. Xiao Wu looked around curiously. She had basically never seen the things in the store, but she could still sense the fluctuations of soul power. In short, it is hard to satisfy his greed. The easier it is to bully the target, the more he will try to get it. Anyway, it is a one-time deal and he does not intend to be a repeat customer. Obviously he will cheat as much as he can. How could they appear in his small broken shop? This is even more ridiculous than the emperor of the Tiandu Empire visiting incognito. Shaking his head, Flender, who was about to stand up, slowly lay back and said lazily, 100 gold soul coins is already the cheapest price here. Pay if you want to buy, otherwise please leave. He suppressed his joy and pretended to be angry. Why, you guys can't afford my crystal, so you want to bully me because I'm old and force me to buy it, right? Xiao Wu's eyes widened, looking surprised. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Xiao Wu walked up to Wang Shenmeng and said shyly. The young voice came coldly with a hint of disdain. The net moment a more terrifying pressure burst out, but it did not spread everywhere but rushed straight to Flanders. Ha! Flanders' laughter stopped abruptly like a hen with its neck pinched, and the net moment it was pressed to the ground with a plop. Chapter 97. Daimyo Bai was tempted by beauty. Seal Douluo. Flanders' face changed wildly and a huge wave of emotions rose in his heart. He had the urge to curse. Although the opponent did not show his soul ring, he easily suppressed him with his momentum. There was no other possibility except titled Douluo. Even this young man was a strong man among the titled Douluo. Although he was no match for ordinary titled Douluo, he was not so powerless to resist his momentum. A titled Douluo actually came to his small shop and played the game of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger with him. The sad thing was that he kicked him and blackmailed the titled Douluo. If he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Flender wanted to cry but had no choice but to give in. Your Majesty, let's talk nicely. He put his face on the ground and spoke with difficulty without a trace of cunning and arrogance. Xiao Wu snorted disdainfully. You profiteer, you know you are afraid now. Weren't you arrogant just now? It turns out that you are also a villain who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Flanders' face flushed, feeling extremely aggrieved. He said with a smile, I am blind and have offended you. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, and don't bother with a small person like me. Now Wang Shenmen's status is even higher and he is everyone's legitimate boss. These people are even more unscrupulous in showing their loyalty. The level of the Wuhan Hall in Soto City is very high. The Bishop Modila here is a high-level soul saint. Even in the entire Wuhan Hall he is a senior member and he must give face. Flanders was scared by him, thinking of what he had done before, and hurriedly said, no, it is not worth a gold soul coin, at most a silver soul coin. Wang Shenmeng looked down at him with a smile. Are you sure? Well, you said it yourself. I didn't take any advantage of you. We are fair trade and both money and goods are paid. Modila acted very humble like a lackey. Wang Shenmeng could not help but mourn for the many geniuses who failed to graduate from Shrek Academy. If the training environment was better and the teachers were more serious and responsible, so many geniuses would not have become dead or useless. A beautiful picture flashed through his mind, and the boy, his heart was getting hotter and hotter. He looked at the man net to the girl. He seemed to be a little younger than himself. What made him most uncomfortable was that he had a bitch face that was a little more handsome than himself. Wang Shenmeng was too lazy to say more. He directly wrapped the plate hair crystal with his mental power and then suddenly force like a huge hammer, smashing it down hard. Everyone looked at him in surprise. They had never even heard of the word hair crystal because this concept did not belong to this world. Wang Shenmeng said lightly, I can be sure that after it is injected into the human body you will never be able to find the source of it. If you want to take it out, then you can only cut off the curled muscles together. Wang Shenmeng played with the golden hair crystal in the bow, estimating that there were tens of thousands of them. The good thing about this thing is that it is easy to operate. Even if you are not a master of hidden weapons, it is easy to learn it. Daimyo Bai showed a smile that he thought was very charming. With every move he showed the noble demeanor of a royal child. The priceless storage ring on his hand was looming like a peacock, spreading its tail, hoping to capture the heart of the beautiful girl in an instant. Why did he come here? Flanders looked tangled as if he was being cut by a knife and said bitterly, then 10 gold soul coins? This is almost all my property. You see, my little shop has no business at all and has been losing money. If I hadn't really been unable to make ends meet, I wouldn't have offended you. It's really forced by life. It's a stealing desire out of hunger and cold. But since the other party wants to trade fairly, of course it can't ruin the other party's character and reputation. It's not okay to give it away for free or even pay for it. His sweat a vicious weapon. He turned over and lay down on the recliner again, waiting for the net customer to arrive as if nothing had happened. Ling Yuan Douluo was surprised and said, if this is shot at a person, not to mention that Soto Soto City is adjacent to Shrek Academy, which is related to some of Wang Shenmen's future arrangement. Maybe Soto City Wuhan Hall will be of use. Qingluan Douluo said. Bishop Modila of Soto City Wuhan Hall has been waiting for a long time to meet His Highness. Flanders racked his brains and couldn't think of any crown on the continent that matched this one. He could only attribute it to the hidden boss. Wang Shenmeng and Xiao Wu were also attributed to the sons and daughters of the hidden family. Your subordinate Modila pays homage to His Highness the Son of God. He himself didn't use it much, except for those supreme hidden weapons that could threaten the title Douluo. The remaining hidden weapons were not of much help to him. However, the dragon beard needle was simple and easy to learn, but it could be equipped to the people around him. Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but say, and then he looked down on it. Flanders must have made a lot of money over the years, but he was reluctant to spend it on training Shrek Academy student. He was simply a stingy person. If you walk too much on the night road, you will eventually encounter ghosts. The ancients were right. I was lucky this time. His Majesty didn't care. If I met someone with a bad temper, I might have been beaten to death. Even several titled Douluo showed a surprised look. This thing may not be as lethal as those supreme hidden weapons, but in terms of cruelty and viciousness it is absolutely unparalleled. Flanders was afraid and began to reflect. It seems that if I do this kind of business with no capital in the future, I have to be more careful. If I am not 100% sure, I must not act rashly. Wang Shenmeng didn't care. There were many people in the Wuhan Hall who flattered him. Many bishops pressed their loyalty to him more than once and were willing to be his lackeys. That was before he officially became the Son of God. Where did the title Douluo come from? You are even worse than a vampire. You are just reaching out from under the coffin. You are greedy for money. The golden thread looked several times thinner than hair, more than 3 inches long. Fortunately, it was golden in itself, so it was easy to identify in Wang Shenmen's palm. But just as the plate crystal turned into powder, a strange scene appeared. Countless golden light spots surged out from the plate crystal, flying around like a plodding spark. Ha! A dignified soul saint doing this kind of business of plundering without capital. You are really a scum in the soul master world. Over the years you have cheated many people, right? After encouraging Bishop Modila, Wang Shenmeng did not stay in the Wuhan Hall for long. In the evening he returned to the Rose Hotel and stayed there again. Guangling Douluo showed a meaningful smile to Flanders, which frightened the latter to death. Then he suddenly withdrew all his momentum and turned away. This is called hair gold. Without the protection of the crystal, the hair gold will automatically curl up and form a particle. It will transform into hair gold again under the injection of soul power. Once the injection of soul power is lost, it will curl up again. Therefore it is called dragon beard needle and hidden weapon. But what's the use of this? Wang Shenmeng placed the golden particle in his palm. The inner force of Xian Gong surged and a milky white light appeared on the surface of his palm. Wang Shenmeng heard this voice and showed a strange look on his face because he was too impressed. He showed a serious look on his face. This crystal is not worth anything. I picked it up casually when it was thrown on the roadside. If I have to estimate its value, it is at most 1 copper soul coin. If it is higher, it is not worth this price. Ah! Just as he walked to the door of the Rose Hotel, he unexpectedly found that there was a fight inside. A domineering voice came. Daimyo, by these 2 sisters have been mine for a long time. How dare you go after them without knowing what is good for you? This time I am just teaching you a lesson. If it happens again, don't blame me for not thinking about brotherhood. Why don't you get out of here? This girl is really top-notch, with this innocent and lovely little face, this slender waist, and especially this pair of long legs, which are enough for me to play with for a year. If I wrap it around my waist. Flanders no longer dared to ask for a sky-high price. It's only worth 1 gold soul coin. Wang Shenmeng said seriously, are you sure? Xiao Wu was puzzled and glanced at her master. Although the master was smiling, there was no smile in his eyes and he was obviously unhappy. Flanders said seriously, I'm sure. Flanders showed a look of surprise on his face and he quickly calculated in his mind. He just wanted to get rid of these plague gods now, and he could negotiate even if he paid money. Guangling Douluo looked around and sneered, none of the soul guides sold here is intact. How did you sell such a rag? No need to be polite, Bishop, please stand up. Wang Shenmeng had already seen Bishop Modila in his dream. He went to pay homage to him at the canonization ceremony of the Holy Son. It wasn't long before. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Then let's meet. Flanders' face was bitter. He didn't expect this lady to be so cruel. Not only did she not want to pay, she even wanted to make the change herself. This was simply going to kill him. But the situation was stronger than people. In order to settle this matter as soon as possible and send away these plague gods, he had to bear the pain and give it up. The little girl is right. This crystal is a negative asset. I am willing to pay a gold soul coin. Please buy it. Xiao Wu sneered and mocked at just a gold soul coin. What are you doing? Flanders collapsed on the ground, sweat dripping from his body as if he had just been fished out of the water. He was still frightened as he watched the 5 people disappear from from his sight. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness's visit to our Soto city is truly a great honor to me. I have prepared a banquet, please come to the banquet. Xiao Wu screamed. Master, what is the use of this crystal? The dragon beard needle is so thin its tip is naturally sharper than a needle and its piercing power will become extremely strong after the soul power is injected. It is small in size, so imagine what effect it will have if it pierces the human body. The young man came forward. His Zion was angry, but he still couldn't hide his domineering and arrogance like a defeated rooster still arrogant in front of other weak chickens. Xiao Wu took the crystal in her hand and turned it over and over, but she couldn't see what was so attractive about this rubbish that made the master make a special trip. A moment later, a tall and handsome young man walked out of the Rose Hotel. There was still humiliation and anger on his face. His fists were clenched tightly and his walking posture was a little unnatural, as if he was injured. Wang Shenmeng saw that the three-titled Douluo also showed a curious look, so he gave everyone a little popular science among crystals. It is not the amethyst that is the most precious. For us soul masters, hair crystals are much more useful than amethyst. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Wang Shenmeng took out a metal bow, waved his hand, and countless golden light spots rushed into the bow. The ding-dong sound was crisp and pleasant, and the whole bow was completely filled with a layer of golden light. Xiao Wu was dazzled. She found that the light spots in the bow were actually golden particles. Each one was very uniform in size, about the same size as a grain of rice, round and shining with a faint golden light. A strange scene appeared. The golden particles slowly tended under the infusion of Xiantiangong's internal force. After a while they turned into a golden thread as thin as a hair. Splendor dared not answer and said honestly, Your Majesty has a keen eye. The soul guides here are indeed defective. When others buy, they will first input soul power to check the good. As long as he input soul power, it is his responsibility if it break. Even if he doesn't buy it, he must compensate me for my loss. When his mood eased and his fear gradually subsided, Flender's greed prevailed again. He still couldn't bear to give up this kind of business with no investment and huge profits, and couldn't make up his mind to quit. Master, what on earth is this? Xiao Wu felt very pleased when she saw the dishonest businessman in such a mess. At this moment she felt proud of him. She subconsciously ignored her status as a captive and slave and said disdainfully, why don't you go and rob a silver soul coin? I think this broken crystal is ugly. Even if you give it to me, I will only accept it if you pay me. She subconsciously picked up a grain and squeezed it in her hand and found that the golden grain was slightly soft but very elastic. With her soul power she couldn't crush it. Wang Shenmeng said lightly, okay, don't cry poor anymore, don't think of us as you. Don't worry, I don't want your money and I will pay for the crystal. You name a price. Remember, don't treat us as suckers anymore. Think carefully about the true value of this crystal. Fresh crystal? What is that? In an instant it seemed as if the entire space wrapped in spiritual power was covered with a layer of golden luster. Wang Shenmeng threw out a copper soul coin, took the plate crystal hair crystal in his hand and waved, the things have been bought, let's go. This is not misleading the students, it's stealing money and killing people. Flanders smiled bitterly. He is just a businessman. No business is without fraud, is their code of conduct. Everything they do is to make a profit. If they don't care about money, what kind of businessman are they? Wang Shenmeng said lightly, how much do you think your crystal is worth? When the boy saw someone in front of him, he looked up and took a cold look when he passed by, and then he was filled with frustration and shame. His eyes suddenly lit up, but I couldn't sense the soul power on him at all. It seemed that he was an ordinary person. That was fine. Miss, please stay. I am Daimyo by the evil-eyed white tiger. Can we be friends? Bang! Amid the loud noise, a crisp cracking sound was heard under the hammer of the spirit, and the plate crystal was instantly smashed into powder. Wang Shenmeng stroked the ring on his hand, thinking about something in his heart. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, continued to inject soul power, picked up the hair gold, then picked up Xiao Wu's right hand and lightly pierced her finger. Suddenly a drop of blood gradually came out. Gold is extremely tough and elastic. Once it leaves the support of soul power, it will curl up again. Wang Shenmeng put the bow into the ring. Okay, there is nothing to do in Soto City. Let's pack up and go to Tiandu City. Get out of here. Who wants to be friends with you? Xiao Wu suddenly felt relieved and became bolder. She immediately lost her good face and scolded, are you sick? The boy's handsome face with a charming smile and incomparable confidence was suddenly covered with dark cloud. Chapter 98. Daimyo Bai is in a dilemma. Zuzuking is desperate. Who are you scolding? Daimyo Bai's voice was cold and his face was ashen with anger. Xiao Wu said disdainfully, what's wrong with scolding you? What's the point of flirting with girls when you see them? You're just a filthy bastard. And you call him the white tiger with evil eyes? I think he's the lustful tiger with evil eyes, right? She looks innocent and sweet, but she's actually an experienced person. Anyone who thinks she knows nothing is totally wrong. She just pretends not to know most of the time. She saw through Daimyo Bai's tricks at a glance and despised him. This way of chatting up is too old-fashioned. Does he think every girl will be attracted by his look and wealth? Is she such a superficial person? In terms of looks, wealth and status, her master is far better than this unknown guy. With pearls and jade in front of her, even if she's a tacky girl, she won't abandon pearls for rebel, right? Xiao Wu showed her true colors. With just a few words, Dai Mubai was so angry that he trembled all over. Her evil blue eyes flashed with cold light and she said in a low voice, "What a stupid little girl. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this." Although Wang Shenmeng didn't care about Dai Mubai, how could he ask him to apologize? He said lightly, "Manager Wang, right? This is none of your business. Don't interfere." Every muscle became extremely obvious under his clothes and even the air around him seemed to have become manic. "Do you know each other?" Zhu Zuking's cold eyes flashed with a hint of light, staring at Zhu Zuyun closely. Wang Shenmeng nodded with a smile. 5 years ago you were only level 34 Soul Master. 5 years later you are already level 48 Soul Sect. You have risen 14 levels in 5 years. It is really good. His plan was to quickly defeat Xiao Wu, the great Soul Master, so that he could save face and then end the battle. After saying a few nice words, both sides would have a way out and they would not have to fight with the mysterious boy. Davis looked at his white teeth but felt that the smile was malicious, as if he wanted to bite someone. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "Thanks to you I have suffered a lot. Fortunately the hard work has paid off. Instead I have made great progress in soul training. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Don't hold too much hope. Davis has too much advantage. There are less than 4 years before the deadline. Even without my help you two can't beat him." Unexpectedly, the guy who made the eldest brother look humiliated and even changed his temperament 5 years ago was the man in front of him. In this case he must also be a soul master, but he can't feel the soul power fluctuations at all. Either the soul guide covers it up or his strength is far better than his own. The older girl Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuking's sister, raised her beautiful eyebrows. "Why didn't I feel it?" The cruel reality made Zhu Zuking's already dead heart full of despair. There was endless darkness ahead and no light could be seen at all. What made him even more depressed was that his elder brother was already level 48. The gap was so big that he despaired. Thinking of his elder brother forcing him hard and even chasing him to Shrek Academy to suppress him, he was filled with grief and indignation. Dai Mubai clenched his fist and said coldly, "Impossible. Big brother, are you going to collude with outsiders to oppress your younger brother? Even if you want to suppress me, you shouldn't be so excessive. Brothers quarrel within the walls but defend against insults from outside. I think you don't understand this principle, right?" Just when Dai Mubai activated the White Tiger martial soul, one of the two girls, one big and one small, who had just entered the gate of Soto City, frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the Rose Hotel. "You know, it's easy to see the general strength of a soul master, but it's not so easy to see the specific soul power level. Generally it needs to be measured with instruments, otherwise it's normal to be 3 or 5 levels different." Although the two girls look similar, their temperaments are completely opposite. The older girl is very beautiful and the whole person look very gentle with a kind of charming breath from the heart. Zhu Zuyun said softly, "Of course, if you don't have the courage and guts, then just ignore what I said and wait for death. If you don't even have the courage and determination to die without regrets, what hope is there even if you find Dai Mubai?" The young girl was naturally Zhu Zuking. She pointed in the direction of the Rose Hotel and said calmly, he said calmly, "Nothing. I feel the breath of the White Tiger martial spirit. The person we are looking for should be over there." Dai Mubai's hands have changed the most. They are twice as big as before. White hair covers the entire palm. As his 10 fingers flick, the dagger-like claws keep tending and retracting from his palms. Then he should really be grateful to himself. She felt like she was about to suffocate, as if the big hand of death had already grabbed her throat and was tightening little by little. But Dai Mubai didn't give her a chance at all. Although he was conceited, he was a tough guy who could make Davis suffer. To be honest, he was also very panicked. He just couldn't save face, so he had to bite the bullet and start the battle. "What about you? Dai Mubai has just reached Soul Master at best and you are only a level 25 Great Soul Master. Even if you have mastered the martial soul fusion technique, can you beat Davis with a soul power level close to level 20? It's impossible. No genius can do this, not to mention that the difference in strength is huge when you are one level behind. Even if you make rapid progress in 3 or 4 years and both become Soul Masters, you can't beat Davis at the Soul King level. In 3 or 4 years Davis will be 25 years old and the final deadline for the prince to compete for the throne will come. I don't see any chance of you winning." They insulted me first. Soul Master, 1000 years soul ring. 5 years ago I couldn't even beat this kid with one move. 5 years have passed. Although I have improved a lot, I'm afraid this kid has improved even more. Zhu Zuyun's charming eyes suddenly became a little more fierce. "I just don't want to kill you with my own hands. If I really defected for you, not for myself." Having been used to being the big sister in Notting College, Xiao Wu couldn't stand the other party's arrogant eyes and immediately immediately rushed up to attack. Feeling the abnormality of the man beside them who seemed to be in pain, the two beautiful twin girls were also a little panicked, thinking that he was sick. Manager Wang thought he had good intentions. In his opinion, Daimyo Bai was indeed a powerful soul master that few people in the younger generation could match. He didn't think that these two boys and girls who looked a few years younger than Daimyo Bai were Daimyo Bai's opponent. Really? Let me see who is so arrogant. Wang Shenmeng smiled brilliantly, revealing teeth as white as broken jade. Your Highness Davis, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Daimyo Bai used two soul skills in succession in an instant. The first soul skill increased speed, strength and defense, and the second soul skill was a long-range attack. He spit out milky white light balls from his mouth and shot towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu raised her head and said sarcastically, I said, what do you think? A good dog doesn't block the road. If you have nothing to do, please get out of the way. We are going in. Davis became more and more fearful and dared not act rashly. Anyway, the matter 5 years ago had been settled at that time. He was the only one who suffered humiliation and permanent unspeakable trauma. As long as he did not take the initiative to provoke trouble, the other party would not be aggressive. Second soul skill, White Tiger, fierce light wave. Daimyo Bai's cold and evil eyes fell on Xiao Wu and nodded. How is it? You will know soon. There are soul fluctuations in your body, so you should be a soul master. You are so arrogant, you should be very powerful. Then follow the rules of the soul master world. If you can beat me, I will leave immediately, otherwise please show the word get out. It's not that he loves peace, but the guest fighting at the door of the Rose Hotel will cause a bad influence and is not conducive to the business of the Rose Hotel. Just then, hearing the dispute outside the house, a middle-aged man respectfully walked out of the Rose Hotel with a tall young man. Zhu Zuyun looked at her pale sister and felt a little bit reluctant. Zhu Zuyun sighed in his heart and suddenly said faintly, in fact there are more ways to escape the fate of death than just a life and death struggle. Let's talk it over, let's talk it over, don't do it. He thought that as time passed he had gotten rid of that nightmare experience and could face the person who brought him endless humiliation, but when he really faced it he realized that the shadow and harm he brought to him had never really disappeared. The younger girl was extremely cold, a kind of coldness from the heart, pure coldness, and there was not even a trace of life in her black eyes, which conflicted with her originally very beautiful face. Davis said lightly, okay, since you don't apologize, then follow the rules of the Soul Master world. I originally advised you with good intentions to let you suffer less, but since you don't appreciate it, don't blame your brother for not helping you. The full head of golden hair instantly became black and white, with white occupying most of it, and a few strands of black hair were particularly obvious. The horrible memories emerged in his mind uncontrollably, and his body seemed to be in great pain again. The young man's body trembled uncontrollably. The young man tried hard to control himself from showing any abnormality, gently pushed the twins away and said to Wang Shenmeng as calmly as possible, it's you? I didn't expect to see you here. This world is really small. He was also a little surprised. In the Soul Master competition 2.5 years later in the original book, Davis was only level 47 or 48, but now he is already level 48. According to this situation, he will definitely be a Soul King in 2 years. The middle-aged man who led Davis out tried to persuade them to stop fighting with a smile on his face. Daimyo Bai had a gloomy face and was in a very bad mood. He had heard a lot of information from the brief conversation between the two. Each of those claws was like a blade 8 inches long. It flashed with a cold light. Zhu Zuking was silent. Silence, no one knows what he is thinking. Zhu Zuyun said lightly, don't think I am exaggerating. Davis's strength has improved rapidly in the past few years. I estimate that he is not far from the Soul King. Zhu Zuking's eyes were colder and she said lightly, I have to try it. I am unwilling to just accept my fate and wait for death without any effort. Haha, your excellency has good eyesight. Zhu Zuyun continued, alas, you still have great expectations for your fiancé. Although there is pressure from the Empire this time, the main reason is that you don't want to give up, right? Zhu Zuyun smiled sweetly, isn't this a good thing for you? Davis and I can't practice the martial soul fusion technique, so your chances of winning are a little greater. From this point of view, you have to thank me, your sister. In an instant the martial soul possessed her and the pink figure flashed and rushed toward Daimyo Bai quickly. A strong pale light suddenly burst out from Daimyo Bai. His arms stretched out to both sides at the same time. His chest was straightened, his bones crackled, and his muscles suddenly epondate, holding up his clothes. Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his head and smiled. Dai San Shao, please don't say that. You are a distinguished guest of our store. How can we not trust you? Zhu Zuking remained silent. Xiao Wu was even more afraid of chaos in the world. Now that she had a strong backer, she was not panicked at all. She had been eager to try, just waiting for Wang Shenmeng to say this. She scolded coldly, we don't apologize. What do you think? You dog-eyed thing, don't think we are easy to bully because we are small. First soul skill, White Tiger body shield. Under his feet 3 shining halos rose rose one after another, rising quietly, 2 yellow and 1 purple, and between the circulation of soul rings the surging soul power formed a wave-like pressure that rushed towards him. I'm fine. Zhu Zuking's eyes flashed with strange colors. You want to defect? His words sounded sincere, but Wang Shenmeng could clearly feel a kind of resentment like gnashing teeth. Mr. Dai, what's wrong with you? Dai Mubai was already in a difficult situation, so he would not back down. He said coldly, Manager Wang, you have nothing to do here. If I break your things, I will compensate you. What are you afraid that I can't afford to pay? In addition to the similar appearance, the two of them also have very plump figures. Even the young girls have hot figures that are very inconsistent with their ages. But I advise you to be mentally prepared. The men of the Dai family are unreliable. You are practicing hard for your destiny, but others may have given up and indulge in wine and women every day. Humph, White Tiger possessed. Zhu Zuking was slightly moved and her cold eyes became a little warmer. As he said, he hugged the two twins and stepped aside, watching from the sideline. The young man frowned and looked at Wang Shenmeng and the other man. His sight passed directly over Xiao Wu, but he paused lightly. He seemed to have no feelings for this extremely beautiful girl. When he saw Wang Shenmeng, he was stunned. You. Davis nodded and said, I do know her. Mubai, are you making trouble again? 4 faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming a character. Davis said coldly, don't think I didn't hear it. It was obvious that you harassed her first. Why don't you apologize to this lady? Xiao Wu didn't dare to take it head on. She dodged everywhere, trying to pass through the light ball to get close to Dai Mubai so that she could use her FLEI Jutsu soul skills. Dai Mubai said angrily, she insulted me first. His pupils shrank slightly. Although the face in his sight had become more mature, he could vaguely see the familiar outline, and the face in his memory that often brought him nightmares overlapped in an instant. Seeing that Dai Mubai refused to give in, he had to turn to Wang Shenmeng and Xiao Wu and said apologetically, I'm sorry to guess. How about you give in a little and apologize to Dai Sanshao, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, if a fight really breaks out, you will suffer. I tell you, Dai Sanshao is very powerful and is a first-class genius soul master. You can't afford to offend him. Dai Sanshao you. Manager Wang was an eas with a pleading expression on his face. A sharp light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Stop talking nonsense. All losses are mine. Davis was startled and then sank again. He thought he had concealed it very well, but this guy still saw his soul power level at a glance, which made him feel more and more unfathomable. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, even if you want to give in, it's not that easy. You can't leave after scolding me. Zhu Zuyun's charming eyes narrowed slightly as if she remembered something impressive and someone impressive. She said softly, I've thought about it for a long time. If I want to get rid of the fate of sisters killing each other, I must first jump out of the quagmire of the Xingluo Empire, otherwise it will be impossible. Zhu Zuking looked at her with cold eyes. You resisted practicing fusion skills with the White Tiger martial spirit in your heart, so your sensing ability naturally decreased. Dai Mubai's upper body slowly leaned forward and his eyes and 4 pupils turned into a deep blue, giving people the feeling that he was like a killing machine, neither cold nor hot, neither humble nor arrogant. Wang Shenmeng had already seen his nature of being fierce on the outside but weak on the inside from his tone that could not be perfectly concealed with a hint of trembling, and he laughed silently. Zhu Zuyun spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Don't look at me like that. If I had the ability, I would have gotten rid of this fate long ago. Is it true that the absence of a woman's bondage has such a big impact on a person's growth? The abnormality of the young girl immediately attracted the attention of the older girl. Zhu Qing, what's wrong? First soul skill waist bow. The two girls look about 70% similar. The older one is about 18 or 19 years old and the other one is about 11 or 12 years old. Zhu Zuyun's voice became sad and cold. Besides, let's take a step back. If you really get a chance and have the strength to threaten Davis, then I will have to help him deal with you, otherwise I will die. Although I can't bear to kill you, it is even more impossible to watch you kill me. Davis alone makes you despair, plus I am slightly weaker than Davis. Even if you have heaven-defying luck, you can't have any hope of turning the tables. The tall young man has long silver hair and purple pupils. He stepped out with a pair of beautiful twin girls in his arms, one on the left and one on the right, and said with a hint of displeasure, Dai Mubai, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to get out? Why are you making trouble again? Xiao Wu exclaimed, and her eyes suddenly became more panicked. In the Xingdu Great Forest, I beat this guy severely. The reason why I tortured him so badly was to break his state of mind. Now it seems that the effect is very good. Dai Mubai said with an unpleasant expression, looking at the tall young man with deep fear. The fire in Zhu Zuking's eyes went out and she returned to the cold and dead silence again. But reality is cruel. If I don't tear open the bloody reality to her and let her feel the real despair, how can she make up her mind when the opportunity comes? She comforted him. Okay, think about it carefully. I said so much for you. I really don't want to kill you unless it's absolutely necessary, but if the situation forces us to do so and only one of us can survive. I hope you won't blame me for being selfish. Now let's follow your martial soul's induction and find our respective fiancés. Let's talk about the future later. Chapter 99 Zhu Zuking's determination. Zhu Zuyun's intention. When Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuking came to the Rose Hotel, they saw Dai Mubai attacking Xiao Wu crazily. The two stopped in a hidden corner to watch. Zuking, your fiancé is very impressive. He still has the ability to bully little girls. It looks like that little girl is going to suffer. Your fiancé is also good at bullying girls. One is not enough, he needs two. Zhu Zuking glanced at Davis, who was hugging the twin sisters, and said with a faint sarcasm. Zhu Zuyun's expression remained unchanged, and she smiled and said, how many men in the Dai family are not lustful? This is all within my expectations. Sister, I have never had any expectations, so naturally there will be no disappointment. She looked at Xiao Wu and said in surprise, but that little girl who looks about the same age as you is as strong as you, and she is also a little genius. He, what kind of genius am I? Zhu Zuking laughed at herself. Her eyes passed over Xiao Wu and fell on Wang Shenmeng, who was watching from a distance. She was slightly startled and stared at him for a while. Zhu Zuyun's eyes lit up and she was secretly grateful in her heart. When she saw the young man's extraordinary talent, she couldn't bear to see him being persecuted, so she said a few fair words, but in fact she didn't help much. I didn't expect that he still remembered it. She looked serious and said in a serious tone, Your Highness, if Zuyun wants to bring Zuking to you, do you dare to take on this trouble? Mr. Dai, what do you think? Zhu Zuyun claimed, that's really amazing. Manager Wang ran to Dai Mubai with sweat all over his head. As soon as his hand touched Dai Mubai's shoulder, Dai Mubai screamed even more miserably, which frightened Manager Wang so much that he dared not touch him again. You're welcome. Miss Zuyun and I are old friends. Zuyun's sister is also my sister. Please sit down. Zhu Zuyun gently patted Zhu Zuking's back and said in a soft tone, everything is left to my sister. We will make a long-term plan. Don't worry, my sister will definitely take you out of the fire pit of Xingluo Empire and get rid of the fate that the Dai family forced on us. Zhu Zuking nodded heavily. Sure, Master, I shot him 5 dragon beard needles. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Zhu Zuyun waved her hand and a young man who was watching the fun saw the beautiful woman calling him and ran over excitedly. Miss, what can I do for you? I am happy to serve you. I guessed the identity of His Highness. Although the title Douluo His Highness never showed up, I learned about his peculiarities from the Standing Education Committee and compared them with the His Highnesses on the mainland. I guessed that he might be the ghost elder of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zuking nodded. You told me that Davis made trouble out of nothing and provoked several strong men. Not only did he implicate you, but Davis himself was also severely punished. Since then your relationship has almost broken down. He immediately took the trouble to brag about Dai Mubai's representative romantic affairs. Of course he would occasionally insert some of Dai's great achievements, such as the two brothers' jealousy and the feat of spending a lot of money to win the smile of a beautiful woman, which was once praised as a good story. Wang Shenmeng admired in her heart and suddenly realized Zuyun took the initiative and posed my identity as soon as she came on stage, and she also wanted to blow me up. She was slightly excited. Zhu Zuking greets His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Davis walked up to Dai Mubai and regardless of his pig-like screams he pressed him to the ground and examined him carefully, frowning, and said he was hit by a vicious weapon and I don't know how to take it out. The person who tied the bell must untie it. You go and ask that little girl. Zhu Zuyun said admiringly. He glanced at Davis, who looked slightly gloomy, and chuckled. Did you see it? Davis pretended to be calm, but I know him too well. He was actually nervous and uneasy. He didn't even dare to look directly at the boy. Xiao Wu pouted and said, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart, if there are other girls around the master, her value will drop. If she is completely useless to the master, she might end up on the dining table. It considered acquaintance. Her voice was delicate and soft with a hint of charm in it, gently tickling the young man's heart, making him want to care for her and be willing to do anything for him. Miss, your hidden weapon. Oh, it turns out that he was scolded when he failed to hook up with a girl, so he got angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. That third young master Dai is very domineering, do you understand? Does he try to hook up with pretty girls when he sees them? After a while the young man left with a smile. Wang Shenmeng laughed. Of course not. Zuyun Bingyue is smart and thoughtful and I admire her very much. I wonder if you sisters have anything to do with me? The waiter said to Wang Shenmeng. What? Dai Sanshao, Dai Sanshao? I saw the little girl with long legs being hit by a milky white ball of light and she flew backwards. However, the moment she flew backwards, her fingers flicked suddenly and 5 golden lights that were almost invisible to the naked eye flashed. He came out and shot Dai Mubai. Let's see if he dares to go into heat again in the future. Dai Mubai felt like a few mosquito bites on his body. The net moment a sharp and bone-piercing pain suddenly appeared on his shoulders, thighs and lower abdomen. The pain was so severe that it was more unbearable than any pain he had ever parry in. Dai Mubai immediately howled miserably and collapsed on the ground, rolling around like a living fish in a frying pan. Zhu Zuyun winked at him angrily. Can't we catch up with His Highness if we have nothing to do? You just said that we were friends. Alas, I think His Highness has a distinguished status and it's Zuyun who has gained the upper hand. Method of rescue? No, my hidden weapon is indestructible. The only way is to cut out the flesh together. Manager Wang was sweating profusely. This ant was a ruthless character which made him very stressed. Zhu Zuyun's voice lowered as he spoke. His eyes suddenly opened wide. He stared carefully for a moment. His face became very wonderful and he blurted out, "Is it him? But I'm just guessing, not sure." Fortunately His Highness has already acquiesced. Zhu Zuking shook his head. "No, I just want to know why they had a conflict," Xiao Wu said with a cold snort. From the window she saw Dai Mubai covered in blood staggering away behind Davis and she felt very happy. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. "Thank you, master. But speaking of myself and others, if I were in my sister's position I would probably be left with nothing but hatred and despair right now, right? Isn't this simple? He is truly a proud man of heaven, unimaginably powerful. 5 years have passed and it is hard to imagine what state he has reached. This okay?" Manager Wang didn't dare to let Dai Mubai get into trouble in his hotel, not to mention Dai Mubai's seemingly very powerful family. Let's talk about Shrek Academy. Even a small manager like him couldn't afford to offend him. Zhu Zuyun's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration and fanaticism. 5 years ago Davis couldn't even use his soul skills in front of him. He was controlled by his eyes and was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. There was also a powerful soul saint beside him who easily defeated Chan Bo. There was also a terrifying titled Douluo hidden in the dark which made the Standing Education Committee trembled and did not dare to say a word during the whole process. Davis had a gloomy face. When he said this he selectively forgot the glorious past of when he was a soul master and was instantly killed by Wang Shenmeng, who was not yet a great soul master. With a look, "Master, is this a girl you know?" She looked lost with a look of loneliness and self-pity on her charming face which made people unable to help but feel the desire to care for her. In desperation Manager Wang had no choice but to look at Davis pleadingly. "Okay, stop crying. There is no need to be so moved. You are my biological sister. You know I never want to hurt you. As long as there is a glimmer of hope I don't want to see sisters killing each other. No regret." Zhu Zuking choked up and nodded. "Well, I believe in sister. I will listen to sister carefully." "Sir, there are 2 girls outside asking to see you." Zhu Zuyun took the tea brought by Xiao Wu, thanked him and took a sip. The tea was fragrant, not inferior to the tea drunk by the head of the Zhu family. Xiao Wu served tea to Zuyun and Zuking. Zhu Zuking's pupils shrank. The holy son of Wuhan Palace. As the legitimate daughter of a large family she certainly knew the weight of these 5 words and she finally understood her sister's plan. Zhu Zuking's face was as cold as ice and the look in his eyes was already full of disappointment, resentment and depression, as if the remaining vitality was further disappearing. "No regret." Zhu Zuking gave her sister a strange look. A service provider respectfully presented the 5 golden hairs. He didn't dare to look at Yao Wu. Dai Mubai's tragic situation frightened him. Zhu Zuyun gave his sister a funny look, knowing that the him she was talking about was Dai Mubai. "Are you worried about him?" Zhu Zuking was slightly moved. "How old is he that he can deal with Davis Thang?" When the young man saw that the beauty was listening seriously he immediately became more energetic, as if Dai Mubai's romantic affairs were something worth bragging about. Wang Shenmen's smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had already noticed the 2 kittens and even listened to their conversation word by word. He was wondering when they would take action, but he didn't expect them to be so decisive. Zhu Zuyun gently comforted her sister. Her gentle eyes were particularly bright and firm with a hint of sharpness that was very inconsistent with her gentle appearance. "This little brother, I just want to know why they fought. Can you tell me?" Zhu Zuking suddenly raised her head. Tears flashed in her red eyes, staring at Zhu Zuyun, her voice hoarse and resolute. "Sister, can you take me to defect?" Wang Shenmeng casually injected a soul power into Xiao's body and the endless power was activated, which instantly restored her injuries. "Yes, we meet again." Zuyun meets His Highness the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zuking stared at Zhu Zuyun in a daze, tears flowing uncontrollably, and couldn't help throwing herself into her sister's arms, sobbing silently. We've dealt with each other once." "Do you know him?" "I know this very well. You asked the right person, girl. Here are the details." Manager Wang took a knife and ran out quickly. A moment later Dai Mubai's heart-wrenching screams were heard. Wang Shenmeng was too lazy to look at it and stepped into the Rose Hotel. Zhu Zuking left her sister's arms and looked at the entrance of the Rose Hotel. Zhu Zuyun smiled and took her sister to sit on the sofa on the other side. Zhu Zuyun's hand, which was gently stroking Zhu Zuking's back, suddenly stopped and asked seriously, "Are you sure?" Wang Shenmeng sat on the sofa and smiled. "Miss Zhu Zuyun, we meet again." Although Xiao Wu was hit by the white tiger fierce light wave, her injuries were not serious. Looking at Dai Mubai's miserable condition, she happily asked Wang Shenmeng for credit. it? Yes yes yes. Zhu Zuking's pupils shrank and she stared at the boy in the distance as if she was looking at a monster. Be good. Zhu Zuyun blinked her charming eyes and seemed a little apologetic. Your Highness, you won't blame Zuyun, right? Bang. Just then a dull sound and a slightly sharp cry came from the fighting field in the distance. Hey, I told you a long time ago not to have any expectations on him. Do you believe it now? Zhu Zuyun frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded gently. Sister promises you. 2 girls, please let them in. Zhu Zuyun said, that boy is the one who beat Davis severely. Xiao Wu said to Manager Wang arrogantly, I advise you to be faster. If you are slow, the hidden weapon will drill into the flesh and eventually let the lewd tiger suffer from the pain of slow slicing. Why don't you go and cut his flesh quickly? Remember to return the hidden weapon to me. It's very precious. Zhu Zuyun stroked her sister's hair and comforted her. Okay, don't be sad. It's not worth it for such a thing. Wang Shenmeng looked familiar and asked curiously, how did Zuyun know my identity? She looked at Wang Shenmeng with a burning gaze with a hint of expectation in her eyes. She looked at the young man in front of her with mild feelings. Compared with 5 years ago, he was more mature and his aura was more attractive, making it more difficult for people to let go. After a while the waiter came in with 2 beauties, one big and one small, and then closed the door respectfully and left. Zhu Zuyun smiled brightly. Her charming smile dazzled the young man's eyes. His heart was pounding, his blood was boiling, and he wanted to go through fire and water for the beauty. Zhu Zuyun smiled lightly, bowed respectfully and said to Zhu Zuking, Zuking, haven't you met His Highness yet? Haha, what a romantic third master die. Zhu Zuyun tried to suppress the excitement in her heart and whispered, do you remember what happened when I went to get the 3rd soul ring 5 years ago? Let go. Zhu Zuyun gently lifted the hair on her temples with a charming and seductive posture and smiled. Not long ago the Spirit Hall canonized a saint, and I heard that his surname is Wang. I boldly guessed that the person might be the old friend from 5 years ago. The young man's face was full of envy and jealousy, and he said in a sour tone, Third Master Dai is said to be of noble birth. His family is powerful and rich. He is tall and handsome and he can please women. He is simply invincible in the romantic field. He has only been in Soto City for 3 years and the number of women he has had SE with is close to 3 digits. It is open almost every day and there are no duplicate. Dai San Shao, of course I know him. He is a talented young man in our Soto City area and he is also a VIP customer of the Rose Hotel. A Lu Yuri room is reserved in the Rose Hotel for a long time so that he can bring girls to open a room at any time. Wang Shenmeng said, Zuyun, don't think too much. I really treat you as a friend. I have always had few friends, especially women. When Davis wanted to harm me, Zuyun rarely dissuaded him. I have always remembered it in my heart. If you have any difficulties, please tell me clearly and I will help you if I can. That's right, Dai San Shao is my idol. Zhu Zuyun sighed lightly and looked at her sister with sympathy. She never had any expectations for Davis, nor did she have much pressure to survive, so she had never experienced this feeling. Well, you did a good job. You don't need to be polite to such a person. Your Highness is really approachable. Zuyun is flattered. You are useless. You can't even handle a great soul master. You are really embarrassing for your family. With this little ability you still dare to cause trouble everywhere. Zhu Qing, what are you looking at? Hey, he is a handsome guy, better than your Daimyo Bai is much more handsome. When Zhu Zuking looked at the boy again, her eyes had changed. After hesitating for a moment she said lightly, then he will suffer a loss, right? Zhu Zuking's Zion became nervous and uneasy. She knew that this was the only way out for them. Even if they wanted to defect they had to find a force that could protect them. Otherwise, with the power of the Star Luo Empire, where could they go? And the only force in the entire continent that dared to withstand the pressure of the Star Luo Empire and had the ability to protect them was the Spirit Hall. But would the Spirit Hall have a dispute with the Star Luo Empire for the 2 sisters? Zhu Zuking was really unsure. After all, they were not peerless geniuses. There would definitely be no shortage of young soul masters like them in the Spirit Hall, and it was not worth the Spirit Hall's great effort. Everything depended on the boy in front of him. Chapter 100 Davis's Secret. Zhao Wuji's anger. Why not? Wang Shenmeng did not disappoint the 2 sisters. Facing their expectant eyes he nodded calmly, I accept your following. Your Highness, you agree? Zhu Zuyun was a little unbelievable and looked at the boy. Your Highness, are you serious? Wang Shenmeng said lightly, of course. Zhu Zuyun took a deep breath and said, then your Highness knows the troubles of our sisters? Wang Shenmeng said, I know. Aren't they the fiancés of the 2 princes of the Xingluo Empire? If nothing unexpected happens, one of you 2 will become the queen of the Xingluo Empire in the future. Then Zhu Zuyun wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Facing the surprised eyes of several women, Wang Shenmeng said lightly, Davis wanted to kill me back then and was burned by my evil fire, which hurt the congenital kidney water in his kidneys. Since then the kidney essence has been deficient, the essence gate is not solid and the desire has become stronger. But this is a manifestation of hurting the origin. The more weak the more lustful, and the more lustful the weaker, a vicious cycle. If if you are pure-hearted and abstain from women and take good care of yourself for a few years, you can still recover slowly. But Davis is a lustful and licentious person. He has no idea of restraint at all. Instead, he has become worse and worse, and naturally he is completely useless. Zhu Ziyun was suddenly shocked and he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Really useless? Xiao Wu looked like he was being taught. He said lightly, Ziyun, if Dai Mubai becomes the emperor in the future, will he let Davis go? Although Zhu Ziyun was puzzled, he still thought seriously for a moment and shook his head and said, with Davis's aggressiveness towards him and all kinds of excessive things he did, if Dai Mubai became the emperor, Davis would definitely end up miserably. The best result is to abolish his martial soul and be imprisoned for life, but it is more likely that he will be killed directly. Zhu Zuqing was stunned. Her face flushed instantly and her little head almost buried in the murder weapon. Zhu Ziyun blushed, secretly blaming her sister for being so curious. Helplessly she said, abnormality in men? What do you think is abnormal? Oh, so that's the case. Haha, interesting. Davis is a rare commodity now. It seems that this move may play an unexpected role in the future. Zhu Zuqing still didn't react, but Xiao's ears suddenly turned red and she claimed, is he a eunuch? Zhu Zuqing really couldn't figure out the complicated relationship. Isn't he your fiancé? How can you hope that your fiancé will run away with someone else? It's good that you didn't admit defeat. Maybe I should put more pressure on Davis. When he is crazy and can't live, his value will probably be reflected. Wang Shenmen's eyes flashed and he quietly adjusted his arrangements for Davis and Dai Mubai. Zhu Ziyun blushed and looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. She didn't expect the girl to react so quickly. Was she deceived by her pure appearance? She tried to suppress the strangeness in her heart and pretended to be calm. I don't know the details, I just have some guesses. Maybe your highness should know better. Since he was injured by your highness 5 years ago, he has become more and more strange. I only realized that something was wrong later and I just had some guesses in my heart. But your highness is so sure? It seems that my delusional guess is actually true. Xiao Wu asked curiously. Didn't the Xingluo royal family equip him with strong personal protection? Didn't you say that there was a soul Douluo beside him in the Xingdu Great Forest? Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Ziyun's faces flushed instantly. They couldn't resist Xiao Wu's fierce words and couldn't respond for a while. Zhu Ziyun looked shy. She felt very happy about Wang Shenmen's praise of her cleverness. Her heart was slightly sweet and her eyes became more charming. Shouldn't she be happy that her sister's hard request had been easily granted? But it was too easy, which made her feel uneasy. Wang Shenmeng laughed and patted Xiao Wu's hips. In Xiao Wu's shy and angry eyes he said unhappily, Davis is a powerful soul master and the future emperor of the Xingluo Empire. He has many treasures in his hands. He can just get a soul guide with psychedelic effect or a soul guide with special effect. Who can detect that those civilian women or low-level soul masters are wrong? This is not the Xingluo Empire and there are not so many people who are always paying attention to him. It's okay to be cautious. Zhu Ziyun said the Xingluo Empire has more than 2 princes, but the remaining princes are too young to participate in the competition. But if the older one dies, there will naturally be a young successor. Not to mention that there are many collateral branches of the Xingluo royal family. It is impossible that there is no heir. Wang Shenmeng nodded slightly in approval. Although Dai Mubai in the original book seemed to not care much about the position of the crown prince, it was because he had higher aspirations. Zhu Ziyun echoed, that's why Davis tried every means to leave the Xingluo Empire. If it was under the emperor's nose, it would be impossible to keep it secret. Now the emperor is far away, at least it is safe for the time being. Even I have concerns, let alone other forces. Now that the major forces are secretly united to counter the Wuhan Hall, the conflicts between them have eased a lot and no one will make enemies with the Xingluo Empire. Xiao Wu was puzzled and said, why hasn't Davis' secret been discovered? Zhu Zuqing was horrified and murmured. Xiao Wu said, that's not right. I saw him hugging left and right before. How can he look like a eunuch and a chess piece who didn't know about it was accusing him of his crime in anger? Teacher Zhao, you have to make a decision for me. That stinky girl is too hateful and her attack is so vicious that it's outrageous. I just want to make friends with her, but she not only scolded me but also hurt me with a hidden weapon. Teacher Zhao, you see, in order to remove the hidden weapon I dug out several pounds of flesh from my body. If I hadn't asked a soul master to treat me, I would still be lying in bed unable to get up. Davis nodded and said, Teacher Zhao, that's true. Those 2 bastards are very arrogant. Even though they know we are students of Shrek Academy, they don't take us seriously at all. They spoke rudely to Dai Mubai and hurt him like this. Although it was Dai Mubai who took the initiative to chat with him. Didn't you say those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre? Wang Shenmeng said, Davis's scheming is really good. He has been so well concealed for so many years. If Zuyun didn't know him too well and kept paying attention to him all the time, plus he is very smart, I'm afraid he wouldn't have found any clues. Okay Zuyun, don't think too much. The Star Luo Empire and our Spirit Hall have always been fighting overtly and covertly, and the relationship relationship between them is not good. Kidnapping their future queen is not a big deal for me. If they are dissatisfied, then they are dissatisfied. Why should I care about them? You know, making people who are hostile to us angry, painful and powerless is also a kind of success. Seeing that the title of Douluo is set, Tang San is about to become a god and Daimyo Bai's status has become more and more lofty. As long as the emperor of the Star Luo Empire is not crazy, it is impossible for him to pass the throne to other princes. Wang Shenmeng looked at the two overjoyed girls in front of him and said lightly, what's more, if Davis knew, he would probably be humiliated and angry on the surface, but I don't know how happy he would be secretly. However, Wang Shenmeng shook his head and said, you can't find it, but I know that Davis is secretly protected by a strong man. That is a Seoul Douluo strongman, and his aura is very similar to Davis. If I am not mistaken, he is also the owner of the White Tiger martial soul, which should be the hidden power of the Xingluo royal family. She smiled brightly. Who would kill Davis for no reason? There is no benefit in killing him, but he will be hunted down by the Xingluo royal family. If Davis is a peerless genius, perhaps someone will take the risk and secretly attack him. But Davis is not a peerless genius, and it is unknown whether he can break through the title Douluo. People from small forces dare not touch him, and people from large forces don't bother to get rid of him. Besides, Shrek Academy is not bad, so their safety is not a problem. Wang Shenmeng nodded in agreement. Back then in the Xingdu Great Forest, Davis was looking for trouble to provoke him. Didn't he take his identity into consideration and didn't kill him? Zhu Zuqing looked puzzled, but Zhu Zuyun's eyes flashed with surprise. She nodded slowly. Davis, he will probably breathe a sigh of relief and sleep more peacefully. He should wish that I stay away from him and never get close to him. It is precisely because he has confidence in his heart, and even seeing Tang San obtain the inheritance of the godhood, it would be strange to say that the other SI monsters of Shrek have no idea of becoming god. Wang Shenmeng looked at Zhu Zuyun. Daimyo Bai ran to Shrek Academy. Does it mean to admit defeat and quit? Yuna. Wang Shenmeng laughed. The Seoul Douluo who secretly protects him just follows from a distance and will not interfere with his private life. When Davis played with a woman, the man didn't see it with his own eyes. What could he find? If it's a titled Douluo, it's okay. How can a mere Seoul Douluo have the courage to peek at the future emperor's Seual life? Isn't he afraid of being found out and then being punished in the future? Xiao Wu said. Then Emperor Xingluo is not afraid that his two sons will be killed and the empire will lose its heir? Daimyo Bai said aggrievedly. Teacher Zhao, although the incident was caused by me, I didn't provoke her. She scolded me first. I wanted her to apologize, but she not only didn't apologize but also spoke rudely and wanted to hit people. I had no choice but to take action. Seeing that she couldn't beat me, she attacked me with a hidden weapon, otherwise I would have won long ago. Zhu Zuyun said in surprise. There is actually a royal Seoul Douluo protecting him? It seems that Davis is really almost the designated prince. Wang Shenmeng said, after all, the two oldest sons are here and one of them is almost the designated prince. It is normal for the emperor to pay more attention to him. As for the rules, they are for the people below to follow, not to restrict the people who make the rules. As long as you don't interfere in the fight between the two princes and just protect them from being assassinated by eternal forces, it's not a violation of the rules at all. Wang Shenmeng said lightly. It seems that Daimyo Bai is safe in the short term. After all, if Davis stays, the reason for Shrek Academy is that he doesn't know how long he can keep it secret. Once the secret is exposed, he will have no chance. No one can accept a eunuch becoming an emperor, and the Xingluo royal family can't afford to lose that person. But at this time, Daimyo Bai was just a poor prince in a very bad situation. Not to mention becoming a god, he didn't even have much hope of becoming a titled Douluo. How could he be qualified to express his disdain for the throne? Wang Shenmeng was sure that as long as there was a chance, Daimyo Bai would definitely not let it go. You have to know that the situation between the Xingluo princes, the crown prince, and the ordinary princes is really one world apart. The winner takes all and the loser loses everything, including his life. Standing high and seeing far, as a winner in life he can certainly act calm and disdainful of the things he once pursued hard. Zhu Zuyun chuckled and said, you don't know that the Standing Education Committee is a supporter of Davis but not his slave. The Xingdu Great Forest is too dangerous, so he can trouble him to come, but he is a senior leader of the Xingluo Royal Academy. How can he protect Davis closely? As for the Xingluo royal family, before the position of the crown prince is truly settled, the royal family will not intervene so that the princes can compete fairly. This is an iron rule that has been strictly followed for hundreds of years and cannot be violated unless it is the power that the princes have conquered themselves. But since Davis wants to hide his track, how can he let the soul master he conquered follow him? Why is that? Zhu Zuyun smiled bitterly and said, Zhu Qing, you don't understand. Davis, he doesn't look like a normal man. His thoughts may also be different from those of normal men. A thunderbolt flashed in Wang Shenmeng's heart and the layout of the Xingluo Empire changed quietly. Wang Shenmeng looked looked up to Zhu Zuyun again in his heart. This woman is really smart and sees Dai Mubai clearly. This evaluation is really sharp and fully described Dai Mubai's complicated mentality. Zhu Zuyun shook his head and said, if you say you admit defeat, he has never made a public statement and he seems unwilling. But when it comes to fighting for the position of the crown prince, his performance is really disappointing. I think he is unwilling to fail, but he doesn't have the courage to fight, so he simply escapes and numbs himself with wine and women, probably expecting a miracle to happen in his heart. Xiao Wu looked strange. How can I do it without Li? Do I secretly find someone to replace him when I mess around with those women at night? My fiancé is actually a eunuch. What is he? A Zhou? This is too unimaginable. The eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire, the future emperor, is actually a useless person. The middle-aged, short and strong man, the immovable King Zhao Wuji, looked at Davis with a gloomy face. What's going on? Is what he said true? What do you mean he left the empire to suppress Dai Mubai? He has basically locked the victory, so why should he be so afraid of Dai Mubai? If he really worried about Dai Mubai's turnaround with his cruelty, he would have killed Dai Mubai like he did to the second prince. The reason why Dai Mubai is still alive, in addition to not being a big threat, it seems that Davis wants to use him to cover up his tracks. Zhu Zuyun sneered, it's just a cover-up. He is a lustful and licentious person. If he suddenly stops being close to women for a long time, it will be too easy for people to suspect him. This should be the real reason why he fled the Xingluo Empire and came to this remote place. No, it's just a coincidence that I found it. Zhu Zuking asked curiously, what's abnormal? You guys have a good rest. You dare to bully our Shrek Academy? This matter can't be let go. It has always been us who bully others. When will it be someone else's turn to bully us? Tomorrow morning the teacher will take you to seek justice. Abnormal? Zhu Zuyun said, few people know this secret. I also notice something wrong because I know him too well and pay close attention to him. Except for me, I'm afraid no one in the empire knows. Zhao Wuji slammed the table and said angrily, it's absurd. I want to see who dares to bully our Shrek Academy students like this. Dai Mubai said in surprise, thank you, Teacher Zhao. Davis showed a meaningful smile, with Teacher Zhao personally taking action. What can't be done? Mubai, Teacher Zhao is venting his anger for you. You must remember it in your heart and repay Teacher Zhao's protection. P.S. Thank you for the reward from the two book friends Fugo Shihao and Dings Haiqiang.